say, getting there, one step at a time. I won't stand still. Correction, I can't. Keep walking. I can't stand still. How could I? There is so much to explore. So much I haven't been yet. Ask me what I'm doing now. I'll say, getting there, one step at a time. I won't stand still. Correction, I can't. Keep walking. I can't stand still. How could I? There is so much to explore. So much I haven't been yet. Ask.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through a constant pursuit of innovation, at Gail, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, Gail holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, Gail distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. Gail recording a rap. The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. Gail has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability, and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in Gail, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation and have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea. The golden sun casting bright light in our lives. This dream of an evergreen future is the reason for Young India's smile. And the commitment to bring it to life is Gail India's passion till the last mile. Guided by the same passion and its goals of availability, accessibility, affordability, and acceptability of natural gas, Gail continues to strive for the nation's self-reliance and energy security. As a conscious corporate citizen, Gail believes in its social purpose and actively engages in improving the lives of the marginalized and those at the periphery of economic and social development through its CSR interventions. Gail has been running a digital advocacy initiative, the Hawa Badlo campaign, to combat the problem of air pollution by sharing real stories and several social experiments, resulting in visible behavioral changes in individual citizen level. In the pursuit of excellence and success, Gail has shown exemplary courage, resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. Gail, energizing possibilities.
I can't stand still. How could I? There is so much to explore. So much I haven't been yet. Ask me what I'm doing now. I'll say, getting there, one step at a time. I won't stand still. Correction, I can't. Keep walking.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at Gail, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, Gail holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain.
At PwC, knowledge fuels change, and technology brings it to life. Placing the right technology with the right people, we create great outcomes for good. The farthest corners can now champion the newest ideas. PwC guides businesses to create enhanced value through cost optimization and transformation that can galvanize the dreams of millions. Secure and seamless networks can save
Edition of Business Today Mindrush and India's Best CEOs Awards. I'm Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor of Business Today Television, and it's an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the biggest event on the business calendar. Business Today Mindrush serves as a premier platform for thought leadership where industry leaders exchange ideas, strategies, insights in an ever-evolving business landscape. This distinguished event not only fosters dialogue on the emerging economic and business trends, but also celebrates excellence and honors the winners of the BT-PwC India's Best CEOs survey, an annual ranking of India Inc.'s finest leaders selected by a distinguished jury. So let's dive right into an evening of inspiration, innovation, and excellence. We're all set to begin, but first would like to thank all our partners. Our presenting partner is PwC, celebration partner is Diageo, semiconductor partner Polymatic, New energy partner Becker Solar Studio, collaboration partner Logitech, energy partner Gail, hospitality partner Sofitel Mumbai BKC, outdoor partners Laksha Media and Omark Media. We also encourage all of you to in fact explore the Logitech Experience Zone located just outside this hall as well, and you'll also get a chance to win some exciting prizes there. To kickstart this evening, I'd now like to call on stage with a warm round of applause Mr. Siddharth Zurabi, editor of Business Today, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. It gives me great pleasure to invite you all to this wonderful celebration of corporate excellence. It is the 13th edition of India's Best CEOs done by Business Today, arguably India's oldest and one of the most well-known, most credible business publications, which is now a multimedia powerhouse from the House of India Today, one amongst many of the illustrious brands that the India Today Group has spawned here over half a century. Swamiji, welcome here. AP, Mr. Arun Puri, the chairman and the group editor-in-chief of India Today, very warm welcome to you, sir. Ashish Chauhan, the CEO of the National Stock Exchange, Sanjeev Krishan, the chairperson of PwC in India, and everyone else, Dinesh Bhatia, the group CEO of India Today, my colleague Rahul Kamal, the news director and executive director of Business Today, and everyone else who is here, including many of our winners. You've seen their faces in the nominee list, but that will get revealed later on during the evening. Thanks very much for being here today. The conference and this event comes at a time when, if you see Vucanomics, which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, for a moment I thought I should say that we should have perhaps called it Trumponomics, the effect of what Trump is going to do, and through the day today, we are going to discuss the impact on Indian business, the Indian economy, and of course, see a stellar lineup of some of the best entrepreneurs that India has ever produced come up on this stage. So thank you very much once again for being here, and I welcome you very warmly to this event here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth, for those warm words. Well, our first session then this evening, the art and science of mind management. This session is sponsored by Monkey Fi. In a world of relentless change and external chaos, the mind is the ultimate battleground. This session explores how mastering the mind through Vedic wisdom and modern neuroscience can enhance decision-making, resilience, and also leadership effectiveness and in the turbulent times that we are living in. I'd like to now invite on stage our very special guest this evening, Swami Gaur Gopal Das, personal coach, monk, author, lifestyle and motivational strategist, to please join me on stage for our first session this evening. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. Swamiji, thank you so much for kickstarting this evening for us. You know, mind management is often talked about, but I want to begin by understanding from you, why do you think it is extremely important to manage the minds, and how can we do that effectively in today's day and age?
First of all, a very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, first of all. Doesn't look like you're very happy seeing me, guys. A very good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, sounds great now. It's a great privilege, pleasure, and honor to be here at the BT Mindrush. And I remember coming here, I think 2 years back, for the 11th edition, I think, and always been a pleasure. My gratitude to Business Today for having me over again, to Mr. Puri, the BT team, all the dignitaries in the audience, and of course, all the guests here. And my congratulations to all those who will win the award this evening as well. But coming to the question, Sakshi, about why is the mind so critical and why is the mind so important in the world today? Everything that we do, all the decisions that we make are very critically and importantly based upon the stability and the calmness of our mind. Whether it's a business decision or a personal decision, without clarity, it's very hard to see the way ahead. If you see a lake, and if that lake is all churned up and it's completely turbulent, you cannot see what is at the bottom of the lake with clarity. We allow the water of the lake to settle down. And once the water settles down, there is clarity. Once there is clarity, that's when our decisions and actions are properly aligned. Which is exactly why I feel mind is a very critical component that needs to be dealt with. In a world that, I love the title Vucanomics. I looked up on an AI engine if there was a word like this existing. VUCA exists, but Vucanomics is a BTIP looks like. And we live in a world which is so volatile, and the volatility comes from the change. The change is so rapid, so quick, and the change is so unpredictable. It's quite fast, quite unpredictable. To keep up with that change, to have the agility, to have the adaptability is not as easy. Then there is that is the uncertainty in the VUCA, right? And the uncertainty is about the present. The uncertainty is about the future. And why does that uncertainty come? Because there is complexity. And the complexity comes from the fact that there are so many interconnected parts. Today in a global economy, there are so many interconnected parts. There are so many variables in this complex equation. So no matter how much I want to do things on my own, there are elements that are influencing me. The economics today, the financial condition today, the markets today. Because of being a coupled economy, it's going to affect us, this tremendous amount of complexity. And that complexity leads to a lot of ambiguity, right? Ambiguity because there are multiple opinions and multiple interpretations of a fact. So many interpretations. The media is giving their interpretations, thought leaders are giving their interpretations, influencers are sharing their interpretations, and in a vast array of opinions and interpretations, what is the truth? What is the fact? Becomes extremely ambiguous. So to be able to navigate this VUCA world with its volatility, with its uncertainty, with its complexity, with its ambiguity, I think needs a lot of mental and emotional resilience, which is exactly why the mind is important. Look, you can have a strategy to navigate through the turmoil. But if you don't have the inner strength, the grit, the fortitude, and the mental and emotional resilience to navigate through that turmoil, it's hard. So we need strategy, but we need perspective. You can have the right strategy in place, but if you don't have the right perspective, the strategy is just there. So I do feel that the mind is very critical because inner strength, resilience, grit, fortitude matters a lot in executing that strategy. And it's not just the leaders. It's about the people whom they lead as well.
Absolutely. So mastering the mind perhaps more important than mastering the world, or at least it should come before that. You have also often talked about, servant leadership. So I want to understand, how will this aspect really help create great leaders of the future?
Right. I think when it comes to servant leadership, I just can't get the hang of when is it that leadership got related to power and authority. Leadership was always a matter of service and responsibility. When there is service and responsibility, power and authority automatically comes. But when people have authority and power without service and responsibility, the people whom they lead do not see them as an icon, as a role model, and naturally people cut corners in the vision that a leader has given to them. Sadly, leadership has become so selfish. There was a leader of a company. He came in a very fancy car, new car, and his subordinate opened the door of the car and said, "Sir, new car, fantastic, huh? Incredible car." The boss said, "If you work hard like 18 hours a day, if you work hard like 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year round, next year, I will have a better than this." So the point now is, it's all about exploitation and gaining it for myself. So power, authority, exploitation, resources, my growth. Responsibility, service, space, time, your growth. Servant leadership takes into account the people whom we lead. Authoritative leadership takes into account my own self at all times. And which is why I feel when we look at servant leadership, when you take responsibility, when you care for people, Richard Branson said something beautiful. He said, you should train your people so well, that they can leave you. But you should treat your people so well that they don't want to leave you. Training empowers people, but treatment retains people. In a world where it's so hard to retain good talent, in a world which it's so hard to retain good intentioned individuals, treatment, care, empathy, compassion, growth, responsibility comes to the forefront. You don't retain people simply by giving them perks. There's a book called Drive by Daniel Pink. And in this book, Daniel Pink says that after a while, returns and monetary compensation stops driving people. The title of the book is Drive. Workplace ethics, a sense of responsibility, opportunities to grow, a sense of purpose. Every human being needs those things to be anchored to. And when one gets that, that's when a person wants to stay. Which is exactly why servant leadership shifts the focus to people, to the people whom we lead. Servant leadership shifts the focus to the drive, which is more than monetary compensation, which is more than perks, which is more than financial rewards. It's a matter of growth, it's a matter of learning, it's a matter of treatment, it's a matter of responsibility, and it's a matter of purpose and contribution. And with Gen Z, if you're leading Gen Z, hashtag purpose seems to be like the word that they look at a lot.
Absolutely. So Swamiji, you did mention, about an 18-hour every day. There has been this ongoing debate where corporates are more and more vouching for you need to work for 70 hours a week or 90 hours per week. There's this lot of debate, and I'm sure all the organizations here are also identifying their stands as to how should they be going forward, because there is this thought process as if India needs to be the world leader, we have to work as much, and they're pushing employees. Which side of the debate would you be on, and how would you look at this debate?
Can I recite a quick Hindi poem if that's fine?
Absolutely. Pleasure.
परेशान थी पप्पू की वाइफ. Sorry about that. परेशान थी पप्पू की वाइफ क्योंकि नॉन हैपनिंग थी उसकी लाइफ. पप्पू करता था दिन भर काम ही काम, उसको कभी भी नहीं मिलता था आराम. पप्पू के बॉस भी थे बड़े ही कूल. प्रमोशन को हर बार कन्वीनियंटली जाते थे भूल. काम तो करवाते थे अप अंटिल 9, कभी नहीं भूलते थे वो डेडलाइन. पप्पू भी बनना चाहता था बेस्ट, इसीलिए वो नहीं करता था रेस्ट. दिन रात करता था बॉस की गुलामी, अप्रेजल की उम्मीद में करता था सलामी. दिन गुजरे और फिर गुजरे कुछ साल, बुरा होता गया पप्पू का हाल. पप्पू को भी कुछ याद नहीं रहता था, गलती से बीवी को बहन जी कहता था. एक दिन पप्पू को समझ आया और छोड़ दी उसने प्रमोशन की मोह माया. बॉस को बोला यूं क्यों सताते हो, अप्रेजल का लड्डू दिखा के उल्लू क्यों बनाते हो. प्रमोशन दो वरना चला जाऊंगा, अप्रेजल देने पर भी वापस नहीं आऊंगा. बॉस हंसकर बोले कोई नहीं कोई बात, अभी और भी पप्पूज है मेरे पास. ये दुनिया पप्पुओं की बनी है, सबको बस आगे बढ़ने की पड़ी है. तुम नहीं तो किसी और से कराऊंगा, तुम्हारी तरह एक और पप्पू बनाऊंगा. राइट. द वर्ल्ड ऑफ पप्पूज. राइट. माय अपॉलजीज फॉर दैट वन. द वर्ल्ड ऑफ पप्पूज. सो माय पॉइंट इज, if somebody can work day and night 24/7, who am I to stop that? If somebody has that work ethic and somebody believes in that ideology, who are we to stop that? We live in a free world. We live in a world with free ideologies. We live in a world with free thinking. If somebody believes in toiling day and night to achieve a certain goal, who are we to stop that, right? Now, to make that ideology into the thing could then be looking at a non-stop burnout on the people we lead. What we were talking about just now was servant leadership. And when we are talking about the servant leadership, we are talking about well-being of our employees and the people whom we lead. When we talk about well-being, we talk about professional and financial well-being for sure. Trust me, today people are professionally skilled. I'm sorry to say they're not professionally well. There's a difference between being professionally skilled and doing professionally, really going to the heights of your professional careers, but they don't feel well. Professional well-being, we talk about emotional well-being, we talk about spiritual well-being, we talk about mental well-being, we talk about physical well-being. Who is there to talk about professional well-being? Where a servant leader is creating a work ethic, a work ethos, which is concerned about the well-being of the people we lead professionally, financially, mentally, emotionally. Imagine a person who's a wreck. If somebody can take those long working hours and stay focused and stable, fantastic. Does everybody have that tenacity? Does everybody have that capacity? Does everybody have that bandwidth? Is an important question mark, right? So do the people whom we lead not also have the freedom, the liberty in a world and in a nation to live the life they want? I feel one of the biggest issues in the corporate world today is burnout. Massive burnout. When you just keep working without caring for your own self, you're pouring from an empty cup, man. You're pouring from an empty jar. How long will you keep pouring? There's a limit to how much a human being can give. The human body has a limitation. The human mind has a limitation. We can give rest to our bodies by trying and squeezing in some 3, 4, 5 hours of sleep a day. Will we be able to give our minds that rest? And imagine a guy who's totally worked up, stressed, burnt out coming to work. What is the level of productivity? What is the level of efficiency? What is the level of effectiveness? So even look at it from the productivity, effectiveness, and efficiency point of view. The mind needs rest. The mind needs a break. People need love. People need to spend time with their loved ones. People need to spend time doing what they love. People need to spend time taking a break. People need to spend time working on their minds, their emotions, their internal selves, their physical fitness. Then when they come back, the contribution is at its peak. So I think, I used to quote this sher by Bashar. He used to say, उन्हें कामयाबी में सुकून नजर आया, उन्हें कामयाबी में सुकून नजर आया तो वो दौड़ते गए. उन्हें कामयाबी में सुकून नजर आया तो वो दौड़ते गए. हमें सुकून में कामयाबी नजर आई तो हम ठहर गए.
Very well said.
You have a कामयाबी in सुकून and you have a सुकून in कामयाबी, right? So can we do without कामयाबी? No. You have to run. You have to chase. You have to hustle. You have to give your 200%. There's no debating that. But while doing that, if you don't find kamyabi in sukoon, right, you're finding sukoon in kamyabi, but if you don't find kamyabi in sukoon, that sitting still, that ability to unwind, that ability to be able to, I'll tell you, I want to ask I would love to take the statistic, how many corporates who work 16, 18 hours a day actually get deep sleep? Actually are well rested? How many people actually rest well? When they wake up, do they really wake up fresh? Do they really wake up completely energized? Do they really wake up saying, I want to look forward to that session at work? Or do they wake up like a zombie saying, another day, another deadline, another guy who's engaging in some politics against me there, another place where I have to give in 18 hours a day? Imagine the level of involvement and engagement in work, madam. Dipping down. And which is exactly why I don't think it's about 70 hours or I don't think it's about 17 hours. It's about finding that right kind of balance. Going on either extremes is dangerous. Spiritual leaders will promote shanti, peace, unwind, energize, sleep, take it easy. And who hustles then? And hustlers will promote hustle, run, keep going. And who cares care of your own self? Finding that balance is an individual responsibility. There'll be theories, there'll be ideologies, there'll be multiple things that are being promoted. You need to listen to your own voice. In this whole world that's drowning in so much noise, we are forgetting to listen to our voice. And therefore it's critical. Don't let the opinion and the noise of others drown us. There was a guy who was selling fish on the side of a road. He had a board there was written, "Fresh fish sold here." One guy came and said, "We can see it's fresh. Rub the fresh." So he rubbed the fresh. It said, "Fish sold here." Another guy came and said, "We know you're selling fish, not tomatoes. Rub the fish." So he rubbed the fish. Now it was sold here. A guy came and said, "You're sitting in the marketplace. You're not giving it out for free, right? Rub the sole." So he rubbed the sole. It was only here left now. A schoolboy came and said, "We can see you sitting here, not there. Rub the here." He rubbed the here. The board was empty. A guy came and said, "Pagal hai tu? Board khali hai, kuch likhta kyun nahi?" Right. There'll always be somebody who's going to say something, guys. The noise of the world's opinions is what creates ambiguity. Take what's best, but listen to your mind, your needs, your system, and chalk your way.
So how do the organizations and corporate leaders today prepare themselves for all the uncertainties that you began by talking about, businesses uncertainties, policy uncertainties, technology uncertainties as well? How do we prep to take on the world which is constantly changing?
Right. Thank you for that question. You can't change facts, can we? Facts are the way they are. The markets are the way they are today. Decisions made in some place influence us here, influence our markets, our personal lives, and the lives of people whom we lead in ways that we feel absolutely helpless. This is a point in time where a lot of people are feeling absolutely helpless for no fault of theirs. Now, there's a fact, but there's a way to look at that fact. Let me tell you a story from World War II. There was a gentleman who was taken to the concentration camp in Poland, Auschwitz. And when he reached the concentration camp, his family was brought. 3 of his family, his wife and kids, were killed in the concentration camp. This man would have been the next. The fact is, you're in the middle of absolute chaos and mayhem. You could be the next. You could be the next sacrificial guy on the altar of sacrifice. Everybody around there was looking at the fact that they could be killed and people are being killed, but they were looking at it through the lens of emotion. And when you look at it from the lens of emotion, you have a fact. You look at it through the lens of emotion. The emotion is what? Frustration. Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening around the world? Based on what you look at it from, you start telling stories in your head. Hitler's a terrible guy. I have been a God-minded person. Why is God doing this to me? Why is life treating me this way? The stories we tell. And based on the stories we tell, we have a certain feeling and experience. Annoyance, anger, depression, frustration. And based on the feelings we have, we act or make decisions which are self-destructive. There was a gentleman who was brought there, because 3 of his family members were killed. He saw the same fact. But he saw the fact not through a lens of emotion that why is this happening to me? He saw that fact through the lens of rational thinking. What can I do about it? Why has a lot of times not many satisfactory answers. What has a lot of satisfactory answers. As soon as he said, what can I do about it? He changed the stories in his head. Let me see what can I do. I want to get out of here. Everybody wants to get out of this mess currently. Everybody wants to deal with this Vucanomics, the VUCA world. He decided, Based on the stories he told himself, his feeling was motivation, inspiration. He felt empowered. I need to act. And in this mayhem, he saw opportunity. Every single day, there was a truck that would come to pile dead bodies up and take them away. He kept noting the entire pattern. And one day when they came to take these dead bodies, he laid down there like a dead body, practically breathless, with very shallow breath. When the guy came there, he was lying there in stinking dead bodies. When the people came there to pick him up, he skipped a heartbeat. What if they get to know that I'm still alive? He stopped his breath further. They picked him up, dumped him on the truck, and guess what? He ran away to freedom, which is exactly why facts should not be seen through a lens of emotion. Yes, we are human beings. Yes, we have emotions. When the markets go down, we have anger, we have frustration, we feel lost, there's uncertainty, we don't know when things are changing, we feel helpless, and we are all going to go through this. But to change it to a lens of rational thinking makes us feel empowered. And what rational thinking is about? Look at statistics in the history. COVID, the 2008 recession. We bounced back.
Yeah.
What says that we won't bounce back again? What says that we won't bounce back again, right? And therefore, Ghalib said something very interesting. He said, Guzar jayega ye daur bhi Ghalib, Guzar jayega ye daur bhi Ghalib, zara itminan to rakh. Jahan khushi hi nahi thehri, wahan gam ki kya auqat hai, right? This time will pass. It has passed in the past. Why will this not go? Lens of wisdom, lens of objectivity. First S is statistics. Second S is your scoreboard. Look into your past and look at your own score of how many challenges have you handled before. So many challenges came to you. You came out of it. What tells you that you won't come out of this one? Statistics, scoreboard. The third S is strategy. Looking at what are the controllables. There are a lot of uncontrollables in my hand and I can do nothing about it. It's like beating my head against the wall. The wall won't move. I'll hit my head. Looking at what is controllable is strategic. The fourth S is support. Seeking support from wise guides. Seeking support from mentors. Seeking support, emotional support from loved ones to pass through this phase. The fifth S is strengthening our purpose. Viktor Frankl in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, says that people who survived the concentration camp either focused on some loved one and they fought it back, or they focused on a goal to be achieved and fought it back, or they focused on a sense of duty and fought it back. It was purpose that kept them alive, strengthening your purpose. And last but not the least, the sixth S is spirituality, mindfulness, meditation, to calm down our mind so we move from the lens of emotion to the lens of rational and wisdom thinking.
Fantastic. 5 S's there. We can continue to go on listening to you and it doesn't feel like the time is passing at all. But the time's up. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Swamiji.
very
It's been
much.
an absolute
Thank you.
pleasure and
Thank you.
honor to be
Thank you,
speaking
Sakshi.
to you. I'm sure a lot of us will be taking back a lot of lessons. I want you to be here with us. And meanwhile, I'll request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO of India Today, to please come up on stage and felicitate Swamiji with the token of appreciation. If you could please get that on stage as well. Thank you so much, Swamiji. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It definitely calls for a huge round of applause, what you've just heard. A very, very enlightened session like there. Moving on to our next session, Beyond the Bull and Bear. The future of money. In a world where markets are shaped by disruption, volatility and rapid technological shifts, navigating the investment landscape requires a new approach. This session will deep dive into the evolving forces driving financial markets, offering insights on risk, opportunity and future of wealth creation. Let us please welcome on stage Mr. Ashish Chauhan, MD and CEO of NSE India. And to take this conversation forward, I'm welcoming editor of Business Today, Mr. Siddharth Zorabi. Warm welcome.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much for being here with us. Ashish ji, this week's been pretty decent for the markets after many days and weeks of pain. In fact, perhaps the best week in 4 years. But this is not a question with a market, a guru kind of approach in mind. The rise of the equity cult in India is now undeniable. And I don't know how many people here in the audience know that the National Stock Exchange is present nearly in every pin code of this country. Now, it could be because they want to be there, but it's also obviously on account of the fact that they have to service a market where almost everyone is doing something in the Indian equity market. What explains this? Is this a fundamental shift in approach towards markets, towards equity investing in India?
Thank you, Siddharth, and thank you for calling me. In some ways, it can be answered in many ways, but currently, as you rightly said, we have more than 19,300 or 400 pin codes in India, and we are not there in 28 pin codes. And most of those pin codes are now airports, where you can't be staying full day normally, and so I can't do KYC for you. So effectively, it's there. And why this has happened? It's kind of interesting because I have been there for last 34 years in this business of running markets. When I joined in 91, 92, there were around 1 million people investing in stock markets, unique individuals. 10 lakh. Today, there are 11 crore unique investors. That is literally 110 times more people. And that is something which I have seen with my own eyes. Why do people invest in stocks? And what is investment in stock? There is a theory in economics which says that low per capita income countries do not have good capital markets, good equities market. Why? Because poor people cannot save. And if they save, they don't trust even their brothers. How will a person sitting in Srinagar or Dibrugarh or Jorhat will put her hard saved, not hard earned, but hard saved, 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees into somebody running a company in Salem, in Tamil Nadu, which she is never going to visit. But she has that complete confidence that that entrepreneur who she is putting her money in has made her a partner. And he is going to work completely, fully for her. So whatever business profits come, that small little fraction of that profit which she owns as a share will come back to her. It's such a great leap of faith on her behalf to be investing that 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees, sitting away 2,000 kilometers, not knowing the promoters, not knowing entrepreneurs. And for me, that is what I call the trust. Trust of whom? Trust of ordinary Indians, that poor Indians, into other poor entrepreneurs. Of course, I can see some rich entrepreneurs also sitting here. But it's for me, in 78 years of independence, right, 1947 and 2025, 78 years of independence, what have we earned as a nation? For me, we have earned trust by our entrepreneurs of our people. I think that is the statement that is coming out. And 11 crore, it may look like a very small fraction of India's population. It is not, because 11 crore people is actually 8.5 crore households. India has give and take 35 crore households. So almost 1/4, between 22 to 23% of all households in India now directly invest, either through mutual funds or into stocks. sort of investing into trust markets. Prices may go up, prices may go down. So that is one explanation, that our entrepreneurs have generated that trust. Of course, our parliament needs to be applauded, our judiciary, our regulators, our exchanges, but the relationship of trust is between the entrepreneur and the investor, right? And that's for me a great statement. It's where in what we call equity cult. Today, our 22% of people investing is larger in percentage compared to even France or Germany or other developed markets. And that is telling you that Indians are more trusting of their entrepreneurs than those developed, so-called developed countries. And that is, I think, what is the statement that comes out.
It's an important point about trust and entrepreneurship, and we could separately debate about whether the system in India, especially the regulatory and bureaucratic system, trusts our entrepreneurs. But I'll leave that for later. How much of a role has technology, the ease of access, digitalization had in the rise of the equity cult, from an era where you had to fill forms to now being able to do it virtually in seconds on multiple apps? How much has technology played a role? And you yourself are a technologist, therefore that question to you.
For me, the technology changes everything. Technology is the only change that happens in the world. The rest of the world actually dances and surrounds it. And all the changes happen are primarily due to and only due to technology. There is no other change that happens in the human societies. And the stock markets in India are like primordial reason of bringing information technology into India. We had billionaires happening after 98, 2000 and all in Y2K world. Now we call it VUCA, but basically 92, 93 when NSE was conceptualized, there were not too many computers in India. Telephone lines used to take 5 years to come to your house, and if you have to make it work, you have to pay a lot of bribe to the bridesman. You might recall the linesmen were the largest dowry seekers in those days, right? And so in those days, the policymakers visualized an exchange which would be completely automated, screen-based. There was no screen-based trading in the world. I mean, NASDAQ is considered screen-based those days, but it was actually screen where you get the quotes, and then if you had to trade, you had to actually call people on the other side who had placed the quote. So there was no screen-based order matching system, but our visionaries of policymakers, they decided that you will set up an automated exchange, and we were actually, when I was part of implementing that, and we said, how will we implement when we don't even have telephone lines? And that's where we decided to move on satellite, because satellites were there, we were not using. And that's how a completely in-your-face use of IT happened with setting up of NSE in 1994. Anywhere in India, you could get a response time in less than 2 seconds. And that was the information technology that slowly seeped into India. It was the first public digital infrastructure of India. It was the first fintech of India. It's still the largest fintech of India. But more importantly, it was also the mother of IT. Of course, later on, billionaires started writing books and they became wise people, because billions, when you get, you become wise. But otherwise, it happened, it started with NSE, right? And for me, on the other side, the stock markets actually brought that transparency which was lacking on floor, because floor could handle only 1,000 people at a time, maximum. And this allowed millions of people to see it on screens first and then on their mobile. And I think I recall vividly in 2014 when Mr. Modi became Prime Minister, India had 16 million, that is 1.6 crore investors. When COVID started, we had around 25 million, that is 2.5 crore investors. And then in last 5 years, now we have 11 crore investors, almost 4 times before COVID. Why it happened is because of variety of reasons, but marginal cost of servicing an investor has now become a zero. Otherwise, you have to go to, say, Ladakh and attract investors. You have to set up a branch, which was true with banks also. And that's why banks could not reach, right? That's how Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, through mobile, reached out. And then when the COVID happened, the physical KYC was removed by SEBI, saying that now that you can't reach people's houses, go personally to check their incomes and other things. You can do KYC on video. So video KYC is what allowed all our brokers to move out into the hinterland and sort of get people to invest. Of course, returns on the stock markets were much higher than what you would get on the fixed deposits, and that's where also people came in. But there are many, many reasons, but one is the cost of new investor coming down from anywhere in the world, I mean anywhere in the country, came down close to zero, and the video KYC allowed to do it much faster, and that's where we could gather all those investors. And today I have 11 crore unique investors, but literally 21.5 crore accounts. Each, pretty much every investor on an average is getting almost 2 accounts, like everyone is getting 2 SIM cards. So that's how it's happening.
That's a very detailed explanation of how market have evolved, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. Is there a flip side to it, Ashish, in the sense that has this ease of access, ease of selling and purchase also increased risk taking? Has it led to irresponsible behavior or greed, which is fundamental to markets, where a lot of people, without realizing the complexities of the market, the uncertainties with regard to returns, and this whole F&O boom, where a lot of people have been hit. There are several studies which say that very few retail investors actually make money. Is the ease of access actually responsible for that as well?
I think there are many facts, and then there are many analyses, as I think Gaur Prabhu said, right? And everyone has a view based on where they are looking at the elephant. Because we are all blind men describing elephant wherever we touch. That is how it works. So to give you a perspective, in last 3 years, despite market now going down, Indian investors, that is the retail investors, not the promoters of the companies who own around almost 50% of India's capital markets, the retail investors have made 40 lakh crore rupees after cutting for derivatives losses. There are 11 crore investors. Around today, 25 to 30 lakh investors trade in derivatives once a month, which is around 2% of the investors and some percent of the total population, right? Out of those people who are trading in derivatives at least once, 88% also invest in equities. So it's that probably they are making money in equities. They might be losing money in derivatives. Like you buy health care, right? Health insurance, and you don't fall ill in the year. Is your health insurance a loss for you? Right? And so for me, many, many questions come in our minds. But effectively, there is a possibility that when things become easy, you overdo it. There is a possibility that the greed is uncontrollable. And that's why the SEBI has also taken steps to ensure that the derivatives are kind of kept out of the reach of small investors who may not be aware of those details and the leverage which plays there, the risks that come out. And those kind of actions which will keep on happening, exchanges will continue to support that, because ultimately their job is to not promote only trading for the sake of it, but channelize the savings of the economy into productive capital. And so there will be actions that will be taken, even if small portion of the market is suffering, still the policymakers, because this is like a sacred place, right? If you do something on Dream 11, you will not be asking that question, right? If you do it in crypto, nobody asks this question. But stock markets get asked this question because they are sacred places for wealth creation, for job creation. And that's where many times the participants may feel that the regulators take very tough decisions, but they are for their own good, right? So again, last 30 years, 34 years of my career, I've seen the tougher decisions the regulators have taken in reducing speculation, reducing trading, or increasing margins and other things. They've actually increased comfort of more investors. That's what has brought in more investors back. So effectively, last thing I would say is, when something becomes easy, you do it more. That doesn't mean it is wrong. So when the washing machines came, people thought the ladies will spend less time washing clothes because it will become now easy to wash clothes. You know what happened? They started washing more clothes. And that's what happens when things become easy. But that is not necessarily it is bad, right? Because now you get cleaner houses, at least within the house. Outside you might have more pollution, but inside you have cleaner clothes and houses and stuff like that. That's what finally, there will be more other issues come up and we'll have to keep on solving them as they come.
Do you think the objectives behind the curbs that the regulator, the Stock Exchange Board of India, imposed on derivatives, whether they have achieved the objective that they were meant to?
Broadly, I think everything is a work in process, you know. So today, I think their first measures started getting implemented around October, November. Today we are sitting in March after 6 months. April 1, some more measures are coming. Some more measures are being thought about. So effectively, the volumes in terms of the number of contracts has gone down by 50-60%, but the premium traded also has gone down by 25-30%. And that was the purpose, that they wanted to break the momentum that the sort of perceived sort of options trading was getting. And now I think that momentum has been broken. People are also coming to their senses. And our perspective has been that if you don't know the instrument, don't touch it. So especially for retail investors, derivatives is not the place to be in. They increase the lot size, they increase the margins. Now even intraday margins are going to change. But effectively, similarly, don't believe in tips, don't believe in this discussions that happen on television about stop loss and all. Because if somebody is sitting like me and you ask me saying, what will happen to this stock? And I say, no, it will go up. Do you think I really mean good for you? I am probably selling that. That's why you want me to, I want you to buy, right? So effectively take this as entertainment rather than some sort of an advice when it comes out of the pop circuits or messages or WhatsApp or something.
So since you mentioned television, I want to ask you, what about these so-called influencers on all manner of social media platforms, not regulated, outside the reach of most people? We don't know who they are, what they are up to, yet they proliferate. So it's interesting you spoke about television, but what about those people? Aren't they also equally responsible?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's television is because you're sitting in front of me, but otherwise influencers are equally, and many of them are irresponsible. And what is the difference between a television or an influencer now? Everyone has the same loudspeaker, right? And so people there is a lot of noise and very little signal, right? And at the same time to say that influencers are bad, but we are regulated so we can do it. That is where I also think there has to be some sort of a balance to be maintained, that people who are traditional mediums, do they still have to do it? Or only influencers have to be blamed, and those kind of things.
Is it time for SEBI to sort of relook some of its positions, you know, because April is going to be a very interesting time for our markets, not only because of the other steps that are supposed to come into effect from the 1st of April. On 2nd April, by all reckoning, we will see reciprocal tariffs hit many parts of the world, from the United States, perhaps India as well, although there is a meeting that might help us prevent that. Is it therefore time for SEBI to sort of step back and perhaps pause, given what's happened in the markets, Mr. Chauhan?
Broadly, I think SEBI has, all the measures relating to derivatives have happened. You can see over the last few days some other measures which have slowed down a little. At the same time, what you can predict, that is the reciprocal tariff or anything, is already priced into the stocks. What is unknown? See, there are, I think in Dick Cheney or somebody who said that, you know, there are known knowns and there are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. Stock market takes care in everyday pricing, index and other things, the known knowns, and then known unknowns, that is your reciprocal tariff. What sort of jars people is the unknown unknown, that was not even thought, and that is where I think again COVID was mentioned, which was in a way unknown, right? And so that is where, and even Trump's reciprocal tariff, when it was spoken, it was unknown. Now, in last 2 months, it has become known unknown, right?
Absolutely. It's perhaps also been digested to some extent. Exchanges like yours enable access. It allows entrepreneurs to raise capital from the markets. Equally, we have seen in the past few years the age of the IPO. We have had massive IPOs. Many more are in the pipeline. I want to ask you, what is your sense about 2025, the rest of the year, in terms of IPOs? Will the IPO gravy train continue to chug along?
No, the markets have been consistently good over last 2-3 years, and that's where when markets are good, the volumes go up, IPOs come in. Last 6 months, markets have not been good, and so the IPOs have become less in number, but still, there is enough and more momentum available. So we see a lot of activity currently also happening in the IPO space. Lot more prospectuses are being planned and filed and other things. It's just that most of them will also wait for the opportune time, which is when the market is on an upswing. And so you might see a little here and there going forward, depending on how the market behaves over the next few months.
Mr. Chauhan, I want you to spend a minute to speak to a general audience regarding this issue that we have seen about loss-making companies hitting the markets, raising a lot of money because investors perhaps have a fear of missing out. And there are people who say that perhaps the system, the regulator, the exchanges need to make investors better aware of the risks. Do you think enough is being done to prevent this FOMO driving people like a herd into certain questionable investments?
There are, again, several aspects to it. Some of you are old, will recall there was a controller of capital issues, which used to not only say which company will go to the IPO, but also decide what premium to charge, right? And I think I recall one company called Tata Timken. There were queues outside in 93 or something, or 92, and there were literally millions of applications that came. And then the prices went down after it started because the company didn't do well. So a lot of backlash came saying controller of capital issues doesn't know anything, and we need to have from a prescription-based system to a disclosure-based system. So that's how the rest of the world has gone, that how a bureaucrat sitting there or an exchange official like me who has never made money, that's why he's working in a stock exchange. If I was smart, I would be working in actually as a market guru, right? So whatever I tell, especially on stocks, don't take it seriously. But basically, that's where we went to the disclosure-based system. And now everyone has got an idea that if I invest in an IPO, somehow I have to get a great return. Now, in the framework of the markets is that some portion of the market companies will go up, some of them will go down. So there is no guarantee that the IPO, when it's listed, it will always list at a premium. At the same time, the other aspect of it, that loss-making companies are coming, they are two what I call independent issues. Even profit-making companies, IPOs may go down because the price was much higher than what the profits can sustain, right? So, like a Mercedes is a good car, but at 100 crore rupees, it may not be a good car. And similarly, a good company may not be good at all prices, so it may go down even if it's a profit-making company. But why loss-making companies come to the markets and why people actually subscribe to them? One is the FOMO part, fear of missing out. But other is actually that some of those loss-making companies may have a great potential future, or at least people perceive that way. So for me, like Amazon.com, that is an American company, Jeff Bezos, it was loss-making for 20 years plus of its listed life, not only unlisted life. And today it's a highly profit-making company. Probably it had some bad quarters also recently, but broadly it's a highly profit-making. So it's not necessary that people look at today's profit or losses and try to invest. There are people who are able to predict future, and sometimes they are wrong. But broadly, awareness about what can go wrong, that there is no license to make money just by putting your orders into IPO. That is what we need to actually make people more aware.
Okay, in the little time that we have left for us, I want to ask you, since we're talking about IPOs, what about NSE's IPOs? We seem to be getting hints that things are moving along. Can you tell us whether there will be a Diwali Dhamaka IPO from the National Stock Exchange?
We have not got the news, but आप जो बोल रहे हो सही है तो आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर.
Okay, one final quick answer. The battle between FIIs and domestic institutional investors, it's not actually a battle, it's just stock picking. But FIIs have been pulling out a substantial amount of money. Recently, the trend seems to be slightly tapering off. What's your own sense about it?
Broadly, everyone, either retail investor or foreigners, they are there to make money, right? And if foreigners have ability to also make money out of other markets, which Indian investors don't have, right? So sometimes if they find some opportunities in other markets, they may take back the money from a particular market. But broadly, when interest rates in a main market, which is US, went up over last 1 year, many people borrow money and come into other markets. And that's when the interest rates go up, the cost of investing goes up because every day that meter of borrowing goes up. And so they start taking out the money, and that's what happens many times. Second part is when the Donald Trump, it became slightly clearer by around November, like October, November, that is coming. There was a worry about the US trade deficit, how it will be funded, because the US is now having $35 trillion of debt on its balance sheet as a government, and they're adding probably $3-4 trillion a year. This year, probably their average cost of government borrowing is now 3.25% as per whatever I know. Today it's running at 4.25 for a 10-year cost. So in a way, people started moving money because the interest rates are higher, and if they're getting in interest in dollars, why would they stay in emerging markets? So all kind of emerging markets started moving out, and that's what we call index-based investments. Nowadays, many fund managers abroad don't invest in specific stocks. They don't have time or even ability. So they invest in, say, MSCI Emerging Market Index, which is India, China, and stuff like that. And so whatever companies are in that index, they put in money in that proportion. And then when they take out money out of China also, India also, and so on and so forth. That's where most of the money went out, was basically largely due to the uncertainty of US's ability to fund its deficits, but also Trump economics and stuff like that. So you have VUCA economics, but I think as Prabhuji said, you might as well call it something else.
Absolutely, and we will see how that plays out. Mr. Chauhan, thank you very much for your time here with us today. A round of applause for Ashish Chauhan of the National Stock Exchange.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan, and thank you so much, Siddharth, for that engaging conversation. Request you both to please be on the stage. I'm now going to be requesting Mr. Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Chauhan. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pose for a photo op, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan. Thank you so much, Siddharth and Alok. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Boardroom to Impact, a Leader's Journey. Leadership is more than just making decisions in the boardroom. It's about driving real impact, shaping industries, and inspiring change. So in today's session, we are going to be delving deeper into the experiences, challenges, and insights that truly define exceptional leadership. And for this session, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Anu Aga, former chairperson of Thermax, a trailblazing business leader known for her transformation leadership at Thermax. To moderate this session, I'd also like to invite on stage back Siddharth Zarabi, editor of Business Today.
A very warm welcome once again. It's not often that I have had the pleasure of getting to talk to someone formally on stage who hung up her boots in corporate life almost 20 years ago and basically has devoted herself to social causes ever since. Since there are lots of people here and many people who are watching us, I want to begin by asking you about your definition of struggle. and how in your own life you dealt with struggle while running a business, raising a family, and basically remaining fit, active, and about Anuvaga.
Thanks, Siddharth. Let me begin by saying, let me give you an idea of my personal life and then professional. By training, I'm a social worker, but destiny took me to the corporate world. I married someone called Rohinton, who was a very bright executive working for multinationals, and my father, who ran a small family business, employed him. When my father decided to retire, Rohinton became the CMD. When he was in his 40s, Rohinton had a massive heart attack, and we were told to take him to England because his heart was very damaged. And there, on the third day, he had a stroke. This brilliant man couldn't recognize us, had forgotten his alphabet, his writing letters, everything. And with determination and grit, he wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D for months and got back everything. This taught me that never believe everything that experts say and have faith in yourself. Because Rohinton not only got back his intellectual strength, wrote a book on business and published it, took a delegation abroad. So when we came back, well-wishers suggested that since it's a private limited company, I should take interest in it, since my children, my mayor, who was about 15, 16, and my son Kurush was about 12. So I joined in the human resource division, worked under a very nurturing person who helped me to grow, and when he decided to leave us after 5 years, I was made the head. So Mayor decided, my daughter Mayor, who is here, decided to marry Feroz, and the two of them were sent to England to turn around a loss-making company, which they did very successfully. My promise to her was that I'll go back and be with her for 6 months when she has her first child. 4 years later, when she delivered, I was with her. When I returned, my husband was delighted to have me back and came to Mumbai to pick me up from Pune. But before he could reach the airport, he died at the age of 60. On the third day of his death, the board said I should be the executive chairperson of Thermex. I was shocked and not at all prepared to take on this responsibility. I was really missing my husband. Plus, I know I'm terrible with finance. I count like this. And I'm terrible with technology. I have no interest. I said, how can I run a technical company? But they said, you will. I had heard of a program called Vipassana. Has anyone been there? One? Okay. So I decided to go and attend it. The 10-day meditation program, which is residential, you are not allowed to speak, read, write. So you go inwards. And I realized that death was absolutely inevitable. We don't know how the speakers will speak. We don't know how the evening will be. But one thing is certain. All of us sitting here and standing will die. It is inevitable. What we don't know is where, how, and why. How it will take place. And I realized that what is inevitable, you can't call it a tragedy. Most people refer to death as tragedy. To me, tragedy is not investing in my growth and not having meaningful relationship with people I care for. So I came back, and I also realized I shouldn't keep comparing myself with my husband and feeling small. I should give out my best. That's all anyone can expect out of me. So I came back charged. Unfortunately, 14 months later, my son Kurush, who was 25, met with an accident and he died. I found my husband's death extremely difficult to deal with, but Kurush had his entire life ahead of him. But thanks to Vipassana, I was able to cope with it. And the second is my family. They were giving me unconditional support and love. So I managed to go through my personal.
A round of applause. Given that you've gone through this, I want you to tell our audience here, if people are having a tough time in their personal life, in their professional life, how should they cope with it? You mentioned Vipassana. Not everyone may be able to do that course, but what would you tell such people?
I would say that most people would like to be God's favorite, and they feel nothing bad should happen to them. They are religious, they give a little, they go to mandir or whatever, so why should this happen to me? Let's accept it that struggle is in everybody's life. You can't escape it. You can learn from it and cope with it. Your coping mechanism would be different. For me, it was Vipassana. For some people, anything else. But one thing, don't keep saying, why me? It has no answer and takes away a lot of your energy. Just accept it and learn to cope with it the best you can.
Okay, acceptance is key to understanding. I want to ask you, you turned around this company, and clearly it was a big achievement and a major task. But why did you step out? You could have stayed there pretty much for many, many years.
Yeah. When the company turned around and we had 4 major transformational processes, at 61, I decided I've done my bit and I want to retire. There were 4 reasons why I decided. One was, I'm from the HR background, and I didn't want my company to go through the trauma which I had gone through. That's one. Secondly, while I had the energy, I wanted to get back to the social sector, where I really belong. And third, I have seen in India, where there is a patriarchal system, men especially holding on to their position till they are in their 80s or even early 90s, and all around them wonder, when will this old man get off? I didn't want to undignify myself and wait for others to want me to leave. These are the reasons.
As you look back at your professional career, is there anything that if you were able to turn the clock back, you would like to change?
Siddharth, I have many things I could do differently, regrets, but nothing about which I feel so guilty that I feel I wish I had done that. I wish. I'm not one of those who keeps saying, I wish. I could. I just live for the moment. Whatever is happening is happening. Of course, few things I wish I had paid a little more importance to finance and technology when I was in HR. But these are minor things, nothing significant. No, I have no major regrets.
No major regrets, and clearly that would be a life well lived if you do not have any major regrets. Let me ask you about philanthropy.
About what?
About giving back to society, about corporate philanthropy, and your own approach to how do you see the whole idea of giving back? If God and your hard work has led you to considerable wealth, in whatever form that you get, if you were to give it back to society for those who might be thinking of this, how would you advise them, Anu Aga, to approach the issue of giving back to society?
Anyone living in India sees hundreds and thousands of problems facing them. And I believe in trusteeship model of Gandhiji, where the wealth you've been given is not only for your personal use, but for the good causes. So when I was the chairperson, we decided to give a small amount way before CSR was made compulsory. That was a very small thing. We also gave 50% of the Thermex dividend to philanthropy as a family, and we spend it on educating the underprivileged, give some to the health sector and animal welfare, small amounts to health and health sector. I really think that if you see, as I said, the poverty around, how do I live with myself knowing that people have no opportunity to study and improve their lot, or have a proper meal, or have a roof over their head? I just feel a little sensitivity would help.
As you look back at the arc of your life, and clearly you've learned so much, gone through so many situations, to what extent did the challenges that you faced change you as a person? I'm trying to draw you out on what you were at the age of 25, 50, and we wish you many, many more decades of good and healthy life. But to what extent did it change you?
I think anyone who says they haven't changed hasn't been a matured human being. Experiences in life make you reflect and change. So I have also changed. I was a young girl, of course, very social conscious about what was happening, but still very happy with my social life, not so much bothered about what was happening in the outside world. But as I grew close to the NGOs, and the two NGOs I'm very close to are Akanksha and Teach for India, I saw the magic education can do to lift a child from poverty and his entire family out of poverty. When I saw the health issues which could be helped through our little bit of giving. My granddaughter is passionate about dogs. So I wasn't at all keen on sharing wealth for the animal kingdom. But I realized with her influence that they also do count. So I think you grow a little more sensitive, little less self-centered, and you say to yourself, but for the grace of God, I could be that person. And it's not all my doing that I'm successful. It's an ovarian lottery. So I think some looking around, reading, looking, introspection helps.
Ms. Aga, before CSR was mandated by law in India, and there was a big debate whether it should happen. Eventually we had a law, and that framework is applicable currently. You've done this before even that's happened. And so many other corporate groups in the country have done a lot of philanthropy all across the country. What would you advise today's boards? And we now have so many startups. These are young people who manage to get very high valuations for their companies and much higher disposable income at a very early age. What would you advise these two cohorts, corporate boards and individual startup founders? How should they approach the issue of CSR and philanthropy?
In a lighter way, I would say contact me and I'll tell them where to give. And there are hundreds of causes where they can give. But genuinely, if you are doing CSR because it's compulsory, there will be one consequence. But if as a company you believe in it, for example, we decided that we have 14 factories in India, and our first duty is to look after the communities around it. So we made a study, and then we started doing that as a first obligation. So I find some of the industries really taking it seriously and doing a great job. Some of them like to do it where they were born, in the village in which they were. But unfortunately, there are a few who do it because they have to. So they wait till end of February, end of March, and then say, where can we get this money? And if they don't spend it, they have to give to the PM's fund. So if that kind of CSR is done, it has one kind of impact. But if you really find out what you are interested or what you want to give and focus on it, it has another impact.
Should there be a mandate? Did you agree with it when it was instituted? And what would you say now?
Earlier, I didn't like it being mandated. But today, seeing the money that is allowed today, I think it's a good thing. We've got used to it. Let's continue.
Let's continue. One final question, and this is to youngsters who are starting out in the workforce, and you perhaps might have heard of the debate that goes on about working hours, work-life balance, the stress of working in large cities, and 70 hours, that became a very infamous statement. Where do you stand on this? How does one draw a balance between work and life?
You know, I'm not happy with the word balance. When I say balance, I think of a rope walker, tightrope walker, and you're always fumbling. Whereas you realize that you have to put in extra hours at work at times, and sometimes you are needed at home. So if you have this balance, in India, I think it's relatively easy because we have so many family members, help at home. So I think my daughter managed so beautifully. Shamelessly, she asked for help when she needed to look after her children, and managed very well. So I don't think you have to balance it. You have to manage it with well-being for yourself and for your company. The company is not going to keep you if you want to have like France is demanding, just a few hours. Yeah.
Well, that's a wonderful answer, a balanced answer, and I request everyone here in the audience to give a round of ovation, standing up for Miss Aga for what she has done all her life. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aga. Can I please request you to stay back on stage, ma'am, just for a moment? And I would like to request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO of India Today Group, to please come up on stage and to felicitate Ms. Aga and present a token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for the standing ovation for Ms. Aga. Thank you so much, ma'am, for those exceptional insights that you've shared on our platform and the amazing stories of grit that you've shared, leadership lessons aplenty. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, Siddharth. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we dive into a crucial conversation on decoding India's path to prosperity. With geopolitical shifts, digital disruption and sustainability transforming the global economies, what are the key drivers for India's growth going to be? This session will uncover India's resilience, evolving investment landscape and strategic policy shifts in the era of rapid change, while exploring the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead of us. Please join me in welcoming our next set of distinguished speakers for this panel. Let us first give a big hand for our speaker, Namita Thapar, Executive Director, MKO Pharmaceuticals and a popular shark. Warm welcome, ma'am. Let's also welcome Mr. Matthew Syriac, Executive Chairman of Florentry Advisors, and also joining in will be Sanjeev Krishan, Chairperson of PwC in India. Sharing this discussion will be Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor, Markets for Business Today. Warm welcome to all of you. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this next one.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to everyone. The panel is very well set. Over the last 4 years or so, each month, India has minted a dollar billionaire. And this is against the backdrop of consistent news items which talk about 80 crore people not being able to afford 2 or 3 decent meals a day. With this background, ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss what prosperity means for a country like us. We are 150 crore people growing rapidly, both in terms of income as well as aspirations. I'll start with you, Namita, first. 20,000 crores as market capitalization, 70% owned by you at MKO Pharma. How do you define prosperity for yourself? And how do you see it for your employees and the wider public at large?
I think I'll quickly divide the question in 3 parts, for me, for the company, and maybe the country. For me, it is if I can sleep with peace of mind, if you have just basics sorted out in your life. It's a miracle what a little bit of money and a little bit of silence and goodness and integrity can do when you sleep at night. You sleep well. For the company, I think it's creating shareholder valuation, because that's what we get paid for. So at the end of the day, you can talk all you want, but if your numbers are not there and if your share price and that retail investor is not happy, it means nothing. So for me, that's prosperity for the company. And for the country, long way to go. So I think the 3 or 4 themes that I really am, it saddens me that a lot needs to be done is inequality in wealth, which keeps getting worse by the day in this country. Education gaps, Anu Auntie is a dear friend and she's doing a lot of work with Teach for India, but the education gap is just terrible. There's 60% people who are not even educated beyond secondary. The third area I would say, because I'm from pharmaceuticals, is it's a sick nation. If you see the 3 A's, the access, awareness, affordability, it's a terrible state of affairs. The NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, is getting worse by the day. So I think there are a lot of these basics that we need to cover if we really want to call ourselves a prosperous nation. Otherwise, it's just all talk.
Okay, fine. Let's expand this discussion and get Sanjeev Krishan into this. You've, sir, over the last 3 decades or so, chronicled how India has changed dramatically, whether it's in the C-suite or the broader economy, as also so many other changes that we've seen over the last 25 years or so. What, according to you, needs to be done? What is the focus that the government should have? How about corporates and what about individuals? Can we do something?
Yeah, well, of course. There's a lot, to be honest. I think as Namita just said, we celebrate our demographics, but education and healthcare are 2 biggest areas which can lift this demographic profile and get it more productive. And I think that's one of the biggest thing to my mind. I think as Namita said, and I cannot agree more, there's a lot to be done. I think for many years, since you said the last 30 years, ever since we globalized, if I may, I think we have taken a long time to appreciate that big can also be good. I think for the longest time we used to celebrate that small is better. I think it's taken us a long time, and when we compare ourselves with our eastern neighbor, I think the message is very, very clear. I mean, I just saw on social media this morning BYD's new factory, which is coming along, which apparently is going to be as large as San Francisco. So the fact that big can also be good and it can create certain efficiencies is something that we have taken a long time. So now there are a lot of incentivization, etc., which is there through PLI schemes, etc. I think unequal outcomes so far. We'll see as to, the jury is out on it. But I think we've taken a long time. And I think the third one, which I'll say to begin with, when you look at the broader ecosystem at this point in time, we have to create capability just by giving, as I would say, just by giving doles or money so that people can get through the short term, which is important, by the way. I'm not saying that because only when you get through the short term can you create long term. But just by putting a little bit more money in the hands of the people without creating their ability to sustain themselves over long periods of time, I think that may be a bit myopic.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to do a very small exercise on your mobile handsets. Search Matthew Syriac and latest shareholdings. One of the biggest beneficiaries of this lovely market rally that we've seen over the last 5 years have been investors such as Matthew and the broad cross-section of people who've made sensible money in markets by investing wisely. What, according to you, Matthew, is the right definition of prosperity? Apparently, in this August audience, you are the best person to answer how to be prosperous from now on.
I don't think so. I am a salaried employee, just left my firm and started a investing business 7 years back or 8 years back now.
And done immensely well.
Yes. So, I had a very unique thought at that point in time, which didn't work out, by the way. I was in private equity and I was quite enamored by public markets. And I said, if you could put together a fund that could invest both in private markets and public, that'll be a great kind of a offering, because there are times when public markets are down, so that you should be able to deploy there. When there are times when, the privates that you invest, markets are roaring, you should be selling. That was the broad concept, but it didn't take off. So my mentor, and he was also a professor, mentor, and also a boss, said, Matthew, you're wasting your time trying to raise a fund. Why don't you put whatever little money you have and start? And this is the time I left Blackstone, and Blackstone offered me to, buy some of the deals that had not worked out. So one of the companies was Gokuldas Exports, which, obviously the firm had worked at it for 10 years. It didn't, it was almost close to bankruptcy. It had 450 crores of debt. It had 30,000 people. And I'm not saying this for the sake of it. I said, this company, if it goes down, it is 30,000 people, which means another 120,000 people. And I said, if there is a way that I can do something, and obviously I managed to get a good deal. This is 2017. We managed to get an excellent CEO to come in and run it. And I give him all the credit. And the business has grown 4 or 5 times from there, highly profitable. Now we have close to 60,000 employees, right? To me, that is prosperity, because 85% of the employees are women employees, right, who are at the bottom of the pyramid, who typically, from a social perspective, probably have a drunk husband or probably a husband who has left the wife and the kids. And, the money put in the hands of those women, that creates a different level of prosperity and impact, from a society, from an education. So that's prosperity to me. I mean, that's one of my, kind of most cherished moments, the success of Gokuldas.
Okay. So, would you like to add something here, ma'am? You also have a listed company, and of course, you are a very busy investor these days. How do you see prosperity across India when you look at, young ones coming with good business plans which require decent funding, and some of them really do immensely well? How has this prosperity changed, this access to capital that we have now in the last 3 or 4 years?
I think what Matthew said is fabulous. Creating jobs is one of the best metrics of prosperity. So like he said, 30,000 employees, 120,000 lives impacted, and then now that going to 60,000 from 30,000. So I think that's a huge metric, and what better example than startups. So I'm very proud to be part of Shark Tank India. It takes 20 days of mine a year, so not a whole lot of time, mostly weekends. Of course, they kill us with 15 hours a day shoot. That's a different story. But if you look at the numbers, in India, there are 120 unicorns, which have a combined market valuation of $350 billion. I think that's fantastic. Right? In the last 1 year alone, if you see the the PEVC funding, it's been about 14 billion. In the last 5 years, it's been 100 billion. So all this is what you would call risk capital, because a lot of these companies, 90% of companies that come to Shark Tank are pre-revenue. We're taking a bet on the industry, on the sector, on the founder. And I think that's what counts, that if more and more people are willing to take those educated and informed bets, that's a very clear path to job creation, which is very needed because, we all keep talking about demographic dividend. And it's a fact that there are 30 million SMEs. And again, I'm sorry, I'm a numbers person, so I tend to rattle numbers. But there are, you're talking about 2/3 of the population being under 35. So if there isn't that amount of job creation and reskilling, that has to go hand in hand, you're going to be in trouble, and there's no P of prosperity anywhere to be seen.
Sanjeev, when you look at the fact that job growth and salary growth has been stagnant in India, job growth and salary growth has been more or less stagnant at the entry level over the last 5 years. You have inflation that's almost troublesome. How do you look at prosperity from the point of view of people who are entering the job market, trying to set themselves up? And this is also an age of automation, age of artificial intelligence, where jobs are simply not there.
Yeah. Well, I think, first of all, I may not agree with what you said. I mean, salaries have been rising. I mean, in fact...
They haven't been rising as fast as profit growth.
Well, that may be true. That may be true. But let me just say that on India's demographics and Indian IT industry, I think we do see some pressures because the cost arbitrage continues to go down. And I would say that that's where the opportunity also is, and it is about skilling ourselves. You said about employment. One of the recent surveys that came across which said that in India, everybody who's employed, 1 out of 2 people is less skilled for the job they already have. And now in the mix is something like AI, etc., which has always been there, but now possibly has been manifesting a little bit more. So in a situation where we are already underskilled for the job we have, there is disruption, further technology disruption that has come in. I think the only thing that we need to be focused on at this point in time is how do we upskill ourselves and stay relevant. Again, Namita just said, I mean, look at the entrepreneurs, those 120 unicorns who have come along, right? I mean, there was something in them that they created, that a challenge that they took, an opportunity that they took, and they've created so much wealth. I'm sure that is one way to go. But for the population at large, who wish to just be working in what is India's strength, whether in factories or in capability centers, global capability centers that India is proud of having, I think the upskilling gap is the one missing. Let me also say that when we talk about something like semiconductors, for instance, we say that okay, we are not part of the value chain, but 25% of the design for chips actually happens in India.
And that's been happening for the last 3 decades.
It has been happening for a long time. But to sustain that, I think we need to focus on upskilling in a very different way, and I think that's where the whole focus on education, sharp education, has to be of a different magnitude.
Matthew, in your case, a lot of money was made because you had concentrated bets, and some of those bets were for a very long period of time. India is investing, and we are financializing our assets in the form of moving away from bank deposits, maybe towards markets. What would be your advice over the next 10 odd years that retailers can do to create, decent wealth by doing the least?
That's a tough one. I don't know. But see, when I look at the opportunities, I'll talk about myself, how I think about it. And I don't know exactly how retailers would be able to participate. If you really look at the investing landscape, I think technology and deep tech is going to be a big part of the value creation from here on. You have the traditional businesses, the brick and mortar businesses. You have the next level of, tech businesses in India, which are what I would call, they're all great businesses, but they are all business model plays, right? You have basically taken business models from different markets, whether it is fintech, consumer tech, services. All of that has been executed well for the Indian market, including our NPCI, the RuPay, and some of the products are essentially creating, the best business model for the Indian market. But I think if you fast forward, let's say 10 years from now, the incremental value created would be actually in deep tech and electronics and semiconductors. And I think, Sanjeev, you mentioned, I was talking to a partner of mine. The statistics are as follows. 30% of chip design talent is in US. 75% of the market value of chip companies are US companies. The second largest chip design capability is India, actually 20%. As you rightly said, Texas Instruments came here in 1980s, actually, 86. Yes. So it's almost 40 years. And every single chip company, semiconductor company, whether it is Japanese, European, US, if not the first, concentration of talent outside their home market, is always India. In fact, for AMD, it's actually India, right? But we have not been able to take advantage of that. So I have this other partner with whom we put together a fund, and he's a very senior, technologist. This is like a year back, and he said, the biggest opportunity is India actually investing in deep tech. I'm not a deep tech person, I don't understand. I took it as an opportunity to learn, understand, and get along with it. So we launched this fund, and fund got done, and he was so right that we are seeing such opportunities, right? And by the way, this gentleman is the new Intel CEO, right? Lip-Bu Tan, right? So he saw this happening in China in 2000. He participated in a big way. He thinks the next real big value creation is going to be, it need not necessarily be semiconductor, but all type of deep tech opportunities. So that's what, I don't know whether, it may be a little bit early for retail investors, but yes, over a period of time, that's an area which one should focus on. That is an area which will create actually prosperity for India, right? Because actually, if you look at, if you read things like the chip wars, from a national security, from a, defense, semiconductor is the core of it. Yes. What was software 20 years back, and that was our first prosperity, kind of first phase for India, right? It's kind of played out, 25 years. I think the next phase of prosperity is going to come from deep tech. That's my view on, where to focus on.
Okay. Namita, you have a manufacturing background, and all of us know that India is the pharmacy of the world. Of course, the Chinese proliferate as far as manufacturing is concerned, but whatever goes inside is made in India as far as medicines are concerned. When you look at from the corporate boardroom point of view, how do you expect the government of India to sort of create a level playing field when it comes to expanding manufacturing and maybe, a trickle-down impact which will have on prosperity?
So the PLI obviously was a step in the right direction. But, there was always this anticipation of China plus one.
Yes.
And it's most relevant for pharma, right? Because all our API, we're still heavily dependent on China. And there were schemes and, incentives to try to change that, but it's not really going to change in the near future. Because there's such a huge gap between the cost at which India would make it, given the infrastructure, regulation, incentives, the overall ecosystem versus what you would get if you got the same API from China, that again, a lot of these things are great on paper, but the execution is far from where it needs to be. So that's a real challenge that I face in the boardroom, that the whole API is something that keeps me awake at night. That's a big challenge. The second part, of course, is, again, like I keep talking about he spoke about deep tech and AI, but there is a threat in terms of the jobs as well. So for us, we feel at some point the regulatory department, a large part of the R&D department will be substituted by AI. But then what happens to those jobs, right? So there are these genuine concerns. Sustainability. We didn't talk about that, but that whole area, that if you want to be globally competitive, that needs to be a big angle, that pharma, again, we're a little behind the curve. And we look at these issues, whether it is API, AI, sustainability, but we've not even scratched the surface in pharma. I think there are other industries which are way ahead of us.
Sanjeev, when you see states competing, you have many states now vying for that $1 trillion GDP that we talk about, and there has been this rollout on Ladli Behna schemes, which tries to sort of, somehow improve prosperity at the real basic level. How do you see these two things working in tandem with each other? States vying desperately to get companies such as Apple, companies such as BYD to set up factories at their end, and at the same time trying to sustain that bottom of the pyramid.
So I think it's, in my mind, it's going to be ease of doing business 2.0. I think in the budget this year, there's already been a remark about getting the states and center to work together. I think it's, when we go to places like Davos, etc., it's wonderful to see many states out there, Indian states, vying for investments and so on and so forth, but effectively replicating the same models, right? I mean, in some ways, people actually wonder as to why so many of them are there and why is there no centralized mechanism to do, to sort of gather investments in the country. So I think one is the coordination between the state and the center, because in a way, the center has proposed a bunch of things. Unfortunately, many of these things have to be disposed at the state level, particularly when it comes to land, labor, environmental approvals, and so on and so forth. The speed there at times could be leaving a lot to be desired, if I may. So I think the coordination has to be of a very different magnitude. Ease of doing business has to be a big focus, and hopefully what announced in the budget will, the committee which has been formed, hopefully that will take care of that. I think I'd like to talk about two specific things, can't specifically talk about Ladli Behna, but let me just say, again, the involvement of women in the workforce, and Matthew just spoke about his example, and I think that's a brilliant example. Simply because if we have more and more of our women into the workforce, just imagine the impact that it has on GDP, for instance, and I think that could be of a very significant magnitude. In fact, Namita spoke about sustainability. Let me say that many of the sustainability startups, and this is on record, many of the sustainability startups have indeed been initiated by women. Yes. In fact, not only that, most of the sustainability investment funds also are being run by women, by the way. So I think, if you just look at it, if we can get greater involvement, and it is a wonderful agenda, politically, socially, economically. And those are the three axes on which I've always been told that you should make any recommendations. So all the recommendations that we make are on those three axes, and it fits in very, very well. So to my mind, I think involvement of more and more women into the workforce will certainly help. And the last thing that I would say is that, when we talk about states and centers, etc., we need to also be, I think what hurts me a little bit is this divide between, certain regions of the country being more developed than the others. Okay. I think that's an area which requires significant incremental focus, because unless there is inclusive development right across India, there could be social issues that might crop up, which might impair India's image in the minds of foreign investors and others as we look into the out years.
Just to add a line, one of the best wealth creators in corporate India is Thermax, run by two ladies here, and I think it was listed in 1996, and it would be a nice 30-35% CAGR over the last 25 years. Yes. Let's, Matthew, get to this part where we've digitized our markets, and as you would know, 35 years ago, we used to physically go into an exchange and trade securities. Now everything is done on a mobile phone. So basically, creating wealth or actually making it work for you has become easier. Has it also got a flip side? When there is so much of trading, so much of quick investments that are happening, which possibly jeopardize long-term wealth creation.
Absolutely. I think public markets are a very treacherous animal, right? So, I have my own personal experience where I feel, the only thing that works is longer term investing. And I have also tried multiple times trying to figure out various strategies. I think despite, a lot of effort, I think you're actually battling, supercomputers and algos, which takes away, combined with significant volatility, takes away a lot of the money from the market. And who pays for it? It's people who are on the other side, right? So I think, having said that, I think Indian population, and I'm talking about particularly in the western part of India, maybe true of other markets as well, people have the tendency to be an active participant in the market. It is that little bit of that, I wouldn't call it gambling, that desire for action. And, maybe it's a little bit of that get quick rich type approach. So I think it is something I think, eventually takes away a lot of the value creation for retail markets and true of even high net worth as well.
So, what advice would you give to a lot of these newbie retailers who are coming into the market over the last 2.5 years to create wealth such as yours? What to do, what not to do?
My point on this is from a retailer's perspective, or rather retail investor's perspective. I think investing is a longer term game. Learning investing is more important than actively participating. So the opportunity because investing is, if you are starting out at 25, you have a 40, 50 year ahead of you. Your opportunity to be in the market and not to be out of market, right? So doing research, learning, taking measured steps, I think is probably a better approach, and building it brick by brick, which is sometimes not very exciting, but that's what I think people should focus on. And I think I'm not against direct investing, right? I think while it is great, people would say mutual funds are experts and you should go through that. I mean, that should be, when you're starting out, maybe 80-90% should be that. But it's good to have, it's part of your life, right? Yes. Investing is, I'm talking about an average person, right? If you're a middle income or even a low to middle income, that's a, thing that adds value, because most of the people, their cash flows are just enough to survive through their, regular life, right? So keeping some money away and building that, nest egg is something important. And having some exposure and, knowledge of direct investing is something that people should have. I just want to add one point, Sanjeev, on the Ladli Ben. Again, I don't want to say anything controversial, but I see states doing it differently, right? There are a set of states, and I come from Kerala, and we have had a Marxist government for several years. The exceptional investment they have done in three things: education. Kerala public schools are so good that a lot of people actually send their children to public school. This is something that started only in the last 10-15 years. And the hospitals are exceptional. The quality of hospital at the cost at which it is delivered is exceptional. And obviously the other thing Kerala government has done very well is poverty elimination. Kerala is one of the few states. So I think what is happening probably in the northern states, and I don't know whether it is about just handing out money to get votes. I think it's more than that. They get so overwhelmed, they're not able to take that money and really execute for the population. If you really take a 10-15 year view, that would create capacity, that would create infrastructure, rather than just giving out money, because you're giving out money to a lot of people. The requirements is very different. You may be giving money to somebody who has a, 100,000 income or maybe 50,000 income. In the way these things are administered, if you have taken that money and created the capacity and kind of built, basic, which is healthcare, education, and some supplementing, food, I think that would have been a much better way to implement. And I think the reason why they are not doing it, they're probably overwhelmed to do it. This is just my hypothesis.
Namita, the final word to you. This is the third term of the present government at the center. Two things that you would expect them to do over the next 3-4 years as far as prosperity and spreading it across India is concerned.
I think the one thing, again, from a pharma perspective, is sometimes there tends to be over-regulation in certain sectors, and I don't think that's always good for the long term. There are also some policy flip-flops. Sometimes an incentive is given and then it's taken away. I mean, if you see the other countries, when an incentive is given, it's kept long-term so that it can have that impact. You can't have a short-term incentive. You can't have policy flip-flops. You can't have over-regulation. And Sanjeev was absolutely right in what he said about ease of doing business. There's many challenges. Especially I have about 70 companies now in my portfolio, Shark Tank. I see the kind of issues they bring to me from a legal regulatory standpoint. It's not easy. I mean, we're a certain scale, MQ now is a very large company. So we have processes and systems in place. But for the ones who are just starting up, it's not easy. So I think a lot more needs to be done in terms of making the ease of business better, not over-regulating, keeping a more long-term outlook, not flip-flopping on policies. If we can really crack that, I think that'll be fabulous. Secondly, for the GDP really to grow at the rate we want, the mix in terms of manufacturing becoming a higher part of the product mix is very important. So yes, PLI has been successful, but I don't think it's reached the level in terms of numbers that we all had expected. So in execution, a lot more needs to be done to get to that, manufacturing being a higher percent of the mix. And then finally, you need a lot more risk capital and public-private partnership from the, between the government and industry. Because the gaps we see between patients and hospital beds, number of nurses coming out, doctors coming out. I mean, I'm talking pharma specific because that's my domain expertise. But there are a lot of gaps. And these can only be taken care of if there's private and public partnership. It's not to the extent that you see globally. So I think these are just 2 or 3 top of the mind things we can work on.
Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panel.
Thank you everyone for that wonderful conversation. Requesting all of you to please be on the stage for a moment as I request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, editor of Business Today, to please be on the stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. And huge round of applause for this wonderful chat that we've just heard. Thank you so much, Ms. Namita Thapar. Thank you so much, Matthew Syriac. Thank you so much, Sanjeev Krishan. And thank you so much, Siddharth and Shell. A photo op. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Risk, Resilience, Returns, the Art of Wealth Creation. We'll explore the strategies behind building lasting wealth in an ever-changing financial landscape. And to share the insights on this, I would like to now invite on stage Mr. Motilal Oswal, Group MD and CEO of Motilal Oswal Financial Services, a pioneer in India's investment ecosystem. Huge round of applause for our next guest to please be on the stage and to lead this discussion forward. Let me welcome on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, editor of Business Today, to take this forward.
Good afternoon once again. Mr. Motilal Oswal is, many of you would perhaps recognize him because of the brand, one of the most famous brokerages in India. But let me say, he's more of a businessman than just a stock picker. And today on the conversation, I want to draw out some observations from him on wealth creation. But I want to start by asking you this question that is topmost on most people's mind. Are the Indian markets out of the danger zone? This week seems to have been very good after many weeks of pain.
Yeah, maybe market knew that I'm going to be invited here. So they have welcomed all of us here. Yeah, interesting times. So the market always we have seen, I have been in the market for last now about 40 years, 4 decades. And I've seen the market will keep going through ups and downs. That's the nature of the market. They are never going to be stable. And you see 1 week they are up 5%, in 6 months they are down about 15%, 6 to 8 months. So volatility is really actually increasing day by day. If I look at the trends for last maybe decade by decade, every decade, next decade is going to be far more volatile than what used to be in this. And because of geopolitical developments, because of so much happening in the social media, and a lot of kind of, I think, other parameters. So I'm not worried about this kind of market fall because, Siddharth, let's look at even 1 year returns are still positive today. I've seen the cycle where the markets have fallen without any reason by 20 to 25% in 1 year. And I've seen 4 cycles where the market has fallen by 40% in 1 year. And there may be some reasons, but I'm not worried. If you look at the fundamentals of the market, fundamentals of the economy, they remain strong. I think one of the major reasons what I would like to ascribe to this kind of correction is between 2020 to 24, the Nifty earnings were up CAGR of 26%. 26% year after year for 4 years. And this year, after 4 years kind of growth, now we are seeing kind of very muted growth at about anywhere between 4 to 5%. So that's one reason for the market to, I would say, concentrate here, take some breather, and then maybe for next couple of years, we'll have a very muted growth of anywhere between 10 to 15%, and we'll see what happens next.
Markets are all about wealth creation, and your story and the company that you have built also epitomizes wealth creation. In less than 4 decades, you've created multi-generational wealth. That goes without saying. But I want you to tell our audience here and those who are watching us, what was more difficult, the first 20-50 crore or the subsequent 500 crore?
I think in any startup, first 5 to 7 years are always going to be very, very challenging and difficult. But you try to find your own feet and try to understand what's happening. So that's where the fun is, that's where the challenge is for an entrepreneur. And then once you understand the game, once you see also some confidence in yourself as well as in your various stakeholders being customers or employees, you start seeing and start planning for much bigger level of growth. So it's very exciting. I never thought when we started, the market size was very small. The index was, today it is about say 80,000, 77,000. It was 600 to 86,000 in 37 years. So you can see the magnitude and the size of the market and the opportunities for people like us, where I feel very lucky.
Did you ever imagine that you would have such phenomenal success and create so much wealth, not just for yourself, but for all your stakeholders?
Yeah, I never thought so. As I said, that I feel very, very lucky. And of course, we have worked very hard. And when I look at my own business, we have basically the wealth creation happens for 2 stakeholders. One is for our customers through our advisory, and second thing is for our shareholders, where they invest in our company. And I think I would say the experience has been fantastic from any parameters in terms of return for the investors or return for our shareholders.
I want to discuss organization building, but before I do that, what is the difference, Mr. Oswal, between a startup founder and a chairman who's sort of running a large company, multi-decadal growth with a very large number of stakeholders? What's the difference between the two really in terms of running it and the mindset that goes into running the operations?
Yeah, you go through from a doer's mindset to a delegator's mindset. Because when you're a startup, you try to do everything yourself, and you will have very small team and very, very focused areas to really work upon. But once the organization become bigger and bigger, your priorities definitely change from first you do strategy, you do execution, you really try to hire people, everything you do. But then I think you make sure that if your aspirations are very large, then you invest into people, you invest into processes, you invest in really, I would say, the levers which will bring growth and sustainability for the organization. So your priority, I would say, keep shifting from between 5 feet to 50,000 feet. And still today, it just keeps shuffling between 5 to 50,000.
Are these the building blocks of building a successful organization, or would you add some more things to the mix?
I think there are many blocks to build an organization. I think it all starts with your own passion and vision, and then you set the value system once you really have some people joining you. So your vision and values become absolutely very, very critical for your sustainability for future. And then your biggest challenge is really getting or attracting and retaining the best talent. And I think the values, culture, talent, and your aspirations, these are the, I would say, few blocks which are very, very important for any organization.
So, Oswal, you are in a business where trust is fundamental to the way you operate. You manage people's money, and the people who you employ to do all of that also have to be above board. I wonder if you can share with our audience any learnings with regard to this very peculiar kind of business, stock market, brokerage, regulatory oversight, compliances, disclosures, and walking the tight path, knowing that you cannot do any insider trading and all of those things. What are the learnings that you can share with us here?
As you said rightly, when you play with people's money, play means when you advise and manage such a large money, it's very important that not only you follow the values, but each and every person who advises your customers, who deals with your customers. Like we have got 14,000 employees today. We have a large number of distributors and partners we work with. So the biggest challenge for us to make sure that at every touch point, the values absolutely are followed. And that's where you, of course, the culture starts from the top, but then I think you build in certain system, processes, governance, the learning practices to make sure that at every touch point, the customer experience as well as the behavior of the people absolutely remain flawless.
You know, since we are talking about the markets, and we've seen in previous sessions also this matter came up, and I want to get you to speak about it. And this is the average Aam Aadmi Indian stock investor. Ashish Chauhan of the National Stock Exchange shared those phenomenal numbers. And if you look at it in household terms, like he said, almost 26% of Indian households have direct exposure to the equity markets. Given that, do you think the way technology and the large firms, trading technologies, research, and all of that come together, are the odds stacked against the small investor? Can he never win against the big boys in the trade?
See, how do you define, Siddharth, first the small investor? Because in market, you got all kind of investors or speculators or traders or hedgers or the institutional investors. So there are different kind of, I think, customers coming in with very different needs, but they come to the same market, same platform. So it is very, very important for us to understand the profile of the person. Small investor may put, say, 100 rupees SIP every month, and small investors also can invest kind of, I think, direct money into the IPOs or into the stocks. So when we look at the large number of customers, when we keep looking at the data, most of the new investors, the retail side, they either come to the IPO market or they come through the SIP today, but earlier they used to come to the IPO or mostly when the market used to be rising. If you look at last 5 years kind of, I think, rise, where the demat account has gone 4 times actually. It's only because of the rising trend in the market and of course financialization of savings and technological advancement or thanks to the technology and mobility which really people have been able to achieve. But if I have to look at the people who have made money, it is only the people who have invested into the either the mutual funds or into the stocks for long term, which is unfortunately a very small minority of the people. Most of the people actually have gone into speculating part or the shorter term investing, shorter term trading I will call it. And that's where the people go wrong. Fundamentals of the market, people have forgotten that here the money can be made only in long term by buying into the right companies or maybe into the funds. But people have become more traders, and that's where the bigger problem is today.
do you support what has been done to sort of curb some of the most excessive speculative tendencies in the market? The regulator has acted, more measures are coming. What's your view on this as an expert in this space?
See, any measure coming in from the regulatory side at least will have very short-term impact. But market finds its own kind of course, or the investors find its own ways, because when they want to trade, when they want to invest, they will find the ways to really, I think, make sure that they come to the market. The fundamental part of why people come to the market, either they are greedy or they have savings for long term. But unfortunate part is there are more greedy people today than the long-term savers. And this greed means really you end up going into speculative activities. You end up investing into very unknown companies, and that's where you burn your hands.
Does anything need to be done to change that?
I think market really is becoming much more matured. The level of education and awareness also is happening a lot. And some of the positive trends which I've seen, one is huge amount of money is coming through SIP, which is really, I think, really long-term money. In 4 years, the SIP actually amount, which used to be 4,000 crores a month, today is 25,000 crores a month. So millions of people, new people are coming through the SIP road, which itself, I would say, is a very, very healthy practice. And second thing is really the governance part, the regulatory part. When I started, there was no regulations. There were no kind of, I think, any bylaws for us to really, I think, declare whatever kind of, I think, even what brokerage is being charged, that was not also being disclosed. So now, thanks to the governance, thanks to the technology, and thanks to even the, I think, very healthy competitive scenario here, so things are falling in place, but I think a lot need to be really to be worked from here.
You know, market masters like you are recognized for being able to spot trends before they emerge on the horizon. On a broader basis, given the size of the Indian economy, given what is happening, and hopefully a focus on deregulation which should help our entrepreneurship and reduce bureaucratic controls on our economy, what are the major trends, Mr. Oswal, that you see will dominate our economy and therefore our markets in the next 5 to 10 years?
See, when we look at what are the new trends in the market, you look at, apart from the regulatory changes, you see huge number of product innovations happening. That's really very interesting from the people's perspective. They got choice of products, but that also had a lot of confusion for the masses. So you need an army of well-trained people to make sure that the right advice is given to the right people by understanding their profile. So, and it takes time. When I look at my own company, to get the people trained, because it takes a lot of time, and people have to go through the cycle for them to really understand the impact of the market. If you see last 5 to 6 years, 80% of the investors are completely new, and maybe 75% of our employees also will be new, who have not seen the really bad cycle, except COVID, which was for just few months. So you have to really, I think, go through that kind of learning curve for you to make sure that you are able to understand the dynamics of the market, investors need, and give them the product and the advice which is actually suitable for them. So that's very, very important from that perspective. From the capital market perspective, there are a lot of kind of, I think, new things are happening, new products are coming, like REITs are coming in. That's a really new asset class which is being developed. On precious metals, gold and silver, those kind of products are coming in. From currency and the commodities, there are a lot of new products are coming in. So these are the things which are actually taking the market to a very, very different level of complexity and size.
What role does taxation have in the future with regard to market sentiment? A section of opinion says that taxation decisions by the central government spoiled the mood in the markets, and FIIs for that reason and other reasons have pulled out. Is there a need to relook this at any point of time?
See, just look at what is the FII's behavior. Today, FII's cumulative assets may be about $800 billion worth of assets they are still holding. They have just sold about $15 billion worth of equities in last maybe 13, 14 months. Just 2%. Just 2%.
Just 2% sale has led to this kind.
No, but look at the other side. For every selling, there will be a buyer. So if FIs sold about 14, 15 billion dollars, $18 billion of investments have come from domestic institutions. So they are now counter forces to the FIs. But I don't think so that FI selling will really make the market impact, because FIs are selling, institutions are coming in, HNIs are coming in. So it is the earnings of the market which actually set the tone for the market in medium to long term.
हमारा बाजार अब आत्मनिर्भर बाजार बन गया.
I don't know what is the definition of Atmanirbhar, but you see that when, say, 10 years back, FI used to really buy and market used to go up, they used to sell, they used to go down, because the domestic institutions were very small. Today, SIP money, SIP money itself is about 25,000 crores a month. So that has become the counter force to that. So it is good balance between the international money, domestic money, the family offices, and of course the retail money.
Absolutely, and the role of technology, regulatory institutions, frameworks that allow so much money to come in every month, Mr. Oswal, not just foreign money, but domestic Indian money. The evolution of our markets is spectacular in that sense. I want to turn this conversation to a little known facet, at least people outside Mumbai might not know, which is about your philanthropy. I don't know how many people here know about the very large and substantial sums of money that Mr. Oswal is reputed to donate, including to IIT Mumbai. How important is it to give back to society, and what goals have you set for yourself at this stage in your career and life?
See, Siddharth, in philanthropy, we are just learning the game. There are veterans here. I think Anu ma'am just left, but there are veterans here, and we need to learn a lot from them. But when I look at the life, I think I've been very, very lucky. We never thought that we will create so much wealth for ourselves and we'll create an institution like this today. And somebody invested, and somebody really, I think, invested into the educations or the hostels where I was the beneficiary. So it is always kind of, I think, something really keeps you thinking that can we give it some portion, give it something back to the society where we have got so much from there. So about 2 years back, me and Ramdev, we own about 60% of the equity, the listed firm. So we have now put 10% of the equity into our foundation as commitment to be spent in next 10 years. So I would say we are a student of philanthropy. We're just learning the game. We just, I think, committed about 300 crores plus in last 12 months. The idea is to spend this 10% of the equity into next 9 to 10 years. And I think that is a social obligation which we really feel that it is important. And I think this is just the beginning. Hopefully, we should really be able to do more.
One final quick point. What would you like your legacy to be known as, just beyond wealth creation? Because a lot of people might just recognize you for that, but what do you want your legacy to be?
I think I'm an entrepreneur by heart, right? So I still feel like that, although it is 37 years, but I still work like a startup. You feel energetic every day, you work maybe 10, 11 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. So I think the India, I would say, the entrepreneurship power is immense. And there's so much has been really wealth, employment has been created by the entrepreneurs, and it is just the beginning. So my salute to the entrepreneurship history and the NGO spirit in the country, which really I think both, I would say, spirit actually are contributing a lot in the nation building.
A round of applause for Motilal Oswal.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Siddharth.
much for your time with us today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oswal. It's been a privilege to listen to you. Can I please request you to be on the stage for a little moment? I'll invite Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Oswal and present a token of appreciation to him. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Oswal. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, Siddharth. Alok, thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the disruptor's mindset. How great leaders embrace change. Global disruptions, economic volatility, and technological shifts demand a new kind of leadership. Adaptive, decisive, and visionary. This discussion will explore how industry pioneers navigate uncertainty, drive innovation, and future-proof their organizations in an ever-changing business landscape. For this session, I'd like to call on stage our next set of speakers. Let us invite on stage and put our hands together to welcome Mr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD of Tata Power, to please join in on the stage for this next session. Let us also invite on stage we'll just take a moment for the stage setup. Thank you. Let us put our hands together for Mr. Praveer Sinha to join in on stage. Please, CEO and MD of Tata Power. Let's also welcome Mr. Kishore Patil, the CEO and MD of KPIT Technologies, to also join in on the stage. We also are joined by Mr. Sandeep Kalra, the CEO of Persistent Systems, for this special session, and Mr. Anand Lakshmanan, the head of Logitech for Business India. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor, Markets for Business Today.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a power-packed panel in front of you. Apart from Logitech, the other three gentlemen are listed on the markets and have done immensely well. The theme is disruption, something that we encounter on a daily basis. Let me just start this conversation with you, Mr. Sinha. Tata Power, something which a lot of Mumbaiites have grown over the last so many decades. And in this day and age of renewables, we have an instance where the main business seems to be at risk, given the main thrust that is coming in globally on renewables. How, as Tata Power, do you make elephants dance at this point?
Thank you very much. I don't think we make elephants dance. We just do our work. But let me tell you that few years back, we saw that globally there is a huge disruption that is happening in the power sector. For the first time, we saw that decarbonization is becoming a big theme. And the decarbonization is becoming a big theme because I think what is important for all of us to realize is that the climate change is a reality. It is not something which will happen 10, 20, 50 years, but it's there. We can see it ourselves. And I think the technology that came was not about only disrupting the power sector, but also disrupting the mobility and very many other sectors. And I think that's something that we saw. The second disruption, we saw that you can have decentralized generation of power. So the way power can be generated and used is going through a change. And what Mr. Thomas Alva Edison invented in 1890s was no more relevant. They were much smarter and better ways to generate electricity and use it. And you can actually, everyone can generate and use it. So you become from a consumer only to a prosumer. And I think what it also meant was that you will have multi-directional flow of electrons. Earlier it used to be unidirectional. And the third big thing happened is digital technology. we never had digital technology in power sector. And for the first time, it was not just about the flow of electrons, but it was also about the flow of data that was taking place. And it was on real-time basis. So I think the 3Ds brought about the big disruption. And Tata Power realized this. We were, I think, one of the first one to realize way back in 2018-19. And we saw the writing on the wall that if we do not change, we will miss the bus and we will not be able to demonstrate the leadership. And leadership was not only in action, but also in thought that we need to demonstrate. And we started moving. A lot of people I know that in 2019 and 20 told me that you will not do conventional coal-based. You are being very foolish. This is not the right thing. You are making good money in it. But I think we took the right step. Sometimes disruption is also about sacrifice. And I think we agreed that we will sacrifice not investing in coal, but investing in renewable energy, clean energy solutions. And it has been recognized by the market also.
Absolutely.
I find that the market has given value to the change that we have done, and it has also energized everyone in the organization. I have nearly 25,000 people working in the company, and they also feel that there is a new future and a new way of doing things. So I think the type of innovation, the type of creativity, the type of doing new things and trying new things has kicked in the organization. So I think for Tata Power, this has been, we have been dancing actually, if it's not the others who are dancing.
The reason why I said that elephants can dance too, if you look at how the market has appreciated what Tata Power has done, I was looking at some data. Profit after tax in the last 10 years for Mr. Sinha has grown at a CAGR of 77%, and the stock price has actually flown 60% each year for the last 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll discuss a space, software, where disruption is just a part of life. Mr. Patil and Mr. Kalra represent KPIT Technologies and, of course, Persistent Systems, two stocks that have created immense value over the last 5 years. I'll give the percentages a little later, but the changes that your car is undergoing, ladies and gentlemen, it's the biggest computer now. Handhelds are becoming smaller, desktops are becoming powerful and smaller, but the car is getting computerized, and that's because of Mr. Patil. So, Mr. Patil, when you look at disruptions, from a time when people used to drive bullock carts to driverless cars, how do you deal with disruption on a daily basis?
Thank you. So let me just give you one context, and then I come back to what you mentioned. See, 5-6 years back, we were a generic IT company, generic diversified services company. We were growing. But we were thinking, what do we leave behind an organization which is a generic company, just become $1 billion or so, or a company which is a leader in one sector where we could create a multi-billion-dollar business. And we thought the leadership can be created when there is a disruption. And we looked around and we looked at what is our passion, what is our purpose. I think for any business there has to be a deeper purpose. And we thought that automotive was going through that transition, to your point. And that's when we decided that when the automotive was becoming more on the software on wheels, yes, that's the opportunity we should grab. And that is when we really decided to really divested 2/3 of our business and focused on 1/3 of the business, which was, I guess, when you look back, it looks very different. And now we are much bigger than what we were 5 years back. To answer your question, I think when we decided that, and again, to address your question, we thought that the disruption is coming because of the technology. So the biggest transition we did was to move into a technology space. So the kind of investment we made from, making it about 4 to 5% of our revenue, and again, inorganic investment, the significant investment in the technology, and really mm, uh, making it really the soul of the organization was the biggest change, and that allows us to really be there. The second thing what we did is, in the value chain, you go the upstream. There are 70% of our business was with the suppliers in automotive systems like Bosch, Continental, those kind of a company. We moved it to 80% to direct OEMs, which is who are the basically the car manufacturers. And these things allowed us to be closer to where the basic stakeholders are and understand the consumer need in the market. I think that was the big transformation, and to your point, that allowed us to remain close to the end consumers and understand what changes will drive the value.
Okay. I think over the next 2 or 3 years, or maybe 5 years from now, we'll be downloading new cars in our own four-wheeler. Mr. Patil will answer to that a little later. But Sandeepji, to you. You are dealing now with possibly the biggest disruption that can happen in any professional IT software engineer's life is artificial intelligence. The entire Indian ecosystem of software was based on body count. The more engineers that you can send to US, the more money that you can make for your shareholders. Now, is this a paradigm shift where artificial intelligence will replace maybe 3/4 of the software engineers that you hire, and will you become more profitable, or will your business shut down because of this disruption?
So look, whenever there's a disruption, there's always opportunities in that. Like, for example, if you look at the automotive side, the electrification of automotives gives a very big opportunity, and KPIT is doing a great job at that. Similarly, if you look at AI, AI is only going to give more and more work if we kind of scale up to it. So one thing is we have to upskill as an industry. If we upskill as an industry, if we go from an input-based pricing, where we are looking at, how many engineers we deploy, what results we produce based on the number of engineers, to creating more platforms, to becoming more and more IP-driven, platform-driven kind of services approach. And that's the way we are looking at it from a persistent perspective. I think if we do that thing right, if our industry does that right, if India does it right, if we upskill, there's no dearth of work that can come our way. I don't think we are going to shut down. We are only going to increase more and more. And the more value we add, more profit we make. So both revenue per employee, profit per employee should go up. And if we upskill, more work should come our way. That's the way we are looking at it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, has been very well rewarded by stock markets. All three gentlemen are listed. In the case of Mr. Kalra, the stock has just appreciated 100% each year for the last 5 years. Ditto for Mr. Patil. And as far as the biggest elephant in the room is concerned, it's a fabulous 59% each year that the stock has gone up with. Let's get Anandji into the conversation. Anand, as COVID happened, life as we knew in the professional world got disrupted. From coming to offices, we shifted to Zoom. And that is where your hardware company came into focus, Logitech. How do you think has life changed for Logitech beyond COVID, and what from now on?
Great question. Obviously, all of us started using Zoom because we could not go to office, we could not meet our colleagues face to face. So Logitech was one of those companies which benefited because of this disruption and the way meetings were happening. Our share prices, I don't know if you have followed ours, we are not listed here, okay?
Logitech is a Swiss giant, $6 billion in terms of turnover.
Yeah, so our share prices also went up. Glad that you don't have the percentage today, okay? And obviously our order books were full, and this was immediately after COVID. It took some time for the markets to also stabilize, and then the tailwind kind of waned. But what did not change in our observation is how people started meeting, right? Face-to-face meetings are no longer the norm, and all people who are in any meeting are not necessarily in one place either. So this is one big shift in the way meetings were happening that we saw. And our mission was to actually make sure that the tech for the meeting changes along with the way the meetings change. Today, I'm sure if you ask business leaders in this room, what are their priorities for FY26, let's say, artificial intelligence will be way at the top, including my co-panelists, right? But what they should also probably think about is, after investing in artificial intelligence, people who are going to use AI, how about them? So that's where people like us come in.
Mr. Sinha, if you look at 5 years from now, Tata Power is a smokestack, is from the smokestack part of the industry. You generate power by coal mostly as a percentage of total power produced. 5 years from now, how much do you think for the industry will solar and wind contribute? And what will that mean for India's carbon credit business?
I think the country has taken a very ambitious target that 500 gigawatt of non-carbon generation will happen by 2030. When we talk of the renewables, all of us know that it is intermittent. It's not there 24 hours. So how do we make it continuous? How do we make it firm power? And the challenge is about storage. I think there are large number of smart solutions which are coming, battery storage, pump storage. And we ourselves are working on many solutions whereby, if not 100%, at least 90 to 95% of your requirement of power by 2030, next 5 years, we should be able to give them, which will be non-carbon power. So it is not that it's a myth that we cannot transition to clean power because sun is only during daytime and wind is for few hours in the evening. There are number of good solutions which have come, and this is going to become a reality. So it's not that we cannot transition, but it will take time. It is not that all the coal-based plants will get closed in 2030 or 2035. But I think in next 20 years, we do have a roadmap, and some of the solutions that we are working on and others globally are working, this will become a reality. And whether it is industries or it is normal consumers, they will have an option. And the choices will be there with the consumer, whether they want to transition 100%, 50%. So you can have a choice. And I think the democratization of energy that will take place will be phenomenal.
Okay, a quick one from you. Just as we have a solar rooftop, will there be a technology in the next 3 or 4 years where you can just install a small windmill and take care of your entire household's power needs and be off-grid? And what will that mean for Tata Power?
I don't think we will have individual wind. Wind is a little more complex because it is only in few locations where you will have that opportunity. Solar is, we are fortunate as a country, we are blessed. Most of the places in the country we have more than 300 days of sunshine, and I think to that extent that's more present right across the place. But I think the battery storage, pump storage, hydro, demand response, so there are huge number of technologies, and many of the work that is being done by us and by others in the technology field, I think we will have very good solutions.
Okay. Mr. Kalra, to you. What would you advise to a computer engineer studying in probably a second-rung engineering college? Is there merit in learning how to write code, or will a machine replace him?
So look, it doesn't matter whether you are in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 college. Machines will write code, that's a reality. But unless you understand how that code is written, even to go at a higher level and play a bigger role is going to be difficult. So while you learn the latest technologies, understanding the basics of things will always be handy. So there is always going to be merit in doing that.
Okay. Mr. Patil, would you want to get in onto that?
Yeah, I think he answered it very well. The only another thing I would say is over the period, the domain will also become very important. I think that in AI, the people who have the domain can be very, very more effective and bring that. So that's another way to look at it.
Okay. Anis, to you. Hardware has now increasingly becoming a part of our lives. I mean, none of us can exist without a phone. Many of us carry 2 phones. And a lot of computer hardware is now getting inbuilt into our lives. You have Fitbits, you have everything as far as life can be managed and to make it better. What, according to you, would be 2 or 3 major trends in professional boardrooms which will change the landscape over the next 5-6 years?
One of our observations is, as I mentioned earlier, meetings are never going to be the same. The benefit that we all have experienced in the last 2-3 years, which is working from home at least a few days in a week, I don't think any of us are willing to give that up, right? Especially in a city like Mumbai. So that's not going to change, which means hybrid is here to stay. So if we acknowledge that hybrid is here to stay and employees are not going to come back, of course there are exceptions. There may be manufacturing companies who cannot have obviously people working from home, so they will turn up at the office, but the knowledge workers are not going to be in the office all 5 days, right? Now, what do you do to encourage them to work from wherever they want to work from so that they are still productive? This is one of the things that we will continue to see as a trend in the next few years. And to be productive, you actually don't have to use multiple devices, multiple gadgets. In fact, I think the world is coming a full circle. People are now, yes, they acquired multiple gadgets, but they still want a simple life. So I think they are focusing on making sure that these gadgets are still useful to them on a day-to-day basis by removing the complexity of using the technology. So this is another big trend that we are seeing. And what worries people in the boardroom is people still having the experience of a face-to-face conversation, irrespective of how they connect.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the panel, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Praveer Sinha, Kishore Patil, Sandeep Kalra and Anand Lakshmanan. Please be on the stage while I invite Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, editor of Business Today, to be on the stage to felicitate each one of you. And thank you so much for those wonderful insights that you have had to share with us. Many, many congratulations. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the esteemed panel. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the insightful session on capital markets, risks, rewards, and resilience. As markets evolve amid global and domestic shifts, how can investors navigate risks while capitalizing on the opportunities? This discussion will explore the future of financial markets, regulatory frameworks, and the resilience needed to sustain investor confidence in the ever-changing landscape. With capital markets serving as the key driver of the economic growth, understanding these dynamics is more critical than ever before. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker this evening, Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, the chairman of SEBI. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today.
Very warm welcome once again. Last February, in fact this February, right after the budget, we had our speaker here talk about the macro position of India, the expenditure priorities, the revenue priorities, and all that had been done in what clearly was a very, very solid budget. And now, sir, you were moved from North Block to BKC. It's been a month. How has the switch been so far, and what kind of priorities have you set for yourself in this new assignment?
Well, I think it's just Mumbai is just sinking in.
Well, that's not a comment on the monsoon. But tell us, what are the priorities that you have set yourself in the month that you've been here, and looking at the capital markets, the broader story of flows and what's happening as far as investor sentiment is concerned. How do you read the situation at this point of time?
So first of all, I think I need to emphasize that SEBI is a very robust institution, and that I said on the day I joined, it's been built over the years with successive leadership, and then it has also had a benefit of large number of institutions which the SEBI has built around it, and I believe that we have one of the best capital market infrastructure in the world. And how we can contribute to it, make our own contribution to it is an issue. We have to continuously meet the challenges in a dynamic environment. And what I at the time mentioned that we will have roughly 4 pillars, 4 T's so to say, trust, transparency, teamwork and technology. And on trust, I would say that it is both internally as to how we build teams and also externally how we build teams. Because nothing that SEBI needs to do can be unilaterally done. It has to be done in participation, in consultation with the general capital market participants. Now, the second is the transparency. In many respects, the transparency has been very, very high. I think in one of the regulators where a lot is put out in the public domain as a discussion paper. In fact, we have a regulation, how to write a regulation. So, and in many cases, the industry standards forums are there, ISFs. There is a primary capital market committee, there's a secondary capital market committee, several committees where they deliberate. And then these comments, public comments are invited, and finally things do take shape. So therefore, the only thing is we can say is that we can give this process a little bit time in terms of don't rush through things and deliberate it properly, so that I think we don't have to tweak it unnecessarily all the time.
Mr. Pandey, a month
back. The third, of course, was, as I said, that trust. I said at that time that also the trust also extends to SEBI itself, and we need to actually look into it in a more dynamic way in the current context, and we have to have this conflict of interest a little sorted out in terms of what we need to do, and we will move in that regard.
Did you notice a trust deficit, and has that hampered the work of the regulator in any way?
I think the trust is something which has to be continuously held and upgraded. It's not that we could really say in terms of there is a deficit or there is no deficit. I mean, the question is that, as we evolve, and if we keep, next 20 years in mind, in 2047, how is our capital markets going to evolve? We need to really see what in terms of all these 4 factors that I mentioned, trust, transparency, teamwork and technology, where are we going to be? Technology is another one where, there is a huge amount of work has been done and will need to be done as well.
Absolutely. That's a very important point, because I wanted to, bring the attention of our audience here and everyone else who's watching us about how a couple of months ago, you and other senior officials wrote those very important lines on deregulation and getting the government out of the way, ensuring that there is perhaps going to be a deregulation commission which will come up with some very seminal recommendations. But from a market point of view, do you see the need for a similar deregulation exercise? Because certain participants say that in the past couple of years, there seems to have been a bit of a regulatory overreach. SEBI has got into perhaps so many areas, and that seems to have had an impact on regulatory certainty as far as markets are concerned, sir.
I think I look at it as an issue of optimum regulation. Because if you really look at the capital markets, we have the companies on one hand, basically the issuers, and then you have investors, and then you have the market infrastructure where intermediation is done. And an efficient capital market will really say that, while fundamentally we need to have our capital market players in terms of companies which are producing goods and services are live and kicking, and they're working in a thriving policy environment in Indian economy. There are cost of the efficiency with which the intermediation is done, the trust with which the things are settled, which will bring investors in. And so therefore there will be a more and more money which is available both on the debt and equity side for the people to play. And so there is regulation is inbuilt into it, because it can't be just completely self-regulated, but there has to be an optimum regulation. If we are trying to do, so it's a question of striking a balance. If we do too less regulation, you remember there was also a global financial crisis, and preceding that, also there was a thing that a very light touch regulation was done. In fact, in many commentators said that the regulation was extremely weak, and that led to whole systemic issues which went into that how the global crisis came in 2008. Now, again, if we try to do too much of a regulatory outreach, you would have another tier one problems. That we would be, tier two problems, where we would say that we will stifle the innovation, we will not be able to get work done, everyone will be going for paperwork, compliance burden will be high. So therefore always there is a need for striking a balance. Now what that optimum balance is, of course, it will, it's a matter of subjectivity. But then I think when we sit together, we can always thrash it out as to what optimum regulation is.
So Pandey, since you spoke about compliance burden and other issues, do you agree that regulatory shifts over the past couple of years seem to have made India less attractive to foreign portfolio investors? And if you do agree, do you think there is something that we can expect from you in the future in terms of reversing that?
First of all, I think the FPIs have been a very important part of the capital market landscape. If you really look at it, it's about $800 billion of FPI money has been invested, about $700 billion in equity, about $68, $69 in debt. And if you really look at it, in terms of flows, the flows have also gone up last 5 years. Of course, there has been some flows, outflows recently. And I think any kind of crisis, any kind of your Vucanomics. So, yeah, when you Vucanomics, you have, such a volatility and uncertainty, then obviously, there would be some churning and the FPIs can also leave. Notwithstanding that, I think it will be our effort to really see is that if there are any pain points, we just take care. And we did actually address many of those pain points earlier. And if there are other obstacles in terms of any uncertainties, which we create over and above what the uncertainties are otherwise due to economic factors and the geopolitical and geoeconomic reasons, we are definitely prepared to discuss with them and address it.
That's a very, very important statement from the SEBI chairman about openness and transparency in listening to feedback from market participants. But sir, a couple of months back, I was among many of those who had asked you questions about the taxation strategy that was followed with regard to capital markets. Now that you've crossed over to the other side in some ways, do you think that is also an issue that the policy makers in Delhi need to consider eventually?
I think you just a few moments before you said we should not have too much of an uncertainty. If some certainties have already come in terms of taxation, let's not unsettle it. I think the point is we have to live with what the taxation is, and which I think is a reasonable one on the capital market side, and move with it. We have sufficient. If you really look at MSCI US dollar returns, over the last 5 years, this is more than 10%, 11% in US dollar terms in India. And if you look at emerging markets, it's about 2% CAGR. And if you look at developed market, it is minus 2% in dollar terms. So India has offered 11% US dollar returns in MSCI to the FPIs. So, and this is, with whatever taxation that we have. So the taxation has been rationalized, and I think we have to live with that taxation, and we have to see fundamentally, if you really look at Indian economy is very sound. Not only that, it is one of the fastest, in fact, the fastest growing large economy, with 6% plus, and we had a little bit of, slowdown, which was there in last quarter, and then next quarter it picked up. And, we have inflation under control, we have very sound fiscal, policies in place. There is a fiscal roadmap which is completely under control. We had a 1 lakh crore of, the additional tax relief which was given to the middle class in order for them to actually boost consumption, savings or investments. So we have, things are in place. If you were to say inflation under control, growth is in place, savings and investments sticking, consumption picking up, and I think capital formation, both on the government side as well as in the private sector side, on the upswing. So, and you have several policy ecosystem which is in place in terms of, for example, PLI system, where whole lot of industries have come into India, the electronics industry which is coming into being. The tax system has actually responded to their problems and brought in all kinds of, facilitation in this budget as well as in the previous budgets. So therefore, there is no reason why there is, despite the economic uncertainties that some of the geo fragmentation as well as tariff barriers and other things on the trade side bringing, despite that, India has the biggest potential as a large economy. And so therefore, that's the ground, because fundamentally, the markets will have to track the performance.
Absolutely. And if markets track performance, what about factoring in any risk elements? In your assessment, sir, what are the risk factors that any investor, large or small, should factor in today?
Well, so far as the risk is concerned, I think there is a normal market risk. And of course, as you said, that there is a heightened risk on account of, global geopolitical and geo-economic consideration. Some of it was visible right from COVID. If you see the post-COVID, a lot of realignment started taking place in terms of geo-economic fragmentation. People, because supply chains did not work and people had to do, and then you had Ukraine crisis and you had the Middle East crisis as well. So therefore, everyone wants to reshore the supply chains and, work it out their own way. And then, you have now new uncertainties arising from US administration's new stance on tariffs. I think these are the things which keep coming to the, global economy. You will see that, time and again, these things will come. We are not really in a benign environment, global environment. There will be a problem on growth. There will be a problem on global growth and global trade. People are trying to work out what are the, in what way they can mitigate the problems. For example, India has worked out, at least trying to work out a bilateral trade agreement with US, and also trying to have several FTAs with many other countries of the world. So therefore, those things will be there, uncertainties are there. But those risks apart, there are other risks which normally will come as a matter of fact in any investing. And when you balance a portfolio and you have to see, you are not really, you don't have very heavy positions in one particular this thing. You have to balance between the debt and the equity and so on.
Let's turn to retail investors, because your mandate is not just to manage the market, grow it, but also oversight and ensuring that the markets remain stable at all times. The institution has been proactive in protecting retail investors. There have been lots of measures and decisions that have been taken to safeguard them. Yet this seems to have led to a significant decline in trading volumes. That has led to its own consequences of higher competition. How do you see this playing out? Is this something that you as the head of the institution are comfortable with, sir?
Well, first of all, I would like to really say, I think what you are referring to is the derivative market, but I would like to give you a holistic picture because retail is very much there in cash market in a big way. Look at the kind of retail protection that our system has provided. When you want to enter, you want to have ease of entry when you want to invest. So we have 95% of the time we have Aadhaar-based authentication in KYC. So therefore you can start investing very, very easily in India. It's not only the app, it's also the whole KYC process and so on. Then you say that if you want to have the transactions, then what happens? How are you protected? And due to the efforts of SEBI and other market players, we have been able to ensure a system where there will be no default risk due to default of the brokers. We have upped the money and the security in a manner. For example, all the money rest will go to the clearing corporation. It will not be with the clearing members. It will be really secured with clearing corporations. And all the securities will be directly credited by the depositories to the accounts of the retailers for the investors. So therefore, your securities are not going to go anywhere. Your money is not going to go anywhere. You are fully protected. Now, third, if you want to exit, again, there is a big facilitation. Now, the other day, I think day before yesterday, we had tied up and we issued that release that we have worked out with DigiLocker. So therefore, you have this problem of unclaimed money. You do not know where the things are, and there are no record of that sometimes. So therefore, we created this DigiLocker system where you can have a nominee to the DigiLocker, where in any of the KRAs, if you have a reported death, that will be really put it out to not only to all the system, it will go to the DigiLocker, and from the DigiLocker, it will go to the nominee SMS, and from there, you will be able to know exactly and access the DigiLocker and get those claimed, all your mutual funds and securities access to. Now, this is not there anywhere in the world, this kind of a system. I think digitally, if you really see, we are providing the world's best practices so far as the retail protection is concerned. Now, let us come to other retail protection areas. Now, if you say that as a minority shareholders, we have had several, sometimes, that is what you sometimes also call, regulatory overreach. But from the point of view of retail investors, what we have a system of corporate governance practices, the disclosures, the independent director regulations, then you have investor education, then you have investor grievances, the scores portal through which the grievances are addressed. So you have a large number of protection, not to talk of other things which the minority shareholders, which we say that should be done, including, for example, related party transactions. So therefore, there is a sufficient thing on the investor protection which has been done. Now, coming to your volume, that means, the question you were basically wanting to ask was in relation to derivative market. In derivative market, when the SEBI has done the study, 9 out of 10 retail investors have lost the money on FNO market. Sometimes, in their exuberance, the retail investors seem to think that they are very smart and therefore but actually they're losing money, and this has been proven where you have, last few. So therefore, we need better nuanced thing on that. And in order to do that,
So may I interrupt you, sir? Is a clampdown the answer, or is, like you yourself said, a more nuanced framework which allows people to take their risk? After all, it's a free country.
We need to have a nuance. We have to have an informed investors. We have to also have some systemic improvements. Now, in terms of systemic improvement, in terms of how you measure, for example, the volumes you mentioned. Now, the volumes you can mention in terms of notional interest. Now, the point is, the notional interest is sometimes misleading in case of, because when you're comparing options and futures, they are not necessarily, it's like apples and oranges. In case of options, it is the premiums which are more, important. Now, for example, on the expiry day, you will have hordes and hordes of people. There will be just before 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the expiry day, if the people are really crowding thing, and it will lead to a market instability problem. So therefore, we had this regulation that means we have a weekly expiry. So now we have also put out a paper and people have reacted. We will actually work it out. Number one, the metrics of measurement must change. And secondly, it cannot be one-way street. Like, it cannot be that only the very large organized players must always be making money and the retailers must always be losing money.
Absolutely. Point that you made earlier, is there more work that needs to be done on corporate disclosure, sir, as we wind down the conversation? Because while so much has been done in terms of corporate disclosures, and if you talk to company executives, they may say that there is perhaps a burden there. But from an investor point of view, do you feel the need?
From the investor point of view, there is a big need for corporate disclosures because that's the way the disclosures will happen. But at the same time, we have to again strike a balance between how much of the disclosure should be there. So there was an issue of what is materiality. And there, I think a certain kind of clarity was provided by SEBI as to what is a material information that needs to be disclosed and when. I think after that clarity, I believe there will be a greater deal of certainty to the people, both to the corporates, because corporates also need more clarity. Sometimes they are also under doubt. So to that extent, if the Industry Standards Forum has developed certain things and we have defined the materiality and the frequency, and that has really settled the issue to some extent on the corporate disclosure.
When I used to meet
But let me tell you, there are corporate disclosures which are also, there are malpractices available, there are blatantly false disclosure being made, but our surveillance system is throwing it out, and therefore we will not hesitate in taking actions against such disclosures.
When I used to interview Mr. Pandey in Delhi during his disinvestment role particularly, one would be struck by his ability to understand valuation and timing in the markets. But I never knew that Mr. Pandey would have such depth that he has demonstrated. And I know this conversation could have extended for an hour on the intricacies of the market. And it's very clear, ladies and gentlemen, that SEBI, protecting the interests of millions and millions of investors in India and all over the world in the Indian market, is in absolutely safe hands. Mr. Pandey, thank you very much, and we wish you all the very best for this very critical assignment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey, for being with us and sharing such wonderful insights. May I please request you to be on the stage while I invite Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group, to please come up on stage and present Mr. Pandey with a token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Pandey. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Innovating in India. India stands at the forefront of a healthcare revolution where innovation is not just about breakthroughs, but about impact, making quality healthcare more accessible, affordable, and efficient. Our next speaker is Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, a renowned cardiac surgeon and a visionary healthcare czar who has been instrumental in revolutionizing affordable healthcare in India. I would seek to understand in this conversation with him how technological advancements and progressive policy making are now going to be shaping the future of India's healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty on stage to have a conversation with me. Healthcare. That's, I think, going to be the most important topic while we've been discussing about investments, policy making all through the course of this afternoon. But what is going to be crucial for all of us to really, and what matters to us in our daily lives and till the end of our life, will be healthcare. And who better than Dr. Shetty to really talk about it? So you have been really instrumental in making affordable healthcare accessible to a lot of Indians. Yet I want to understand the role that India is playing in leading medical innovation and making, healthcare accessible, and leading it from the forefront at this point in time, sir.
Thanks, Sakshi. I believe that India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from wealth. India will prove to the world that the wealth of the nation or the wealth of the family has nothing to do with the quality of healthcare its citizens will enjoy. And that's not going to take 50 or 100 years. That's going to happen within the next 5 to 10 years. I know most of you are skeptical how that can happen. I just want to give you one example, Sakshi. I just want you to look at one operation called cataract surgeries. And 3 countries, India, China, and US. We have all the data. So US does 3.5 million cataract surgeries a year. China does everything exponentially bigger than India or any other country. Now, do you know how many cataract surgeries are done in China? 3.2 million cataract surgery, less than US. They should be doing 5 times more than US. Why? Because there is no private entrepreneurship in healthcare in China. Now, come to India. How many cataract surgeries are done in India? India does 8.5 million cataract surgeries a year. India does more cataract surgery than US, China, and most of the European countries put together. Now, the question is how India did it. India did it only because of entrepreneurship of doctors. 25 years ago, ophthalmologists, eye specialists, got fed up of the big hospitals. They said, this model of delivering healthcare is not suitable for patients. They went out to the community, rented a house, they created their clinic and the operating room in the ground floor, they lived in the first floor, and whenever they had a cataract surgery, their spouse, usually the wife, assisted them, so there was no overhead cost. So they took cataract surgery to the community, and that was magical. This is how India will transform healthcare. And what we can do, believe me, no other country can do it.
That's amazing to hear and very encouraging at that. But again, affordability is very key. I heard Namita also talk about it, accessibility, she also talked about it as well. Still we see in private hospitals, the costs are soaring so much higher. We still have a very minuscule percentage of population that is insured in the country as well. The onus lies on who to really make affordability and accessibility truly reach the people?
Sakshi, the only solution India has is the health insurance. That is the only option. But unfortunately, health insurance hasn't lived up to the expectations of the people. Because today in healthcare, there are 3 important stakeholders. There is hospital, there is health insurance company, and there is patient. Hospitals do not trust the health insurance company. Health insurance company doesn't trust the hospitals. And the patient doesn't trust both parties, and those 2 parties don't trust the health insurance company. So you have a business in which there are 3 important stakeholders. They don't trust each other. Now, when a hospital becomes a health insurance company, everything will change. That's the reason why we decided to become health insurance company, because about 16% of the heart surgery done in India is done by us. More people develop heart attack, it is better for my business. I have no incentive in preventing people from developing heart attack. Once I become a health insurance company, I will work very hard to make sure that people don't develop the heart attack. Then my interest and the customer interest is aligned. Then the magic will happen. But that insurance should be affordable. That is the biggest challenge. We kept the insurance at, we want to cover the middle class families who are earning 20,000, 50,000 rupees to a tune of 1 crore rupees for any surgery and 5 lakh rupees for medical treatment with the premium of 10,000 rupees.
That's all.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of insurance companies should really see how things are getting revolutionized by the healthcare players like you, sir. Since you did talk about that 16% of heart surgeries are done by you, I want to understand this is a rising concern. We are seeing more and more, news come in that younger people are suffering from heart attacks. Why do you think that is happening, sir?
People always had a heart attack. The problem is, everyone thinks that nobody knows that how fit they feel has nothing to do with how fit you are. If you want to know how fit you are, you should know your numbers. Everybody should know their blood pressure, their cholesterol level, their heart number, kidney number, liver number, and that is the only way you can protect yourself. I'll give you an example. When I say, you may fit very well, I'll give you one example. You Google FIFA, Federation of Football Association of, FIFA is the football association. And then you write cardiac arrest. Then you get series of articles which shows clearly that in the last 4 years, 617 professional footballers had a cardiac arrest during practice session. Who can be fitter than footballers? Professional footballer. This is which is documented. The real number will be 10 times more. If you want to be fit, if you want to run a marathon, you have to go through a physical fitness test. And these are very simple tests: echo, ECG, blood test, and a cardiac CT. All these youngsters who are dying on a treadmill, if they had a CT angio 10 years earlier, their death could have been anticipated and prevented. So nobody will die of a sudden cardiac arrest with a normal heart. They always had some disease heart. It could have been diagnosed in a roadside diagnostic lab. But people don't like to go to the hospital and get the test done. That is the biggest problem.
CT angio is something that we need to get it done.
You just need a ECG, echo, and a CT angio. That's all.
These three
it
tests.
can be done in less than half an hour.
Down.
Yeah.
And you do it as early as possible to really find out if there is any slightest problem in your body. Do tell us, sir, there is this new age of, seeing a lot of innovations happening. We have a lot of CEOs here. And we also know that, we are living in that VUCA world that we are talking about since morning, in this uncertain world. How should they remain fit in this world? What are the things? A lot of people are actually going for IVs, etc., for getting themselves energized. How do you think, and what do you think about these new fads? Are they really successful? Should they be done?
First of all, every Indian must know their numbers.
Yeah.
And everyone should go for a preventive checkup once a year. That's very, very important. Because at an early age, if you know your numbers, you can manipulate the number. If the cholesterol is high, you can bring it down. If your any thyroid is low, you can take it up. Many things can be done. There is no point in, unfortunately, what has happened, people still go for a treadmill test. Yeah. Treadmill test becomes positive when the blockage is 70% and above. That is too late. We want to know when the blockage is 5%, 10%. Then you can arrest the progression. That's very important. The most important thing for anyone to remain fit is to monitor what they eat. You are what you eat. No matter what you do, if you take not the right food, you will remain unhealthy. And the other important thing is physical exercise. Indians are notoriously poor in exercising.
That's very true.
It is very important. There are many articles by especially magazines like JAMA, which clearly shown that people who walk 10,000 steps a day,
Yeah.
they live longer, they live healthier, they have less incidence of heart problem, kidney problem, Alzheimer's, and you name it, they have a less incidence. All you have to do is to walk 10,000. Is it difficult? No.
No.
I don't know most of the people here, but yet they are not walking more than 3,000 steps. Now, if you just, whenever you are walking or talking on the mobile phone, use a earphone, and when you are talking, you start walking, you will add another 2,000 steps. And that is such a simple step.
Absolutely.
So essentially, walking is not about walking in the morning or evening.
Yeah.
Walking whole day.
Yeah.
And all this fad about cardio and all these exercises, they are not good for the heart. What is good for the heart is sustained exercise over a long period of time.
That's true. Another...
And more than anything else, be spiritual. I'm not talking about religious, but be spiritual. Whatever you do, tell yourself that I'm a servant of God. I'm just an instrument in His hand. I will do whatever is possible, and everything is decided by Him. Then you will succeed in whatever you are doing.
Okay, exercise and be spiritual. Those are the two takeaways. And of course, eat healthy is what he's saying, and monitor all your vitals. Another big trend that is developed, and all of us have been hearing it in the news, the weight loss drugs that are making inroads into India. And how everybody is waiting with bated breath. Now the prices are also coming in to be affordable. There is a 3,500 rupee or 4,300 rupee kind of a vial that will be available soon. So, a lot of people think that that is very, very achievable and attainable, and it's an easy way out. What is your thinking as a healthcare expert, sir? Should one be really looking at it with the way it's becoming like, something to go for?
Obesity is the biggest problem in our country that is responsible for diabetes, hypertension, heart problem, most of the problems. Everyone wants to lose weight. It is very important that they change their diet and they exercise, do everything possible. If everything fails, they can resort to these drugs. I don't want to name a brand or guarantee the safety. It is too early yet, but whatever results which I have shown, that I don't think there is a serious side effect, but I am not sure. I am not an expert in it. There is, with my limited knowledge in this area, I feel that it's not, as a last resort, people with morbid obesity, they are unable to lose weight, they could try it, but only for a limited period of time. And it should be done by an expert doctor, and they should be closely monitored. That's very, very important. But I can tell you, they are really, really magical. They give amazing results.
Okay. So
I hope and pray to God it remains safe for the people.
Yes, and with more and more Indian pharmaceutical companies, Namita, would you be bringing one in? Yes, and Namita says yes. So this is going to be the next big thing that everybody is watching out for. We could have talked for hours and hours. This is a topic that everybody is listening with keen ears. But thank you so much, Dr. Shetty, for your inspiring words and, of course, the work that you have been doing. I wish you all the very best, and thank you so much for being with us on this special, edition, and, of course, on this panel. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to just stand by, and I will request Mr. Anand Lakshmanan to please come up on stage to felicitate Dr. Shetty and present him with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Shetty, for those encouraging words, and we hope that we will all be abiding by all the health tips that he has given today. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Challenger to Champion, Lessons in Grit, Gumption and Growth. Building a market-leading brand requires more than a strategy. It demands courage, innovation, and the ability to reinvent. The session will explore how fearless entrepreneurs break barriers, challenge conventions, and scale businesses beyond limits. As also, we will be hearing from one of the other czars from the real estate space to be with us and the FMCG space to be with us, Mr. Harsh Mariwala, Chairman of Marico Limited, to be with us on this stage. Huge round of applause, Mr. Mariwala, for being with us on stage. And to chair this session, I will be inviting Shail Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor of Markets on Business Today.
The evening gets better and better, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause for Mr. Mariwala. Good evening to you, firstly.
Good evening.
Let's take this discussion a little further, sir. When you look at professionalizing managements, when you look at how people get hired to create long-term value for both shareholders as well as existing employees, you've been known to hire people more intelligent than you so that boardrooms become a good place to do great business with. How do you explain that trend and how did it help Marico?
So I think for that I'll have to explain to you that I started working at a very young age. And I'm not a postgraduate, I'm just a graduate in commerce and economics. I was not that bright to get into a management school. So I joined business at a very young age, and the business was completely family managed. My father and my uncles were managing that business. I was the first person from the next generation to enter the business. And of course, I transformed the business from an unbranded business to a branded business. But whenever I wanted to learn a lot, and most of my learning has happened through talent which I recruited. So whenever I recruited good talent, it was a good learning ground for me. And whenever there was a vacancy, I would always have an objective that can that next person who's coming in line, is it better than the earlier one? I think that has paid off quite a lot. The biggest challenge is how do you identify the right talent, because interview has limitations and all of us interview people, but that interviewing process has to be very, very thorough. You have to do detailed questioning, you have to do proper reference checks, you have to identify what is relevant for that job and then hire, but still we make a mistake. I tell other entrepreneurs that there is a big war for talent, and that war for talent is as important as war for market share or growth. You have to create a strong employee value proposition if you want to succeed in business, because you may have a very good idea, but if you have weak talent, they will not be able to execute. And then if you recruit good talent, I think the biggest challenge is how do you make them behave like owners? How do you instill that ownership mindset, which means can they move very fast? Can they take risks? Can they be empowered much more? Can they experiment more? And they are not afraid of failure. So I think that is the biggest challenge for all the owners, to instill that ownership mindset amongst the professionals.
One of the very well-known takeover battles that ended in favor of Indian corporates was the conversation that you always had with Hindustan Unilever and Marico. What were the major threads that went on at that point of time? What did they speak to you? What was the main crux of those conversations?
So this happened many years back, almost 20 years back, and we had just gone public, and Levers wanted to acquire us. They had acquired 2 brands prior to us, but we were the brand leaders. So they had made it public that they're going to take us on. And they announced it in their analyst meets. They spread a lot of word that we will eat up Marico and Parachute and whatnot. So there was a lot of fear within me, within the organization, but I was very clear that I am not going to sell out. Many approaches made to me through bankers. I also got a direct phone call from the chairman of Levers, please sell out, otherwise your history.
So what did you tell him?
If you sell out, all your future generations will be taken care of financially. And I said, I'm not after money, Mr. Dadi said, So I took them on, but it was not obstinacy, or it was just, I went much detailed, I also went to Ahmedabad to meet Karsan Bhai Patel, who had taken on Levers. I spent time with him and analyzed in detail what can they do. They launched their product not once but 3 times. we were not impacted. The weaker players were impacted in that battle. So we remained strong. After some years, they started losing interest. So I told them that why don't you sell out this business? And somewhere they decided to sell off that business. I thought they will come to me and offer that business to me. But they were smart. They put up an auction wherein all the Indian FMCG companies, including Dabur, Imami, Godrej, were participating. But we were very, very clear that we had to buy that brand, So we went very, very aggressive in terms of our quote. We were much, much higher compared to what others had quoted, which meant that they didn't ask for a rebidding. We got that deal, and that was a big, big source of celebration within the company. So from selling out to an MNC, we acquired their brand.
So instead of being a small fish, you became a bigger fish.
I think in that particular area, but I think that brand has done very well. We bought it for, I'm talking of 2002, for some like 215 crores. Today, if I had to sell that brand, I can sell it for more than 5,000 crores.
And ladies and gentlemen, the progress of Marico has been phenomenal. If you look at the last 10 odd years, the stock has gone up 13% each year. And the turnover at the moment is 10,400 crore rupees, which is also headed much higher. Mr. Mariwala, when you look at the current landscape of FMCG, the competition has increased dramatically. Children are buying online. There is a huge amount of newer generational brands that have come in. What have been your learnings in the current setup?
So you're absolutely right. Until 3 or 4 years back, this was the most defensive sector because it was very difficult for any new entrant to create new brands, to create so much distribution network. You had to be available in something like 10 lakh outlets, or depending on what you were distributing. Then you needed big budgets to promote your brands. Until digital marketing came in, where you didn't require that much budgets. You didn't have to distribute to retail shops. So we saw an emergence of something like 25, 30 at that time. D2C brands. Now there are more than 200 D2C brands, or more than 200 also. But it was a big discontinuity, and any discontinuity like this, there is always a threat to your business. But we also said that, is this an area of opportunity for Marico? So we said that, can we buy D2C brands? And that's how we have been most aggressive amongst FMCG companies to buy 4 brands, which will do a turnover of about 1,000 crores next year. And we have kept them at a different location because the mindset required to succeed in a D2C brand is very, very different than a traditional FMCG brand. And that's the reason why we have been successfully integrating. Our profitability is also much, much higher than most other D2C brands. So it's worked out very well for us.
So how is the learning machine within Marico compounding this knowledge for other product classes?
So I think there is a best practices sharing with the D2C team as well as the FMCG team. And I think because of sharing, we leverage each other's experiences. The products, when they reach a certain level, they get distributed through our distribution network. So there is a synergy, but they have to be managed separately because the skills required are very, very different.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Mariwala, it's been a great life. You've moved from managing businesses to Rangshala. You have such a wonderful life in terms of theatre. Who is the true Mr. Mariwala at this point of time, and what do you look forward to over the next 5-7 years?
So I think any individual has to evolve, go on evolving. When you were small, I was doing things. When you're medium sized, you're getting things done. And when you're large, you are influencing others. So at this stage, I'm at the influencing stage where I'm not getting things done, but I'm more an influencer, whether through speeches or book or whatever I do. So I think my life has evolved, and I've reinvented myself in the last few years after I stepped down as managing director, and I do a lot of things which are now purpose-led. So can I make a difference to others? This is my motto in life. So can I make an impact to others, and not just, because ultimately, beyond a point, money is not important, I think ultimately the role of any organization is to look at all stakeholders. The organization exists for all stakeholders and not just shareholders. So how can you enrich each and every stakeholder, whether it's your customers, associate, employees, shareholders, and society?
What a wonderful conversation, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Mr. Mariwala.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mariwala, and thank you so much, Shell, for that great conversation that we've had. Let me request Mr. Harsh Shah of Sri Naman Group to please come up on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Mariwala. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us have a photo up. Thank you so much, Mr. Mariwala, and thank you so much, Shell. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is building India's next global conglomerate. As Indian enterprises expand their global footprint, what are the lessons that we can learn from legacy businesses that have successfully scaled internationally? This session will delve into strategic expansion, corporate governance, and the future of India Inc. on a world stage. For this session, I would like to call upon stage our esteemed guest, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, Chairman of Aditya Birla Group, a visionary leader who has steered one of the most diversified and globally successful business groups, to share with us his keynote address. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Birla.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the turn of the year, I wrote about the T factor and how that could disproportionately influence the course of this year. I'm guessing that I don't need to tell this audience who the T factor stands for. And I believe that we're now in the throes of what I call a U3 world, a world that is uncertain, unpredictable, and unorthodox. And this is evident in our news feeds, as it is in conversations between heads of state. This is therefore an interesting time, I believe, to talk about globalization and building India's next global conglomerate. I will start by taking you back in time. The year was 1969, in a business environment in India that was marred by draconian controls and stifling regulations. My father, Aditya Vikram Birla, took a very giant leap not just for his own business, but for Indian business as a whole. He made a pioneering move by setting up manufacturing units in Thailand. He embraced globalization 22 years before globalization had even become a part of our lexicon in India. And our success in Thailand and subsequently in Indonesia acted as a springboard for our global ambitions. On one of my earlier global acquisitions in 1998, which took our group to Canada, where we acquired 2 pulp units. We had a very interesting experience. Back then, selling the India story was no easy task. To many in the West, India was distant, unfamiliar, and very frankly, very third world. My colleagues found themselves in front of employee unions, in front of the provincial government, making presentations that went far beyond the balance sheet. They had to showcase India itself even before presenting our credentials. Fast forward to today, and the contrast couldn't be starker. From America to Africa, Indian capital is sought after. A seller who is looking to sell an asset no longer sees an Indian acquirer as being an uncertain acquirer. Instead, they see stability, they see entrepreneurship of high caliber, they see a future that is secure. So that is the distance that India and Indian businesses have traveled, more so in the last 1 decade than perhaps even before that. From having to present our credentials, we have evolved today into a global enterprise operating in 41 countries, spread across 6 continents with over 185,000 employees. This journey offers some insights into building a global conglomerate, which I've been asked to share with you today. Let me start with the first, which is what I call sanity over vanity. Every time we have acquired or invested overseas, it has been driven by a clear and a very compelling business rationale. Expansion, after all, must be guided by logic and not by bravado. The temptation to chase global ambitions without having a clear-cut strategy in place can be costly. What looks dazzling in the short term will become a burden in the mid to long term. Our approach has been quite simple: go global in businesses where we have a strong foundation at home in India. For example, when we acquired mines in Australia, it was to secure raw material for our copper smelter in India. When Hindalco took over Novelis, a company headquartered in Canada and 3 times its size then, it wasn't just about scale. It was about gaining a significant presence in the downstream part of the aluminium value chain. To put it in context, Hindalco then had a presence in the upstream metal part of the value chain, which means that we made aluminium, and metal prices are always volatile and not in the control of producers. Novelis, which we acquired, on the other hand, manufactures aluminium rolled products used in automotive and beverage cans. In fact, 1 out of every 3 beverage cans in the world is made by Novelis products. This downstream part of the businesses have higher margins, they are less volatile, and hence by acquiring Novelis, we were creating a company with far less volatility in earnings and higher margins. So the point I'd like to make that every move has had purpose, every investment has had a plan, and that rigor and that discipline has made all the difference. Second, I believe that integration is as much about mutual respect as it is about gaining efficiencies. After the Novelis acquisition, plenty of newsprint was spilled predicting integration hurdles and cross-cultural challenges. The skeptics were certain that there would be a mismatch between the two cultures, and to be fair, challenges did arise, some expected, others surprisingly subtle. One of them was as mundane as it was symbolic: transitioning Novelis employees to an Aditya Birla Group email ID. A simple IT change, one might think, but identity runs deeper, and changing it overnight would have sent the wrong signal that all of us are taking over all of you. We took our time, almost a year actually, before making the change. The message was clear that if we were this thoughtful about something as small as an email address, we would be equally, if not much more deliberate about larger cultural and operational integration. In fact, our approach to integration has always been measured. Even before we place a bid to acquire an asset, we typically would do a thorough assessment of the talent, ensuring compatibility of people with our ethos. And as a result of this, we have made very few changes in the senior management teams of the acquired businesses. This also ensures continuity. As an example, the deputy CFO of Novelis, when we acquired it, is today the CEO of the company. Third learning: globalization is not a one-way process. Globalization is far more reciprocal than it might seem. With each foray into new territories, we have assimilated novel ideas and embraced diverse perspectives. This dynamic exchange encompasses just about everything. For example, from the impressive safety standards of our American units to the frugal engineering of some of our Asian operations. And most often, people are the conduits of this exchange. Therefore, we have a well-established protocol on global mobility of high-quality talent across the group. This would mean, for example, providing our American colleagues a chance to work in the fastest-growing economy in the world. This mobility gives our talent wider exposure, new experience horizons, and this in turn creates more consummate leaders who can take on larger roles in the group. I think an intended consequence of a global corporation should be to create a global cadre of leadership. I believe that in this world, where national markers of identity are gaining increasing prominence, global corporations like the Aditya Birla Group have the powerful ability to unite people. Through a shared purpose and a common set of values, a truly global corporation has the ability to bind a diverse workforce, one that has an unwavering commitment to growth. And that brings me to my fourth learning, the role of the corporate center. In our experience, a high-quality, internationally benchmarked, and an active corporate center is critical to the cohesion and long-term resilience of a global corporation. A dynamic corporate center can help set standards, facilitate cross-pollination of best practices across businesses, and be the conscious keeper of sorts. In an era of increasing complexity, the corporate center also serves as a discerning lens, evaluating growth opportunities with both a strategic as well as a dispassionate eye. Instead of being a passive coordinating hub, it is the steadying force of the global engine, providing both momentum and course correction in equal measure. And finally, my last reflection, globalization is not about building outposts. In the Aditya Birla Group, we see ourselves as a truly global company that takes pride in being Indian at its origins. Unlike the traditional Western model of peripheral outposts in different markets, our global operations are integral to our strategic vision. Each market serves a distinct mission, ensuring that expansion is not merely about a footprint and geography, but about meaningful participation in global value chains. For example, we have an ongoing $4 billion investment in a greenfield aluminum rolling and recycling mill in Alabama in the US, which is our largest investment in any single project anywhere in the world to date. And this project underscores this approach. Through this investment, we are making a demonstrative commitment to continue to grow with our beverage packaging and our automotive customers to meet the needs of low-carbon, highly sustainable aluminum solutions. In fact, our customer base across our businesses is globally distributed, and our investments reflect a singular priority, that of serving them effectively wherever in the world they might be. Take our carbon black business as an example. The largest use of carbon black is in tires. Our production facilities across 14 countries cater to the local demand of our global customers. This is as opposed to producing in just one or two countries in the world and then supplying globally. This enables us to respond to our customer needs with agility and with local insight, and that in some ways is the essence of a truly global corporation. Being deeply global and at the same time unmistakably local. I believe that India's greatest contribution to the evolving global order may well be a redefinition of globalization itself, one that is shaped by an Indian ethos, a more inclusive, more accepting form of globalization. I've always believed that success in global markets builds economic power for the country. Indian businesses that compete and win abroad elevate India's economic status, create jobs, and foster innovation. They strengthen India's influence in trade, policy, and geopolitics, reinforcing India's role as a key player in the global economy. I hope that our journey of the Aditya Birla Group inspires many more Indian companies to take bold strides internationally. Their success in some ways will be India's success. The globalization of business, even in general, is an unfolding reality. For us, what has once been a lonely step onto the world stage is now a confident stride. Yet the next frontier will demand even more capital, more capabilities, and more insightful imagination, and the ability to not just compete, but also to shape global industries and set new standards globally. The world is watching India with new expectations, and I'm sure that India Inc. will live up to these expectations and also define a bold new future on the global stage. Thank you.
Mr. Birla, could we please request you to stay on the stage, please, sir? And I'd now like to invite Mr. Rahul Kaval, News Director, Aaj Tak and India Today, and also Executive Director, Business Today, to have an interesting Q&A session now with you on stage.
Mr. Birla, thank you very much. Can we have a very warm round of applause for that insightful address?
Thank you.
I don't know how many of you sitting here know that this is the 30th year that Kumar Birla has been running the Aditya Birla Group. And this is a massive responsibility. He was thrust into at a very young age. And from there, he's grown into the responsibility every year. And when it seems that they've already done everything that they could possibly do, he finds new opportunities, creates new businesses, and the new businesses are as successful as the businesses that he inherited. And that's quite a skill. We want to keep this very short, so we won't take too much time. But I want you to give us a broad sense of your vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. The Prime Minister Modi talks about taking India to the position of a developed country by 2047. Looked at from your lens, Mr. Birla, do you think India, in the way that we are progressing, is on track to achieve that? We've got the External Affairs Minister here. And if you were to do some policy prescriptions to those in power, what more would you like to see for India to be able to achieve its true potential?
So my answer to your question is yes, I do think that we're on the right track. 2047 is a while away, so a little bit of crystal gazing, but I think if you look across the world, we're the only large economy of our size growing at 6, 7, 8% annually, which I think in itself is a huge achievement. Not just us, but the world realizes that. And this is our time in the sun. I think everyone in this room knows that. You feel proud being Indian after a very long time. So yes, I think we're on track. There's so many things that one can point out to. I think, a lot of the problems that we think are Indian problems are unique to the Indian economy from the vantage of leading a company across so many countries. Some of these problems actually are generic across global economies. Let's say environment, for example. Whilst we talk a lot about environment and the shift that we need to make to green, that's that's an issue that companies globally are grappling with in the corporate context. So I think, yes, I think that our government is doing a great job. Kudos to them, policy stability, great optimism about India, things happening on the ground, large investment in infrastructure, which was lacking up until a few years ago. So I think, I feel proud of being an Indian industrialist because we're seen with a whole new set of eyes now.
One of the things you've been very successful at is opportunity spotting. Given the vast array of what you inherited, determining which new sectors to go in, do you want to share some tips with those sitting here and watching you? How do you pick which sector to enter, and how is it that you're able, for example, for paints or for jewelry, now cosmetics, how is it that you're able to establish market leadership in such short time, given the complexity of entering new businesses?
So I think we are very driven by scale and size, and our underlying philosophy for each business is to be the number one or number two player in terms of scale and size. Also, we need a right to win. So for example, in the opportunity about an entry into the paints business, we have overlapping distribution with our existing white cement business, which gave us a right to win. Of course, there was a lot of planning that went into it, 3 years of, a bunch of people that kept growing in size, planning with a lot of precision, and some very insightful, thinking, greenfield thinking, blue sky thinking, whatever you might call it. And I think that the team has come together really well. We've commissioned 5 plants in 9 months. And the 6th plant commissions next month. With that, we have 40% of the Indian paint industry's capacity that's been built over, I think, 4 decades. 40,000 dealers now, and by the end of the year, I think we'll have a very impressive market share. So I think a lot of thinking through, I think planning is a very important part of it. Execution, it's about also pooling the group's resources as also the group's experience, knowledge pools together. So we have experience in manufacturing, we had an overlap in terms of distribution, like I told you. So it's about pooling in all the group's experiences and pulling all our strengths in one direction.
You spoke of building the next Indian global conglomerate. The biggest headline internationally is everything that's happening in the United States with President Donald Trump and the tariffs that he's threatening to impose on India. As the head of one of India's largest conglomerates and India's biggest investor in the US, how do you look at the noise that's coming out of DC? How much of a factor is it when you weigh your investments in the US and your business plans going forward? How are you trying to calibrate these choppy waters?
So I think as it happens, our business, we are the largest investor in the US from India. Thanks for saying that. Very few people talk about that. We don't talk about it actually, to be honest, too much. Our operations in In the US, they supply to our customers in the US. They don't really import too much or export too much. Our operations, it just so happens from India, don't export too much to the US. So I think we remain relatively unscathed. We don't have a situation where we have production facilities in the US which need to import, let's say, from somewhere else in the world. So we, I think, remain in a solid situation.
And lastly, when I was at the World Economic Forum at Davos recently, I had the opportunity to interview your son who's just completing college at the Harvard Business School this semester. You've inducted your son and your daughter into different boards. How do you look at the issue of transitioning to the next generation? What are you trying to tell your children about the kind of values that you'd want them to build the future of the Aditya Birla Group?
They're 30 and 27. They're a little bit beyond the point where I'm going to tell them things. But they've been exposed to business right from a very young age. They understand the value system of the family. They're seventh generation. They feel a great sense of pride about what the family stands for. Transition just doesn't happen like that, especially in business families. I think it just happens over a period of time. Both of them, I think, are very hardworking, very ambitious kids, don't want to be supported by the father unless they really need the support, which is, very few and far apart occasions. They want to build with me the ABG of tomorrow.
The most amazing thing, and I'm sure you'd find this quite remarkable, is that unlike most conservative Indian business fathers, Kumar Birla never really pushed his children into a particular direction. One played cricket, the other became a pop star before joining the business, and that's something I've always been very curious about. Because very often, all Indian business families would like for their children to stick to the conventional path. Was that ever a factor when your son was roughing it out in Rewa, in Madhya Pradesh, slumming it out in some relative sense with the cricketers who were playing, or your daughter touring all across the country? Did you ever feel that, what are they doing? Is this, what would the rest of the world say? Is this, how would they react? Or how did you make your peace with that?
No, so we spoke about it a lot, my wife and I, and both were very keen to pursue, in the case of my daughter, her singing, in the case of my son, professional cricket. It took us a little bit of time to put, to wrap our heads around it. But we just felt that they'd learn and grow from that experience. I think it's very important for children, for the next generation, to have an identity of their own. And if they can achieve that even before coming into the organization and becoming actively involved, I think that's great. I think that they've both grown a lot from their respective experiences. I mean, if you're a singer, you can't have a parent coming and helping you to sing. Or play on the field, on the pitch. So they've grown up to be, I think, much more worldly wise, much more empathetic, with a lot more discipline than Nija and I would have been able to instill in them.
Well, it takes a lot of courage to allow for that to happen and for that process to play itself out. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause? Kumaramangalam Birla. Thank you very much. Absolute pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Birla. Could I please request you to be on the stage while I invite Mr. Arun Puri, the Chairman and the Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please come up on stage. Sir, request you to please be on the stage, Mr. Birla. Just for a moment, as we felicitate you with a token of appreciation, Mr. Arun Puri. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Birla. Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Birla, for being with us today. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Diplomacy in the Age of Disruptions. To offer insights into navigating global challenges in the era of rapid change, we have with us today another esteemed figure, Mr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, a distinguished diplomat and a strategic thinker who has played a pivotal role in shaping India's foreign policy, strengthening global partnerships and addressing geopolitical shifts. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause on the stage. to please share with us your thoughts, sir.
Namaskar, and it's a great good evening. It's a great pleasure to join you all today at this event that Business Today organizes annually. Now, I suppose it's not very often that a minister is selected for a business award, but I take it as a reflection of the government's support for our economic interests abroad, as well as for foreign policy decisions that have facilitated growth and development at home. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it has never been more important to read the geopolitical tea leaves right, because today they fundamentally impinge both on our opportunities and our challenges. Let me underline that while we may be speaking here in this hall of businesses, at the end of the day, this is really about job creation. In many ways, it is about our national progress and prosperity. It is only when businesses are successful, at home or abroad, that we can have the resources, the technologies, indeed the opportunities that would ensure a Viksit Bharat. Now, like any other domain, business also faces the challenges of a world in churn. In fact, I would say to some extent, even in disarray. The last few years have already seen multiple stresses on the global economy, which is already in difficulties. The underlying issue has been the accumulated consequences of over-concentrated manufacturing, as well as massive subsidies and sectoral protection. The full impact of that was visible during the COVID pandemic on the fragility of supply chains. The Ukraine conflict created an additional set of concerns, especially those pertaining to food, to fuel, and to fertilizers. And when sourcing from key producers became challenging, its ripple impact actually spread across all businesses and all geographies. The fighting that we have seen since October 2023 in West Asia or the Middle East has added another dimension, because we have seen maritime shipping disrupted, and this has particular consequences for the Asia-Europe traffic. From time to time, business, in fact international economy, has also experienced the effects of extreme climate events. Now, on top of all of this, there are the economic consequences of sharper geopolitical competition. The digital and the technology worlds have felt the implication of this polarization most visibly. After decades of hearing the virtues of globalization, today the world is grappling with the reality of industrial policies, export controls, and tariff wars. In such a scenario, it is essential to identify advantageous trends and adapt our policies accordingly. First and foremost, there is the widespread concern today about de-risking the global economy. The solution lies in more diversified manufacturing, Mr. Birla referred to it, in more innovation and technology, and in stronger trade, including those that pertain directly to food and health security. Put together, what that means is a re-globalization that is fairer, that is more democratic, that is less riskier than its earlier model. Now, we in India know this as Atmanirbhar Bharat when it comes to our own policy, which is propelled in particular by Make in India. Other nations, of course, have their own particular variants. Now, flowing from that is the next priority of creating reliable, resilient, and I would even argue redundant supply chains. In some domains, such as food, health, or energy, that could mean shorter supply chains. For example, we've seen where the Gulf is concerned that they value India particularly because we are a proximate and a reliable provider of daily necessities. But it could also mean more distant sourcing if costs and logistics support it. Our growing trade, for example, with Latin America is an example. Now, while this will present us in India with new opportunities, it also means that we will have to raise the level of our game. The infrastructure progress that we have seen, especially after we launched the Gati Shakti initiative, has also been greatly helpful in this regard. We need today a parallel endeavor in regard to human resources so that our skills and talents meet the requirements of our contemporary times. There is a reordering happening right now, both in terms of location and flows. India must strive to capture its benefits to the extent possible. The digital world has an even greater sense of insecurity when it comes to sourcing and collaboration. Where data is stored, where it is processed, and how it is deployed are today a matter of crucial importance as we enter the era of AI. The logic of the market has to be balanced by the compulsions of privacy and of security. Stronger political relationships become a factor in calculations. Putting efficiency, talent, and such comfort together, it is understandable today that India features much more strongly on the radars of others, especially when it comes to global capability centers. Translating trust into business will be an overwhelming compulsion. The Trade and Technology Council, TTC, that we established with the European Union is designed to address this precise objective. A policy decision that has significant economic implications in recent years was our assertion of energy choices in the aftermath of the Ukraine conflict. The truth was that every nation did what was in their self-interest, even if some professed otherwise. But as a larger trend, the fifth biggest economy of the world must necessarily develop a broad and diverse set of energy relationships. Technology and logistics advancements have ensured that distance is no longer a consideration. This is not just about multiplicity of sources, they give us better outcomes as well. Now, ensuring that our nation has a favorable energy environment, because we have decades of growth ahead of us. To ensure that we have a favorable energy environment for coming decades is understandably one of our key diplomatic objectives. Beyond fossil fuels, it extends to developing and deploying renewables on a large scale, as well as exploring the potential of small modular reactors. Remember, the world of AI and the world of EV are going to generate much higher energy demands on top of the natural needs of greater prosperity. If data is the new oil, then data centers are the new refineries, and they will need to be powered. Ladies and gentlemen, the global marketplace was always a competitive one. But the trend has been accentuated by governments all over the world now stepping out more vigorously in support of businesses. We cannot and should not be otherwise. You would all agree that Indian embassies today are far more active than before in the pursuit of our commercial interests. They inform, they advise, they facilitate wherever possible to ensure that our businesses do well. We have also been proactive in many regions, organizing business conclaves to familiarize ourselves with the landscape and its opportunities. In fact, we just did one last week in respect of Latin America and the Caribbean, and we had done it a little bit before with regard to Africa and the Mediterranean. In my own visits abroad, the advocacy of our interest is supported by the presence of business representatives. One mechanism that has been effective in introducing Indian products and services into new markets has been under the line of credits which are offered under what we call the IDEAS scheme. On occasion, this has been supplemented by grant assistance. In the last decade, we have engaged as many as 78 nations, so 78 different markets, through such mechanisms. In many cases, whether it is projects, exports, or servicing, there have been repeat orders or additional businesses directly placed by the partner nation, or in fact by others for whom work, even if not done in their own country, has nevertheless served as a reference point. So we have seen this from water pipelines to road building to power transmission, even to the supply of buses. Now, as we contemplate a more technology and services driven future, it is important to plan and prepare for the global workplace. The mismatch between demand and demography is by now glaringly apparent in many societies. But the reconciliation does not happen by itself. It requires engaging the concerned governments as well as building a national brand of talent and of our work ethic. With many nations, it has taken the form of mobility partnerships. Others have preferred a less structured solution that are based on their own practices and pathways. We have, in fact, steered our partner nations towards educational talent and skill reservoirs so that they understand the value that India today has to offer. This has involved engaging government agencies as much as educational institutions, corporates, and service providers. As our citizens go out in greater numbers for business, for jobs, for education, or even for tourism, it is also important that they feel secure in their travels. We have gone the extra mile to ensure, whether it is through evacuation operations, resources for assisting those in distress, or just something as simple as efficient replacement of travel documents. We have gone the extra mile to ensure that this happens. Another facet of globalization has been the growth of tourism. Today, we see that not just as a leisure industry, but one essential to the MICE world, as indeed to the medical one. As India connects better through stronger aviation and more airports, the potential that tourism holds as an economic driver only increases. In fact, just as GCC addresses the demands of industry, a similar phenomenon is unfolding in respect of health. Heal in India is a concept whose moment has arrived. But to make all of this deliver better, India's branding and ease of access has to grow along with the infrastructure. Therefore, tourism promotion has become an equally significant aspect of our diplomacy. Friends, I have so far touched upon different aspects of how foreign policy advances our economic goals, be they at home or abroad. While each would have its own players and constituencies, a large economy like India also needs an overall strategy. You can call it a business strategy, an economic one, or the core of our efforts to promote and strengthen our comprehensive national power. But it is only a consolidated approach that can give effective guidance to those who engage with other economies and countries. At its most basic level, such a strategy would lay out a landscape of our challenges and opportunities in national terms. Going beyond that, it spells out specific domains for advantageous engagement. On occasion, it could highlight risks and issues in particular relationships or transactions. But most of all, it is only through strategizing that we can bridge divides and expand convergences. Moreover, by pulling together different dimensions of our strengths and attractions, we can actually credibly present brand India before the world. A strategic approach also helps to widen options. In the current polarized era, India is among the few nations that can simultaneously engage Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Iran, the democratic West and the global South, and the BRICS and the Quad. We have initiated or joined more than 40 different groupings devoted to specific agendas, from renewables and biofuels to disaster resilience and connectivity. Even in a sensitive domain like defense or security, Indian diplomacy actually ensures that both our armed forces and our businesses have the widest possible selection of partners. When it comes to international cooperation, we have also shown the ability to forge different combinations for different domains, be it trade, technology, energy, or security. The endeavor in the final analysis is to keep as many doors open as possible. I have always maintained that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas applies equally to foreign policy. Trade agreements have always occupied a salient position when it comes to our global economic engagement. This is even more so now, a reality that India must recognize. Currently, we are engaged in three particularly important negotiations: the FTAs with European Union and the United Kingdom, and the BTA with the United States. Just this week, we launched negotiations with New Zealand as well. There are also a few others which were already in the pipeline. In the current uncertain and volatile world, it is essential that we appreciate the value of such endeavors. We have to carefully assess the costs and benefits, as well as weigh the price of action versus inaction. There could also be collateral benefits of such understandings, especially when it comes to sensitive technologies. India will take, obviously, an India-first approach in this regard, with Viksit Bharat as our goal. Thinking will also be guided by the prospect of tapping unrealized potential in these relationships. Most of our earlier FTAs are with Asian economies, many of a competitive character. Introducing an overall balance by engaging the Gulf and Western economies has not just an economic logic, but a strategic one as well. Another issue that has strong connotations, strong strategic connotations, is connectivity. India has been a victim of colonialism, of the partition, and of our own past economic policies. We are now in the midst of rectification. This involves a range of connectivity initiatives with multiple partners. To the west, the IMEC corridor and the INSTC are notable. To the east, we are working on the trilateral highway and the Chennai-Vladivostok corridor. These are initiatives that require great perseverance and commitment, but what they hold is the ability to actually transform our business environment, making access to and from India much more efficient, stable, diverse, and competitive. Let us not forget that the fifth largest economy, which could be third by the end of the decade, if not earlier, needs more such secure pathways. Even more compelling, however, are the demands of our immediate neighborhood. It is India's interest that there is greater regional integration. Because politics is not always easy, it must be driven, meaning integration must be driven by business, connectivity, and contacts. In the last decade, the Neighborhood First policy has been undertaking to realize these very goals. We now see power grids, fuel pipelines, new integrated checkpoints, roads, trains and railways, waterways, usage of ports, much higher volumes of transactions and flows. So whether it is near or far, whether it is with the developed or the developing, whether it is in goods or services, the importance of business in connecting India to the world cannot be overstated. For some decades now, we have also seen Indian businesses establish a global footprint. I was briefly associated with one myself. Sri Kumaramangalam Birlaji just now has spoken about it. I just want to say that such endeavors really help to shape our image abroad. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude on this note. The last decade has witnessed the cumulative impact of making it easier to do business, of promoting ease of living at home and abroad, of building a digital public infrastructure, and through Gati Shakti, a physical one as well. This has made Make in India much more viable and much more credible. Even as that strikes roots, our talent pool offers the attractions of research, design, and innovate in India. Our diplomacy is currently tasked with taking that message out to the world. This is best done by deepening our partnership, and I'm confident that this sentiment is shared by all of you, and I look forward to working together as Team India. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaishankar, for sharing such brilliant insights with all of us. We'll now request Rahul Kanwal to conduct a nice Q&A session with you, sir.
You know, it's almost never that you have a member of the opposition, and that too someone as erudite as Dr. Shashi Tharoor, saying that he has egg on his face as he wonders at the marvel of how Dr. Jaishankar and the Indian Foreign Ministry navigated the trapeze of handling both Ukraine and Russia with such elan. It's highly magnanimous of Dr. Shashi Tharoor for saying so. Poor guy got into some trouble in his own party.
I've always admired his judgment, particularly about us.
You'll get him into more trouble. But the fact is, when that war broke and the kind of position that you said we're not on anybody's side, we're on the side of peace. And to be able to maintain that position through the conflict and actually in hindsight have the world say, yes, you were right. And this is happening in real time where policy is being made by a practitioner such as yourself. Do you want to give us a broad overview of, it's like cricket. You know, the ball comes, you have a fraction of a second of deciding what to do. You could have chosen, like many other countries did, on being on Ukraine's side or pushing further towards Russia. To be able to maintain that balance again and again requires a very high level of expertise. Do you want to give us a framework into how, because a lot of the world order is being upended just as we speak, how you're making those decisions, the thinking behind that?
Well, I think, like cricket, you need a lot of net practice. I think you have today a government which is in its third term. It has a lot of experience at its command, particularly when it comes to national security and foreign policy. And I think that makes a difference. But more than that, look, what in a way we looked at the conflict, the drivers of it, the larger environment in a very objective way. I think a lot of other players, understandably, perhaps were carried away emotionally about it. And that clouded their judgment. I think it perhaps created calculations and expectations which are not really well founded. And the other point, look, we've also been tracking not just the Ukraine situation, but the global situation. With a certain amount of, again, in a very sensible way, without being, swayed by the propaganda and the prejudices that we have seen over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So when there were trends at play, we saw those trends. I'm not saying we predicted every electoral win, but we certainly saw there were forces at play. We saw this is a world that is changing. We assessed it from our own interests, but from the interests of the world as yet. So I do put it in a way to a certain amount of objectivity. I think particularly Prime Minister Modi's the range of relationships that he has built, the insights he had and which these relationships have, in a way added to it. I think we are seeing a cumulative impact of all of that.
And I'm sure many of you sitting here already know, but Dr. Jaishankar's father, K. Subramaniam, was one of India's foremost strategic affairs experts. And one of the things Dr. J is very, very passionate about is to try and inculcate Indian strategic doctrine from the Ramayana to the Mahabharata to Chanakya, Kautilya. And you've even written books about that. To what extent have you succeeded in ensuring that Indian foreign policy practitioners, students, and the public at large refer to Indian strategic doctrine when they try and make a framework of how to look at what's happening in the world?
It's very hard for me to give a reply about how well or not well I have done. I think the answer is there. But what I have seen over the last, say, 10, 11 years, I have seen in the country, among people who you would not normally expect, much greater interest in foreign policy, what we are doing. There are many reasons for it. One is technology, social media, smartphones. People are more connected. They are able to understand and take interest in many more things. There is also a sense, they are my people. Somebody is looking after them. I should also be involved in that process. So I think the behavior of the government and the policies of the government have instilled in the people a much greater sense of pride and a sense of ownership about what happens abroad. But beyond that, I feel in many ways, look, if you give an analogy, an example which people identify, you tell people, acha, look at this Ukraine. Now let me tell you, Mahabharata mein bhi aisa hota tha. Or Bhagwan Shri Krishna he gave this advice in that situation. Immediately people get it. So, when you tell, for example, I've built a lot, both, one book to some extent on what Shri Krishna did on the Mahabharata, the other one to some extent on what, Hanuman did in service of Prabhu Shri Ram. So, if you appeal or make people think about something they know well, they immediately get it. And I think that's been very helpful. And we should, because if we don't take pride in our history and tradition, how can we expect other countries to do
Okay, quiz question. Who were amongst the greatest diplomats in Indian history? You can just put your hand up if you think you know the answer. If you've read his book, then that's a different matter. But if you intuitively know the answer, yes, sir. Hanumanji and Shri Krishna.
Angad.
He said Angad.
Huh?
Yeah? No, that's correct. So thank you. Well done. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? We had historian William Dalrymple at the India Today conclave recently. And one of the things he says, and I'm very curious to know what you think of it, he makes the argument that the Chinese Silk Route is a modern day construct, and that going back in history, there was no real massive trading volume between mainland China and Europe. The real trading was between India and the Roman Empire. And he makes the argument that India hasn't marketed its remarkable history, especially outside. And also the fact that the likes of, say, an Aryabhat, Brahmagupta, Indians don't know as much about, and that should be known much more. How do you look at the fact that Xi Jinping and China, modern day China, has done a much more masterful job of manufacturing myth and pushing the history as they'd like the world to see it versus what we've been able to do so far?
No, I don't think this is a result of what has been happening in the last few years. I think it's a result of what has been happening for about 200 years. Because what happened was when the British came and colonized India, the British systematically ran down our history. Whereas the British at that time were very powerful. They had an interest in preserving and projecting Chinese history because they were afraid at that time that Tsarist Russia would come and occupy China. So if you look at the 19th century, for example, the biggest advocates of China were UK and America, especially American missionaries. So, there's a whole school of promoting China. Not now, not Kissinger, not modern era. I'm talking of, early 1800s. In fact, Pearl as Buck was an outcome of that kind of strand of thinking. So, building up China was always, not always, but for a long time, a strategic objective of the West. Building them up as a society, praising their achievements, history, and running us down was equally a strategic compulsion of the West. So today, actually, we are starting this competition, or you can say this, projecting of image from very different starting points. I think we have a harder job, and therefore we'll work harder.
In the way the world is nowadays, we sleep knowing the world to be a certain way. You wake up in the morning and then things aren't quite the same given everything that may have happened in DC and elsewhere at night. What keeps you up, Dr. Jaishankar, at night? Do you sleep well? Or are you always looking at the phone ki dekho kya ho raha hai?
I sleep well and I get up and look at my phone and I go back to sleeping well.
So when you look at your phone, are you able to go back to sleep after that?
Yes. Look, I have, for many, many years, when you deal with the world, you're dealing with different time zones. So you have built it into your system. Pata nahi, raat ko kuch hoga, we have to be awake, somebody's phone call. And once you actually got into a position of responsibility, actually, unfortunately, sometimes things can happen, not necessarily good things can happen. So you build it into your cycle. But you have to today watch the world. I agree with you. You have to watch the world, not just at night. I mean, if I'm sitting there and I don't have my phone for an hour, I still start wondering, am I missing? So FOMO is a real issue there. But on the other hand, look at how much we are able to know about the world. The kind of numbers, statistics, what are other people doing. If you are in a business, what are your competitors doing? What are the possible options? So if you trade it off, I think we are far, far better off than preceding generations. I won't exchange it for anything.
Interesting. Henry Kissinger was asked who his favorite foreign minister at this moment was. And the first name on that list was of Dr. Jaishankar. So if I were to ask that, and Dr. Jaishankar, interestingly, in the way only he can, says, in the part of the world that I come from, that's not necessarily a compliment. And that's Kissinger in India. But okay, if I were to ask you, sir, of all the foreign ministers you practice diplomacy with, who comes across as most impressive to you?
The moment I gave you one name, I've lost all my other friends. So, good try, won't work.
Let me try a little. See, he's India's #1 diplomat. You can't expect me to trap him. That's not going to happen. So yes, that round of applause is well acknowledged. Sir, one of the things that's been spoken of for so long is that, and you spoke about it in your address, that India will go from being the 5th largest economy to being the 3rd largest. For a country of this aspiration, India has a very small Ministry of External Affairs, just about 1,000 to 1,100 officers. For context, the United States has 70,000, China has 7,000, even Dr. Jaishankar.
So that's a testament to a quality, no? I mean, वही काम जो है 1,000 लोग कर रहे हैं.
So we don't need a Doge in India. He's already got a Doge working hard. And even Dr. Jaishankar's favorite country, Canada, has about 7,000 plus officers. So how do you look at the question of upskilling and just having more boots on the ground?
I'd give you a serious answer. Actually, we categorize people in different ways. So you say UPSC, they pass UPSC, so there must be this, the next level, there must be something else. I take it as total net employees, because many countries, it doesn't matter at what level, when you go abroad, they declare you a diplomat. So, exactly who's a diplomat, not a diplomat, I think that's not a relevant argument. In fact, we give a lot of responsibilities even to our personnel, non-diplomatic personnel, which others don't give, so even to the diplomats. So if you take our total strength would be about, say about close to 8,000, if you take it all. Secondly, it's our working style also, and I'm being serious here. We tend to give a lot of latitude. It's like any of you who run a business, you can have a business with a lot of employees, or you can have a much more contemporary business where your team leaders or your, that vertical has a lot of freedom and latitude. And so we are a very, very, I would say, this sounds like self-praise, but it's actually self-analysis. We are among the nimblest foreign ministries. We expect ambassadors very often not just to tell us something is happening, but to tell us, okay, so what's the answer? In some cases, the smart ones may even say, that's the answer, and by the way, I've already initiated it. So I think it's a way of working, it's a way of counting, maybe to some degree our efficiency. But having said that, if you ask me, would you like more people? Absolutely.
Yeah, super. Finally, sir, as a student of foreign policy, it seems globalization is in retreat and we're back to the way of the jungle, might is right. As a practitioner, if you were asked to describe in one of your books the world order as it exists and India's place in it, what would be your response?
Look, I just went through this conversation, this part of the conversation with the Financial Times. First of all, this thing, there was a great world order, everybody obeyed it, it works so beautifully, there were rules, laws. That is their myth, Look at it from the point of view of other countries. Where was the world order when people in Africa and Asia and Latin America were not getting vaccines? Where was the world order when there were travel restrictions placed on them? If you look at, even infringements of sovereignty, please count from 1945 how many wars have taken place in the world and who has crossed whose borders. And the pattern which emerges is the guys up there cross into the borders of people down there. So I think we should be very careful buying into this narrative in the first place, that everything was orderly and nice and now somewhere somebody is coming with a wrecking ball. I don't think that is so. The second is, look at the order itself. We say we have a trading, an organization to regulate world trade. Please look at the subsidies. Please look at the, the non-market factors. Look at how much damage it has done to industry in this country. So if the world order was so great, why didn't it prevent all this? Why didn't someone call out that the goods which are being, imported into this country, it's made with advantageous, unfair support? People were silent. So I don't buy this idea that everything was great and now things are going to be, somehow not good. I think there were very big problems before. Many of us did not have the courage to stand up and call it out. I think we were one of them who did. Even connectivity, we were one of the few who said connectivity, the world has to agree on what is connectivity. One country cannot decide what should be connectivity. But look at the rest of the world. How many of them spoke up? So, look, we are in the threshold of change. Things will happen. I think whether the change is good or bad, opportunities, challenges, time will tell. But you won't see me going around singing pains to the world that we have somehow lost. That is not the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the opportunity over the past 2.5 decades to interview all our foreign ministers, and the fact is each minister is a product of the circumstance and a product of the government of the day. But I don't think we've had as aggressive a batsman on the global pitch as Dr. Jaishankar, and he's also someone who enjoys watching cricket quite a lot. So for that aggression and for that articulation and for explaining why Bharat matters and showing the India way, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause for Dr. Jaishankar? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaishankar. Could I please request you to be here while I request Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to come and felicitate Dr. Jaishankar, please. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Jaishankar. Let's pose for a photo op, sir. Thank you so much. Warmest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. S. Jaishankar. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Krishan, Chairperson PwC India, and in this session he will delve into the realities of Vucanomics 2025, a world shaped by volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, a tough ask after those two sessions by Mr. Birla and Mr. Jaishankar. But let me try. So if I were to ask you what computers, GPS, and video conferencing have in common, you might say that these are technological advancements that have transformed the way that we work. But if I were to put the Indian Premier League, or for that matter the atomic bomb, the answer might change. The common thread in all these developments is because these were either the product of disruption or they happened because of disruption. Be it war, geopolitical tensions, changing customer preferences, technology, or indeed economic shifts. VUCA isn't a new concept, but today the pace of change and the intensity of disruption is unprecedented, and it can make us insecure and unsure at the best of times. VUCA, however, does not need to paralyze us. It presents opportunities to push boundaries, to step outside the bounds of what traditionally is considered rational, and pave the way for a reimagined future. True innovators see crisis as an opportunity to challenge norms, experiment, and find value when others see chaos. So let's talk about VUCA a little bit. Volatility caused by the Great Recession earlier in the century created the most iconic two companies globally. They created the gig economy, Airbnb and Uber, which aimed at not only providing alternate sources of income to an otherwise unemployed population, were really a creation of volatility. Providing food in complex locations like Siachen resulted in the ready-to-eat industry. And of course, when we talk about uncertainty, inventions like 3D printing and autonomous vehicles come to mind. Of course, when we speak about ambiguity, there is the example of Netflix, which adopted a flexible strategy, transitioning from DVD rentals to streaming services, which eventually proved very, very successful. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about a 5-point framework which potentially we could leverage on as we deal with a world which is increasingly volatile. First one, adaptability and agility. Survivors of the disruptions aren't possibly the ones always which are the strongest or the biggest or the most cash rich. They ought to be the most adaptable. I think the example that comes to mind is Zoom, the platform Zoom, which we all started using post-COVID. Its explosive growth wasn't by luck. It was a rapid response to, to the needs of the world at that point in time for digital connectivity. And to me, that is a prime example of how you can leverage any challenge to your advantage. Adaptability demands decentralized decision-making, real-time analytics of data, and empowered teams that move fast. Companies that hesitate lose out. Whether we look at the example of a Netflix or a Samsung and we compare it to examples of Blockbuster and BlackBerry, I think the case is made. The second one, ladies and gentlemen, would be experimentation and putting customers first. The best business don't just react to change, they possibly anticipate it. Oftentimes, even before customers know what they want, and to me, again, an example, a homegrown example, is our e-commerce company, Blinkit, where they identified that the need of the customers is changing, and with our suboptimal infrastructure, created a business for themselves when possibly none existed, certainly not which could create the value that they have already. The third one is about building resilience. Disruptions, of course, can cloud our ability, and I said that they could make us a lot more insecure, they can make us a lot more unsure. But I would encourage you to think about two things. What opportunities does any crisis present to us? And how can we build resilience, not just for today, but for the long term? Resilience is not about survival. It's about turning challenges into a strategic advantage. The fourth one, ladies and gentlemen, is leveraging technology and making sure that we make it an enabler. Not only is technology today a source of disruption, as we have seen many a times, and we have spoken about it in few of the panels, but it is also an answer to tackling disruption. The key, of course, is not to resist it, but to harness technology for growth. I can't speak much about it. It'll take a lot of time, but the moot point really is how can we make technology as a tool of success and leverage it in the times of disruption. And the fifth is collaboration. Disruption is indeed complex, but collaboration turns every complexity into strength. The next wave of growth won't happen in silos. It will certainly require businesses and governments working in synergy. Prime example of that is India's digital stack, a success made possible by government support, private sector innovation, and a thriving startup ecosystem. Regulatory agility fosters innovation and businesses drive economic growth, but it's collaboration that accelerates progress. India's multi-aligned foreign policy and political neutrality have positioned the country and its people well. We are well poised to benefit from these disruptions, whether it is regional trade, offshoring, participating in new supply chains, or evolving customer preferences. What we need is agility, upskilling, and simplifying access to market. The government has highlighted its focus on enabling ease of doing business in this year's budget as well. Reducing red tape will play a key role in improving agility. That said, the onus is on us as business leaders, as entrepreneurs, and as individuals to identify and monetize opportunities. Disruption isn't only a threat, it's an opportunity for reinvention. The question is, are we going to be defensive or are we going to position ourselves to thrive? Policies and ideologies may shift, creating short-term turbulence, but in the long run, economics will triumph. I don't think I can make a better case than the dominance of solar energy in conservative Texas, which is possibly proof enough. The world isn't waiting for us to catch up. Vucanomics isn't about weathering the storm, it's about harnessing its power. The time for hesitation is over. The time for reinvention is now. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishan. And I'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to deliver his special address to this August gathering.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 13th edition of the Business Today Mindrush and India's Best CEO Awards, our flagship platform that celebrates excellence, vision, and leadership in Indian business. We are deeply honored by the presence of two exceptional public servants this evening, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji and who you've just heard, Dr. S. Jayashankar. Thank you both for joining us. Your presence here is a source of encouragement and inspiration for Indian industry and all of us gathered here tonight. A very warm welcome to our award winners, paragons of performance and leadership, chosen by a distinguished jury by the illustrious Mr. Deepak Parekh, Chairman of HDFC AMC. We thank you for your discerning efforts in selecting India's finest. In the presence of such luminaries, I offer no prescriptions, only reflections. Allow me to share three brief thoughts. First, I recall the words of Winston Churchill during World War II. Never let a good crisis go to waste. We are once again in uncertain times. Since President Donald Trump assumed office, he's put the world order in crisis, and this, of course, has serious consequences for India. We are fortunate to have a very nimble, brilliant, cerebral, as you've just heard, cerebral minister to navigate us through these troubled times. Dr. Jayashankar. Incidentally, he's the longest serving foreign minister since Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I'm correct. Yet, if history has taught us anything, it is this: India rises best to the occasion in moments of crisis. This is our opportunity to reimagine our engagement with the world, to open our markets more confidently to global trade. We must safeguard our industries, though, with intelligent anti-dumping measures. But today, Indian business are more than capable of holding their own on the world stage. Why do I say this with such conviction? Because over the past decade, India has made remarkable strides in building world-class infrastructure, a critical enabler of competitiveness and growth. And it's only fitting that the leader most responsible for this transformation is here with us tonight, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, your relentless commitment to developing modern infrastructure has been pivotal in India's economic journey. My second point is that echoes through corporate corridors and entrepreneurial circles is deregulation. I welcome the government's announcement of a deregulation commission. It is a much needed move in the right direction. For too long, red tape has hampered enterprise and frustrated investment. Foreign investors often tell us the biggest challenge in India is not opportunity, it is the bureaucracy. Yet today, India needs more capital inflows than ever before. It is time we place trust in markets and entrepreneurs. Regulations should catch wrongdoers, yes, but not at the cost of discouraging the honest or stifling innovation. If I may be candid, deregulation must be an act of surgery, not homeopathy. And since I'm being candid, let me say that people with vested interests should not be in charge of this exercise. And the most hopeful words I heard ahead of the budget this year came not from the minister, but from the economic survey. It said the government should get out of the way. I hope this clarity of thought translates into policy. Because if we are to realize the vision of Viksit Bharat, it will not happen with the bureaucracy. It will happen through bold deregulation, liberating the entrepreneurial spirit of this nation. My third and final point is one of conviction. I believe in the Indian entrepreneur. Recently, Nandan Nilekani made a point that India has 150,000 startups today. And that number will be 1 million in 10 years' time. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not just a statistics, it is a movement. Despite daunting odds, our entrepreneurs persist, they build, they innovate, they lead. And tonight we're surrounded by such individuals in this room, living proof of India's immense potential. I'm by nature an optimist. I believe the coming years will witness a new chapter in India's growth story, driven by our entrepreneurs, enabled by reform, and propelled by infrastructure. As we honor the best among you through the BT Best CEO Awards, let me say this. We stand at a defining moment in our history. The choices we make today will shape the India of tomorrow, one built on growth, innovation, and opportunity for all. Now, it is my privilege to introduce our chief guest this evening, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. I think most of you know about him, but let me say it. A proud son of Nagpur, the vibrant orange city, Sri Gadkari ji began his public journey early campaigning against the emergency in 1975 and showing his unwavering commitment to democratic values. He went on to serve as Maharashtra's Minister of Public Works, earning the moniker of the Flyover Man of India for revolutionizing the state's infrastructure. Since 2014, as senior member of the Prime Minister's Modi cabinet, he has led the transformation of India's roadways and highways. The results speak for themselves. India's national highways network has grown over 60% since 2014, from 91,000 kilometers to over 146,000 kilometers as of December. The speed of work is so fast that number must have changed by the time I speak. Such is the momentum, the ambition, and the vision of Sri Gadkari ji. Sir, we look forward to hearing from you on your thoughts on India's road to prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri, for your inspiring words. Our next session is India Means Business. As India cements its position as one of the world's fastest growing economies, the country is undergoing a transformation driven by bold reforms, entrepreneurial energy, and digital acceleration. With geopolitical shifts reshaping global trade and investment patterns, how can India seize new opportunities while ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth? This session will explore the key forces shaping India's economic trajectory. For this session, we would like to call on stage our honorable guest speaker, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. And the session moderators will be Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TVTN, and Executive Director, Business Today. I'd also like to invite on stage Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor, Aaj Tak Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak, to conduct this session. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause for Sri Nitin Gadkari.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the Business Today Best CEO Awards, we were absolutely certain that there was only one person we had in mind as our chief guest to give the awards to, which was Nitin Gadkari ji. And Gadkari ji said he's not free on the 21st and he's only free on the 22nd. So we switched the entire award ceremony by one day because that's how keen we were to have Gadkari ji with us. And he's made a special effort to come down from Amravati. So we're very thankful. Thank you very much because it means
received one of the very prestigious award today. The first agriculture minister of India, Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh, and from there he has joined us here.
Subeh award lo, sham ko award do. Dr. Gadkari, welcome. It's great to have you with us. Sir, before we get to the award ceremony, which is why we are all here, I want to ask you about the alpha, because India की अभी growth करीब 6-6.5% पे हो रही है. जो मोदी जी का vision है कि इंडिया को 2047 में विकसित भारत बनाना है, that requires a real GDP growth of 8.5%. You always have innovative, out-of-the-box ideas. So if you were asked कि ये जो एक्स्ट्रा 2-2.5% का इंडिया को ग्रोथ अचीव करना है, जो हमारे पोटेंशियल में लेकिन अभी नहीं हो रहा 10 साल 11 साल में, उसको अचीव करने के लिए सरकार क्या कर सकती है और क्या करना चाहिए? व्हाट वुड योर आंसर बी?
हमारे देश की ग्रोथ में 65% of the population is rural. It's from rural India, and they contribute only 12% growth. In the growth, their contribution is only 12%. The first of all, it is the first priority for the government, how we can make our agriculture and rural India economically viable by creating more jobs. Now today in my own department, we have already successfully implemented a lot of experiments. First of all, in this year, the rate for the corn is going up to 2,800 rupees per quintal. Previously it was 1,200. And the MSP for the corn was 1,800. It is only because of that the government has started making ethanol, bioethanol from corn. Now the problem is that we have just completed the project successfully by making biobitumen. There are 400 projects in India already in the process, out of which 60 has already started. And from Parli, popularly known as Parli, but it is rice straw, they are converting bio-CNG, getting bio-CNG with the byproduct is lignin. And just 8 days before, I have a big meeting with the petroleum minister, with the non-conventional energy minister, all oil company chairman. The Central Research Road Organization, with the cooperation of Praj, we have implemented one project in Nagpur-Jabalpur road, adding bio-bitumen into the petroleum bitumen. It is successfully implemented. And the Central Research Road Organization has given the report that is proved to be 50% better than petroleum bitumen. So the idea is our farmers will not only be annadata, they will be urja data, they will be indhan data, they will be hydrogen data. Even now there are a lot of things that diversify agriculture towards energy and power sector, the thing will change. And my estimate and my expectation is within 2 years, our agriculture growth rate will be increased up to 20%. And what is the reason? Because we have the import of the fossil fuel of 22 lakh crores. And my mission from 2004, I am talking about the biofuel and alternative fuel. And today, I am very much confident because of the success story that we will get the success, and it will be the, at least, it is most important boost to the agriculture and rural economy, which is going to reduce our import. And the policy is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. At the same time, we are also working on a lot of particularly project creating irrigation, more irrigation in the country. And my feeling is the dream of Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion and at the same time make India third largest economy in the world. Our agriculture, rural economy is very, very important. We need to have the best successful technology available in the world on Jal, Jameen, Jangal and Janwar. And I am confident that the way in which our government is working, when agriculture growth is going to increase, going to create more jobs in the rural sector, it is going to boost our economy, and that is, we will make the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is very important, which I feel.
सर आपने 2047 के लिए 2047 के लिए एक मेगा प्लान की भी बात की थी आपने. तो उसको लेकर आप किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि 2047 की बात निकली है, तो उस मेगा प्लान को हम कब देख सकते हैं?
सर, मैं मेगा प्लान की बातें नहीं, मेगा प्लान ही करता हूं, और आपको बताते हुए मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं होता। मेरे पास पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं। मैं 5 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट मॉनिटाइज करके फाइल में पड़े हैं। मेरा प्रॉब्लम रिसोर्सेस नहीं है, मेरा प्रॉब्लम एक्सपेंडिचर है। और हम 36 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं। अब हमारे पास कोई, अभी पोर्ट को कनेक्टिविटी करने के लिए हम 3 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। द बेसिक प्रॉब्लम इन इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अवर लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज 14 to 16%। और मैं आपको विश्वास के साथ बताता हूं, आप 2 साल के बाद देखना, जो हमारी पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी और ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बन रहा है अभी दिल्ली से मुंबई, हमारा लगभग पूरा होते होगा, 12 घंटे में होगा। और विरार से लेकर हम विरार तक हम जोड़ रहे हैं, और विरार तक ये कोस्टल रोड आएगा। अब अभी चेन्नई से बेंगलोर विद इन 3 मंथ वो 2 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली टू देहरादून 9 घंटे लगते, 2 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से जयपुर 2 घंटे में होगा। ऐसे हम 36 रोड बस। चेन्नई से सूरत हमारे रोड का काम शुरू हो गया, काफी पैकेज पूरे हुए। अभी मैं मुंबई से बेंगलोर बना रहा हूं। आई विल एश्योर यू विद इन 6 आवर आप JNPT से अटल ब्रिज के वहां से हमने नया रोड बनाया, जो पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनेगा, और वो पुणे रिंग रोड से जाकर डायरेक्ट बेंगलोर जाएगा 6 आवर्स में। तो इसके कारण रोड अच्छे बनेंगे और फ्यूल बदल जाएगी। अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल के कारण कॉस्ट कम होगी। अभी तो इलेक्ट्रिक पे कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट भी आ गए और हाइड्रोजन भी शुरू हो गया। तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट, जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, जो 14 से 16% थी, वो अगर 9% आएगी तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट, मेरा एस्टिमेट है कि कम से कम 1.5 गुना बढ़ेगा। हम लगभग चाइना के बराबर कॉम्पिटिटिव होंगे वर्ल्ड में, और मेजॉरिटी वर्ल्ड हमसे डील करना चाहता है, और इसमें हमारे एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेंगे और हमें अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा।
सर, इसमें लेकिन एक कंसर्न एरिया ये है कि एक तरफ तो आप काफी इन्वेस्टमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे कर रहे हैं, और आपने कहा कि मेगा प्लान आप बनाते नहीं है, कर देते हैं सीधा, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ रोड सेफ्टी और उस सबसे बड़ी बात मेंटेनेंस को लेकर इज द बिगेस्ट इशू एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। मतलब कई सारी कंपनियां इस बारे में सोचती है कि मेंटेनेंस का क्या होगा, रोड तो बना लिया, उसको लेकर सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है आज की स्थिति में।
आपने इतने में अखबार में न्यूज नहीं पढ़ी शायद, मैंने टोल कलेक्शन करने वाले 20 कंपनी को 2 साल के लिए ब्लैक लिस्टेड कर दिया, और अभी चुन चुन कर बड़े बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को ब्लैक लिस्टेड करूंगा, फाइन लगाऊंगा, और कुछ लोगों जेल में भी भेजूंगा। एज फार एज द क्वालिटी इज कंसर्न, आई एम डोंट गोइंग टू कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ इट। पर एक बात जरूरी है, जब नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होता है, तो पहले ट्रायल एंड एरर होता है। तो कभी कभी थोड़े बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, पर हमें एक चेक करना पड़ेगा कि मिस्टेक्स बोनाफाइड है कि मेलाफाइड है। और हम लोग अभी कल ही मैंने फाइल पर साइन किए कि हम नेशनल हाईवे में अब ऑल टाइप ऑफ जितने मैक्सिमम आइटम्स हैं मैंडेटरी कर रहे हैं प्रीकास्ट, वो साइट पर नहीं बनेंगे। तो धीरे धीरे ब्रिजेस, टनल्स, अभी केवल तो हम 3 लाख करोड़ की टनल अभी इस साल प्लान कर रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर में हम 105 टनल बना रहे हैं, और अभी टनल में जैसे हमारी प्रॉब्लम है, जो पब्लिकली बोल नहीं सकते, टनलिंग मशीन की कमी है, और जिनसे लाते थे वो स्पेयर पार्ट्स नहीं देते। तो मैं भी स्पेन में गया था, तो स्पेन में पूरा अंडरग्राउंड टनल होते हैं, वहां मैंने टनल जिनके पास है उनकी मीटिंग ली। तो मैंने कहा तुम्हारी मशीन सब इंडिया में लो और किराए से दो, मैं आपको काम देता हूं। तो कई प्रॉब्लम्स भी है, पर उस पर मात करके हम लोग निश्चित रूप से इसमें सक्सेस होंगे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी।
Gadkari ji, you've been one of the biggest proponents of the electric vehicle revolution, the EV revolution. You yourself drive an EV. There's a lot of conversation about Tesla coming to India. There's talk here in Mumbai, they've acquired some real estate to set up a showroom. How do you see this, the entry of Elon Musk into India and the impact that can potentially have on Indian automakers, given your government's push towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and encouraging Indian companies and others to manufacture in India?
आपने डॉक्टर जयशंकर जी को ये प्रश्न नहीं पूछा। देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि मैं जब मंत्री बना तो हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री का साइज 14 लाख करोड़ था। आज हमारा साइज 22 लाख करोड़ है। यूएसए का 78 लाख करोड़ है, चाइना का 49 लाख करोड़ है, और जिस प्रकार से हमारे ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री काम करते हैं, बैठे हैं टीवीएस वाले, इनका 50% टू व्हीलर एक्सपोर्ट होता है। अब ये इलेक्ट्रिक भी एक्सपोर्ट होने वाला है। लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत जब हमने शुरू की थी, जब मैं बोलता था तो लोग मुझे पूछते थे आपके ही कार्यक्रम में कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल रास्ते में बंद होगा तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आएंगे क्या। अब ऐसी स्थिति है कि $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर जो थी वो $100 तक आई है। और वर्ल्ड में मैं ये मानता हूं कि सब लगभग कंपनियां हमारे यहाँ है, उनकी क्वालिटी में लगातार इंप्रूवमेंट हो रही है। अभी हमने भारत एनकैप जो किया है स्टैंडर्ड, उसके कारण वर्ल्ड की गाड़ियां टेस्ट करने के लिए इंडिया में आ रही है और हमारी गाड़ी सेफ है। और इसके बाद हमारी 2 व्हीलर 3 व्हीलर बसेस, इसका बहुत बड़े प्रमाण पर एक्सपोर्ट होगा। और हमारी इंडस्ट्री में मैं तो उम्मीद करता हूं कि 5 साल के अंदर हम निश्चित रूप से, बीच में हमने जापान को पीछे डाल दिया। अब जापान तीसरे नंबर पर था, हम चौथे नंबर पर थे। अब जापान चौथे नंबर पे गया, हम तीसरे नंबर पर आए हैं। और हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री जिस प्रकार से क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स तैयार कर रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी में नए नए इनोवेशंस आ रहे हैं, उसके आधार पर हाइड्रोजन पे काम हो रहा है। मैं विश्वास रखता हूं कि आने वाले 5 साल में हम निश्चित रूप से वर्ल्ड में एक प्रमुख देश ऐसा बनेंगे और दूसरे नंबर पर निश्चित जाएंगे। और वो जाने के बाद फिर पहले नंबर पर जाना ज्यादा कठिन नहीं है क्योंकि हमारी कॉस्ट सस्ती है। हमारे यहाँ स्क्रैपिंग चालू हो गया 15 साल के व्हीकल का, जिसके कारण एल्यूमिनियम, कॉपर, रबर, स्टील रिसाइकलिंग होगा और जिसके कारण हमारी कंपोनेंट की कॉस्ट 30% कम होगी। ऐसे अभी 150 स्क्रैपिंग सेंटर भी चालू हो गए और बड़े प्रमाण पर पुरानी गाड़ियां स्क्रैप हो रही है, तो कॉस्टिंग भी कम होगा, क्वालिटी भी बढ़ेगी, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा।
सर, ईवी की आप बात कर रहे हैं लेकिन दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि कुछ स्टेट्स ईवीज पर टैक्स बढ़ा रहे हैं, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं गड़बड़ नहीं लगता आपको कि आप प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि ईवी होनी चाहिए और उसके बाद लोग कह रहे हैं कि भाई ईवी पर टैक्स बढ़ा लेना चाहिए? तो स्टेट्स को थोड़ा सा इस बारे में समझना जरूरी है, ऐसा नहीं लगता?
उनके भी तकलीफें बहुत है जिनकी बात कर रहे हैं,
बट दैट इज कंप्लीटली कॉन्ट्री टू व्हाट यू आर एक्चुअली प्रोजेक्टिंग दैट।
देखिए सर, राज्य सरकार का अधिकार है कि कौन से आइटम पर कितना लगाना, उनकी अपनी कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स है। पर ओवरऑल भारत सरकार ने जो पेट्रोल डीजल कार पर 48% जीएसटी है, वो लगभग 5% किया है। अब आने वाले समय में फ्लेक्स इंजन जो 100% बायोइथेनॉल पर जाएगा, उसके लिए भी हम लोग रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को। और आने वाले समय में भी कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट आ रहे हैं, हाइड्रोजन के काफी बड़े प्रमाण पर डेवलपमेंट हुए, अनेक स्टार्टअप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे निश्चित, अभी यूपी की सरकार ने अब ये तकरार कर रहे हैं पेट्रोल डीजल वाले कि भाई उन्होंने ज्यादा कंसेशन दे दिया, तो स्टेट टू स्टेट भी होते रहेगा। बट ओवरऑल अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल को इनकरेज करना, यह भारत सरकार और राज्य सरकार की ओवरऑल भूमिका है।
गडकरी जी, यू सेड इन योर फर्स्ट आंसर कि पैसे की कमी नहीं है, इमेजिनेशन है तो कुछ ना कुछ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोल्यूशन निकलता है। लेकिन हाल ही में हमने देखा है कई सारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ने बोला है दैट दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू पे सैलरीज, दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू पे डियरनेस अलाउंसेस बिकॉज फॉर द लास्ट कपल ऑफ ईयर्स Indian politics has seen this spiral for freebies. Originally we heard from the Prime Minister, he said nahi, revdi kharab hai and there should be no freebies of this kind. Then the BJP came under populist pressure and from Madhya Pradesh to Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, we saw the BJP also announce similar freebies. Now we're seeing a pushback. The Telangana Chief Minister is in dire straits. The Himachal Chief Minister is in dire straits. Where we are in Mumbai, we've seen the Fadnavis government having to pull back on certain schemes because of how financially stretched they are. Do you see this as being a cycle? कि साइकिल है, खत्म होगा, पुल बैक होगा, or do you think it's a free for all downward slope and you're very worried about it? How can we pull back from the financial abyss?
देखिए, मैंने जो बात की वो मेरे डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में की। मुंबई के लोग बैठे हुए हैं। मुझे याद है कि मैं पहली बार जब ये वर्ली बांद्रा 55 फ्लाईओवर्स मुंबई पुणे हाईवे बना, तो मैंने उस समय धीरूभाई थे और रतन टाटा भी थे, तो हमने एक आइडिया की कि भाई उनका टेंडर रिजेक्ट किया तो पैसे कहाँ से लाना। आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, मुझे 5 करोड़ रुपए थे, केवल पैसा नहीं था। तब हम कैपिटल मार्केट में गए और हमको 500 करोड़ की जगह पर 1200 करोड़, मैं 1997 की बात कर रहा हूँ, ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। और अभी 4 महीने पहले मैं मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज आया विनिविट मॉडल में। अब तो मैं उससे 1 लाख गुना अच्छी स्थिति में हूँ NHI का AAA रेटिंग है, और आपको ताज्जुब होगा कि हमने लॉन्च किया, 7 दिन का टाइम था, 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। मैं गोवा से दौड़ते हुए आया, तुरंत स्टॉप किया, और अभी मैं रोड जो बनाऊंगा तो मैंने तय किया, आप भी जरूर सोच लो कि मैं हिंदुस्तान के गरीब लोगों से पैसे लेकर रोड बनाने वाला हूं, और मैं उनको 8.05% इंटरेस्ट डिपॉजिट पर मिनिमम दूंगा। आगे वो शेयर की कीमत 140 हो गई इनविट मॉडल की, तो मैं उनको कह रहा हूं कि आप कहीं बैंक में डालेंगे 4.5% मिलेंगे। हमारा AAA रेटिंग है, माई टोल इनकम इज प्रेजेंटली इन NHI 55,000 करोड़, और नेक्स्ट 2 इयर्स में मैं 1,40,000 करोड़, और अब मुझे 5 लाख करोड़ के रोड मोनिटाइज करने हैं। प्रॉब्लम, मेरे पास 2,80,000 करोड़ का बजट है। अब मैं खर्चा करने की स्पीड बढ़ाना चाहता हूं। इन्वायरमेंट क्लियरेंस, लैंड एक्विजिशन, छोटे मोटे प्रॉब्लम में अड़ता है, तो ये सब क्लियर करके इसकी गति को बढ़ाना चाहता हूं। वो कोशिश करो, उसमें थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें आती है, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है। मेरे डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में मैंने कहा, मैं बाकी राज्य सरकार में क्यों कमी है ये आपको भी मालूम है, मुझे भी मालूम है, पर मैं कोई कमेंट्स क्यों करूं?
मैं इसी सवाल को आगे बढ़ाना चाहता हूं। इट कम्स टू योर डिपार्टमेंट।
ये जो फुकट में देने वाली बातें होती ना, उससे बजट को आपको ये तय करना चाहिए कि प्रोडक्टिव एक्सपेंडिचर करना चाहिए कि अनप्रोडक्टिव करना चाहिए। आप रोजगार क्रिएट करना चाहते हो कि पैसा बांटना चाहते हो, इट इज अप टू देम टू डिसाइड। और इसलिए जब प्रोडक्टिव एक्सपेंडिचर होगा तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होगी, एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होगी तो ग्रोथ तय होगी। और टूरिज्म में इधर उधर बहुत है, हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी हम लोग एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट करने के लिए, वेल्थ क्रिएट करने के लिए ज्यादा अगर प्रायोरिटी देंगे तो लोगों का भी फायदा होगा, राज्य के भी फायदा होगा, और फाइनेंशियल सिचुएशन भी अच्छी होगी। पर पॉलिटिक्स इज द गेम ऑफ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस, कंपल्शंस, लिमिटेशंस एंड कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस। हम जीत कर आए इसलिए तो आप हमको बुलाते हैं, तो जीतने के लिए हमको भी काफी मन की बातें भी होती है, कुछ नहीं भी होती है, तो वो चलता ही है, उसका
सर,
कोई डेमोक्रेसी।
आपकी मन की बात कुछ अलग ही होती है। आपकी मन की बात करेंगे तो इलेक्शन हार जाएंगे, ऐसे बोलते हैं कई बार लोग।
मैं जीतता हूँ इलेक्शन हर बार। मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में पब्लिकली कहा कि मैं अपने हिसाब से चलूंगा, मेरे कन्विक्शन के साथ चलूंगा, जो वोट देगा उसका भी काम करूंगा, नहीं होगा उसका भी करूंगा। और मैंने कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया नहीं, और मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मैं हर बार जीता हूं, 3 साल हो गए, अभी अगले बार जब तक मैं रोगा खड़ा जीत के आऊंगा। लोगों को भी काम पसंद है, लोग भी चाहते हैं, पर कभी कभी ये अभी इसके बारे में भी पॉलिटिक्स में कुछ जगह परिणाम तो निकलते ही है। तो ऐसी योजना बनती है कि कंपटीशन शुरू हो जाती है, इसने ये बोला तो वो दूसरा बोलता है, तो इट्स अ गेम ऑफ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस, कंपल्शंस, लिमिटेशन एंड कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन। उस पर ज्यादा मैंने बोलना उचित नहीं हो।
नहीं, वन ऑफ द फ्रीबीज व्हाट राहुल वाज मेंशनिंग अ व्हाइल बैक इज आल्सो अबाउट, जैसे हमने महाराष्ट्र में देखा कि टोल बंद कर दिया गया, जो इंपॉर्टेंट रोड्स थे, मुंबई एंट्री पॉइंट्स के, वो रोड बंद कर दिए गए। यू आर नेवर इन सपोर्ट ऑफ क्लोजिंग डाउन द टोल ऑन एनी ऑफ द रोड्स। और दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं, जो हालांकि आपके डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं आता है, जैसे मुंबई नागपुर समृद्धि हाईवे है, अभी उसका टोल बढ़ने वाला है। तो ये कैसे आप हैंडल करेंगे? क्या ये भी कल उठकर सवाल उठेगा कि टोल प्रॉमिस के लिए टोल बंद करना चाहिए वगैरह, इस तरीके के भी सवाल उठ?
मैं 1 अप्रैल के पहले ऐसी पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर करने जा रहा हूं जिससे आप जिंदगी भर कभी टोल का सवाल नहीं पूछोगे और लोग कोई तकरार नहीं करेंगे, इतना कंसेशन मिल जाए।
आप नेशनल पॉलिसी लाएंगे?
हाँ बिल्कुल तैयार है।
माफी नहीं होगी लेकिन भरना पड़ेगा।
अभी कुछ ज्यादा नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट शुरू है, पर आप खुश हो जाओगे इतना बताना।
आप कह रहे थे नितिन जी कि क्या डॉक्टर जयशंकर से ये सवाल पूछा, आपके आंसर सुन के लग रहा है कि सबसे बड़े एज डिप्लोमेट तो आप ही बने हुए हैं आज। You know, one last question before we get to the awards. Nitin ji, you know, a lot of top Indian businessmen come and consult with you, ask you for your views on different things that are happening. You know, at a time when there is so much global turmoil, especially on the issue of tariffs, with what President Trump is doing, what's your advice to India Inc. and everyone sitting here about how to navigate these choppy waters? The level of tariffs that get imposed are not known. You're having to deal with a lot of uncertainty. The theme of this conference is Vucanomics. So what do you think India Inc. should be doing at this moment to try and use this uncertainty and convert it into an opportunity?
देखिए, समस्या तो है और जयशंकर जी मुझसे ज़्यादा अच्छे जानते हैं. But there are some people who convert problems into opportunities, and there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems. समस्या चलती रहेगी. जयशंकर जी उसके लिए कैपेबल है, वो सुलझाएंगे. पर मैं एक बात बताता हूँ. छोटे, मैं एमएसएमई का भी मंत्री था, तो मैं उनको एक बात कहता था: प्रूवन टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड मार्केटेबिलिटी ऑफ द फिनिश प्रोडक्ट. आप अगर प्रूवन टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ वर्ल्ड क्लास क्वालिटी अगर देते होंगे और आपकी कॉस्ट, आप वर्ल्ड की कॉम्पिटिशन में टिकने के लिए कॉम्पिटिटिव रहती है, तो कोई कुछ भी करे, हमारा माल चलने वाला है. मैं किसी को इशारा नहीं दे रहा हूं, कुछ कह नहीं रहा हूं, पर क्वालिटी अगर बेस्ट है, डिजाइनिंग अच्छा है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम है. पर यह समस्या है कि कितनी ड्यूटी किसके देश पे कितना लगाना. ये सब अभी एमएसएमई के लोग भी मुझे मिल रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्री वालों को भी है, क्योंकि हम बहुत से देशों में लोग एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके भी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएंगे. और अभी लोगों को जितना डर लग रहा है, शायद मुझे लगता है उतना नहीं होगा. ऑलवेज थिंक फॉर द बेस्ट एंड प्रिपेयर फॉर द वर्स्ट. दैट इज टू बी द बेस्ट पॉलिसी. पर मैं समझता हूं कि ज्यादा तकलीफ नहीं होगी. बाकी ये भी बात डॉक्टर साहब, जयशंकर जी अच्छा.
Mutual admiration society going over here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for Nitin Gadkari for making the special effort of coming over here and for being our chief guest this evening. Thank you very much, Nitin ji. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I'd like to request you to please be on the stage while I request Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please come upon stage and felicitate the Minister. A huge, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Nitin Gadkari. And now, could I please request Mr. Nitin Gadkari to stay? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. As the stage is getting set, it is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the launch of the special issue of the Business Today magazine that highlights the success stories of India's best CEOs. The BT PwC study celebrates these 18 outstanding business leaders across sectors who have steered their companies to a robust, sustainable growth path. And now for the unveiling, we will be waiting for the stage setup to happen, and then we'll be inviting our special guests to unveil this special edition of the Business Today magazine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now invite on stage our honorable guests, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways for Government of India, to please come upon stage. Along with him, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. Also to join him on stage, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, Chairman of Aditya Birla Group, and Sri Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please unveil these special editions of the Business Today magazine. Can we have the magazines also up on stage? There's a bit of peekaboo happening there. Can we please also, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us also invite on stage our other special guests, Dr. Devi Shetty, to please join our esteemed guests on stage, Sanu Aga to also join us on stage, and Mr. Harsh Mariwala to also join us on stage for the unveiling of the magazine. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our special guests. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our special edition, the much awaited edition of the Business Today magazine, The Best CEOs. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Could I request Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Arun Puri sir to stay back on stage? We are now going to be beginning the awards ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, BT Mindrush and the BT PwC India's Best CEO Awards honors India's top corporate leaders at a high-profile event that we can see right here, attended by the best in the business. Since 2013, the BT PwC India's Best CEOs ranking recognizes outstanding leaders across various sectors who have steered their companies to a robust and sustainable growth path and have contributed significantly to the society. This year, as we celebrate the 13th edition of the awards, which is a testament to the visionary leaders who've shaped India's growth story. This year, the trailblazing titans of India Inc. across categories will be honored for their outstanding achievements. Could we please have the award ceremony AV as well before we begin the presentation?
Welcome to the 13th edition of BT India's Best CEOs Awards, where we celebrate the visionaries driving India Inc. into the future. These awards honor exceptional leadership, evaluating top executives on financial performance, strategy, mergers and acquisitions, shareholder returns, global expansion, and transformative turnarounds. Powered by Business Today and supported by PwC India as our knowledge partner, this prestigious award honors India's top business minds. This year, a distinguished jury chaired by banking legend Deepak Parekh, alongside 7 eminent industry leaders, have selected the very best from the BT 500 list. The nominees exemplify excellence across categories, pillars of progress, manufacturing and retail excellence, services vanguards, the wealth makers, urban visionary, tech titan, the deal maker, green growth visionary, the local CEO, Bharat PSU icon, resilient CEO, startup of the year. Special honors include Business Icon of the Year, Lifetime Achievement, Impact Icon of the Year, and Most Trusted Leader. Tonight, we celebrate leaders who inspire progress and innovation.
Yes. And the moment that we have all been waiting for. Let us begin the awards ceremony now. The first category is in the category of Green Growth Visionary Award. And this award goes to Mr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD of Tata Power. He's led India's green energy transition with visionary leadership, sustainable innovation, and a steadfast commitment to a cleaner future. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD of Tata Power, for Green Growth Visionary Award that he's receiving tonight. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. The next award is in the category of the Wealth Makers Award, and this award goes to Mr. Motilal Oswal, Group MD and CEO of Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Congratulations to you, sir, for your exceptional vision in wealth creation, empowering investors and shaping India's financial ecosystem. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Motilal Oswal for being the pioneer in the stock market industry. Many congratulations to you, sir. Thank you so much. The next award goes to, in the Tech Titan Award category, Mr. Sandeep Kalra, the CEO and Executive Director of Persistent Systems. Many, many congratulations. You've led the digital transformation, driving technological breakthroughs, and you've strengthened India's position in the global IT innovation space. Congratulations to you, Mr. Kalra, for winning the Tech Titan Award tonight. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sandeep Kalra. We can do better than that. That's more like it. The next award will be in the category of Pillars of Progress, and this one goes to Manish Satyanarayanan. Nuval, he is the MD and the CEO of Solar Industries. Many congratulations to you, sir, for driving industrial excellence, innovation and resilience, and making a significant contribution to India's defense sector. A huge round of applause for Mr. Manish Satyanarayanan Nuval, the MD and CEO of Solar Industries, for being the pillar of progress. Many congratulations to you. The next award is in the category of Bharat PSU Icon. And this one goes to Mr. Sanjeev Singhal, former Chairman and Managing Director, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders. Congratulations to you, Mr. Singhal, for your exemplary leadership in strengthening India's defense and maritime infrastructure, shaping a resilient and a such. The next award, again, is in the Tech Titan Award category. And this one goes to Mr. Kishore Patil, the CEO and MD of KPIT Technologies. Huge round of applause for winning this one, sir. This is in recognition of your groundbreaking contributions to automotive technology, pioneering advancements in mobility solutions, and driving industry transformation. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Kishore Patil, the CEO and MD of KPIT Technologies, on winning this one. in the Tech Titan Award category. As you would have noticed, there were 2 awards in this category that have been given out today. The next one will be in the category of Manufacturing and Retail Excellence Award. And this one goes to Mr. Sudarshan Menu, MD of TVS Motor Company. Congratulations to you, sir, in recognition of your innovation-driven leadership and commitment to excellence in manufacturing and retail. Many, many congratulations to you on receiving this one. Let's give a warm round of applause and give all the appreciation and love that we can to all the winners tonight. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Venu. The next one is in the category of Most Trusted Leader Award. And this one goes to, very well deserved, Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, Chairman Narayana Health, for redefining healthcare with compassion and ensuring affordable medical care reaches millions without compromising on quality. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty. The next one is the Lifetime Achievement Award. And for this, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Anu Aga, former chairperson of Thermax, as you rightfully deserve, a Lifetime Achievement Award. And this one also goes to Mr. Harsh Mariwala, chairman of Marico Limited. Congratulations to you, sir. This is in recognition of your pioneering leadership, transformative business vision, and lasting contribution to India's entrepreneurial landscape. Huge round of applause for Mr. Harsh Mariwala, chairman of Marico Limited. The FMCG czar wins this one. Congratulations, sir. We have the last 2 awards now for this evening. The next one is the Impact Icon of the Year. And this one goes to Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. Many congratulations to you, sir. In recognition of your strategic diplomacy and unwavering commitment to strengthening India's position on the world stage, we heard you talk about India first, and we believe that will be truly a reality. You talked about India of the present and India of the future that we are all waiting to see how it unfolds. Thank you so much. Many congratulations to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the last award and the most important one for this evening. The Business Icon of the Year. And this one goes to Shri Kumar Mangalam Birla, Chairman of Aditya Birla Group. Congratulations to you, sir. This is in recognition of your visionary leadership in strengthening legacy businesses while capitalizing on new ventures to build a diversified conglomerate. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, could you please stay back on the stage, Mr. Birla? And I would like to request all the winners to come up with your trophies for a group photograph with our honorable guest, Sri Nitin Gadkari. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. I'd like to thank all our partners this evening. Our presenting partner, PwC, celebration partner, Diageo, semiconductor partner, Polymetic, new energy partner, Becker Solar Studio, collaboration partner, Logitech, energy partner, Gail, hospitality partner, Sofitel Mumbai, BKC, outdoors partner, Lakshya Media and Omark Media. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this stellar evening. Please do join us for dinner and networking. The dinner is already served. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. This is Sakshi Batra signing off from Business Today Mindrush and India's Best CEOs Awards.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at Gail, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, Gail holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, Gail distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. Gail, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. Gail has grown The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce, who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. Gail has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in Gail, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation and have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea. The golden sun casting bright light in our lives. This dream of an evergreen future is the reason for Young India's smile. And the commitment to bring it to life is Gail India's passion till the last mile. Guided by the same passion and its goals of availability, accessibility, affordability, and acceptability of natural gas, Gail continues to strive for the nation's self-reliance and energy security. As a conscious corporate citizen, Gail believes in its social purpose and actively engages in improving the lives of the marginalized and those at the periphery of economic and social development through its CSR interventions. Gail has been running a digital advocacy initiative, the Hawa Badlo campaign, to combat the problem of air pollution by sharing real stories and several social experiments, resulting in visible behavioral changes in individual citizen level. In the pursuit of excellence and success, Gail has shown exemplary courage, resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. Gail, energizing possibilities.
can't stand still. How could I? There is so much to explore. So much I haven't been yet. Ask me what I'm doing now. I'll say, getting there, one step at a time. I won't stand still. Correction, I can't. Keep walking.
At PwC, knowledge fuels change, and technology brings it to life. Placing the right technology with the right people, we create great outcomes for good. The farthest corners can now champion the newest ideas. PwC guides businesses to create enhanced value through cost optimization and transformation that can galvanize the dreams of millions. Secure and seamless networks can safeguard organizational value while empowering an entire nation. Sustainability can sow the seeds to a new reality, a better tomorrow. And it all comes together to create an aspirational, empowered society that operates on renewed trust. It is how at PwC, we use technology to enable our people to build a tomorrow starting today.